Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And it looks like that's going to be it for Rodney Terry. No more. Apparently, sources have said that Rodney Terry gone, University of Texas. 86-80, they lost last night to Xavier, and it looks like he is going to be gone. Sean Miller, a possibility. Looks like Will Wade is going to North Carolina State. That's the what I read this morning on the interwebs. Looks like that is going to happen. I thought Will Wade might be a possibility for the University of Texas, but it looks like Rodney Terry gone, and we'll see. Maybe Sean Miller, who coached against him last night at Xavier, is going to be the next coach at the University of Texas. We shall see. Our Rockets with the win last night at Orlando wasn't as ugly as it was early on. It was back and forth. That's just these are two defensive teams that just they can clamp down, and they played an ugly game last time. Last time that they played, and Craig Ackerman kept saying, "Yeah, this isn't going to be. Don't worry." From the first quarter on, this isn't going to be pretty. There isn't going to be anything pretty about this basketball game. There really wasn't. But the Rockets took care of business. 116, 108 was the final score. Jalen was okay, 8 for 18. Alper 9 for 18. Tari was 7 of 10. Tari had a couple of interesting quotes. Vanessa Richardson asked him, "Hey, so a lot of people are saying, the Rockets don't have any experience in the postseason."
Yeah, a legitimate question. The people are questioning because Rockets don't. Well, no, Vanessa didn't ask him. Some announcer, guy from Orlando did.
Oh, okay.
It was just her quote. She just posted the quote, but some reporter in Orlando post game was asking him that.
Oh, okay. So the Rockets don't have any. Most of the guys don't have any postseason experience, and he said that's okay. They hated Jesus too. Okay, so
I didn't know the Rockets were full of Christ figures.
Well, I don't know that they're full of Christ. He's just an analogy.
Yeah, I don't even like. Well,
I don't get.
But
the analogy,
I don't think anyone had a problem with Jesus not having playoff experience.
Well,
I don't think that's what the whole
NBA
thing
playoffs. Was Jesus ever in the NBA playoffs?
No, that's why I wasn't sure about that analogy.
Right.
I think the answer was it didn't really fit.
No, I don't see the correlation at all between no playoff experience or very little playoff experience and Jesus being hated.
Right.
I don't get it.
Right.
A lot of people love Jesus too. So, you got both sides. Okay. There were a lot of people that love Jesus. It's just the hate won out, and that's terrible. That was bad. But we all benefited from it. We all benefited from that. So, anyway, that was the answer. And the question was, could the Rockets go on the road and beat Orlando? And they could. And they continue to. This is interesting. We'll see. Where this all leads us as far as the postseason goes. People may be right that a lack of experience might play into it, but I'm going to tell you this: they're doing all of this without one of their best players. They now are all alone in second place, a game ahead of the Lakers. The Lakers continue to play well despite not having. They've won 3 in a row now after losing a couple when LeBron went down. Denver is scuffling a little bit. They're just 5-5 in their last 10. Memphis is scuffling 5-5 in their last 10. The Rockets 8-2, and they have won 8 in a row. So, of course, it was an easy part of the schedule. These teams that they're beating, they're supposed to beat. They struggled with the Bulls. They struggled with Philadelphia. It wasn't all that pretty last night as well. I don't really care, though. Do you? It's the NBA, and any night. Hey, the Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Yankees or the Dodgers every once in a while. Stuff happens. They're major leaguers. These are NBA pros. They're going to play hard, and you never know what's going to happen. So I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm just fine with the way that they're playing. They scuffled and they lost. They lose 6 in a row at one point, and now they've
won 8 now. So we're on an 8-game win streak. So who cares about all that?
Yeah, right. exactly. But a lot of people are, oh, well, look who they're doing it against. I don't care who they're doing it against. They're winning.
They've beaten a lot of good teams. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It evens out. They're going to be a 50-win team, whatever. This is what the same kind of crap they said about Jesus. He hadn't played the tough schedule and all that. Just like Tari said.
They have beaten every playoff team. Every playoff team they've beaten. I don't know that everybody else can say that. Anybody else can say that they've beaten every team that's going to be in the playoffs. The Rockets have done it since they beat Orlando. That was the last team on their schedule, and they did that a few weeks ago. So no, yeah,
like Tari said, Jesus had to fade comments about his schedule. Same as Rockets.
Yeah. And then the schedule caught up to Jesus.
Well, still. Playoff experience. No. Maybe this is what Tari was talking about.
What's the schedule, Del?
No, the schedule caught up to him. I mean, sure, the Pharisees had things to say and others, but then he did get murdered, so the schedule did catch up to him.
Well, he came back. It was a little like JB Bickerstaff. I mean, he had a lot of things to say about the Pharaohs.
More like Nick Nurse.
And he didn't get Nick Nurse and JB Bickerstaff went off.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, he went off on the Pharisees.
He was doing great at one point, right? Well, the other day,
I don't know.
You mean when he went off on the Pharisees the other day in the press conference?
Yeah,
also known as referees in this analogy.
Referees, right? Who are the hypocrites, and they don't do their job well. So I mean, there's a lot of correlations between.
Yeah, see, I didn't realize Tari was such a biblical scholar.
Yeah, no one. He's cool. Actually,
I like Tari. I didn't think that one landed. No. I was like,
no, let's keep going.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Pontius Pilate Scott Foster?
One could argue. Yeah, one could argue.
Well,
he's Chris Paul's Pontius Pilate.
Well, yeah.
He really
he's anybody that. Well, some people argue he's beyond just Chris Paul's. Some people say anybody who has a 3-1 lead in a series. When you got to even it up, when you got to tighten it up a little bit and keep this thing going.
But I don't know if anyone's rivalry with Scott Foster is extended to family members being involved.
No.
Like Chris Paul's rivalry has.
Right.
Where like brothers are being thrown out of games because they can't stand what Scott Foster's doing.
That's that one goes even further. They've let that one go a little bit.
Yeah. I'm not sure that Scott Foster is Pontius Pilate.
Who is he then in Tari's world?
If the Rockets are kind of like Jesus.
He's Judas.
He was never on the player side. He's not a betrayer.
He's on the winning player side. He's on. Some players love Scott Foster.
I don't know.
He gives them wins.
I've never heard a player say that. They may benefit from him taking it out on someone else. I've never heard a player go,
maybe.
I love Scott Foster.
What about Tim Donaghy? Maybe
nobody loved Judas. Nobody, either side,
neither
of them.
Jesus did until
he got 30 pieces.
The Lakers
of gold,
loved Tim Donaghy,
and that's what's. Hey, let's look at Scott Foster's bank account. Maybe he has 30 pieces of gold.
It's probably more. Let's account for inflation. It's probably more than 30 pieces.
Probably more, but it's 30. It's the value of 30 pieces of gold.
It's been the 30 pieces has been devalued quite a bit.
Yeah, right. Tari, I put some sound in of Tari. So I don't know if you saw it, but Steven Adams had one of the worst passes that we've seen this season. He got the ball at about the free throw line in that neighborhood, maybe the top of the key, and Fred is standing out of bounds under the basket, and instead of throwing it to the guy who's right next to him, Steven Adams throws bounce passes it right to Fred, who's standing out of bounds. And it was like, oh, that's a bad pass. But Vanessa asked Tari about the big lineup with Steven Adams in it, and here's what he had to say.
Big lineup with Steven, Alpi, you, Jabari, and Jalen.
Man, did you see Steve's pass?
Tell me about it.
If you don't know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. But honestly, Steve is a walking offensive rebound. So I mean, he just helps us move the defense and things like that, and just gives us easier to get out and run because he's gonna clean up all those rebounds and stuff like that. Same thing with Jabari. He's really good on cleaning up the low man guy, especially getting those blocks and stuff like that, super long.
Listen, I think Tari's got the best personality on the team.
Yeah,
I think
fun.
he's a guy he keeps that locker room. Every soundbite, dude, is he was behind Jalen the other day when Jalen was doing his interview, and he had the magazine that Jalen was on, the cover of the magazine that Jalen was on, and he was just holding it behind Jalen while he was doing his interview, which was and all the media, is laughing at it, and Jalen's trying to do his interview and whatnot. But I will say, I will say this, man. You know who's playing great that isn't getting any love is Jabari.
Oh, Jabari, he's getting love in my family.
Oh my
Jabari's
gosh.
playing phenomenally.
I thought your kids hated Jabari.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. Now that Jabari is playing well, all of a sudden it's a Jabari fest.
Oh, he is playing his ass off lately.
Yeah.
He really is. He's knocking down threes. He's grabbing big boards. Jabari is really playing. You notice when they and in the comebacks or whatever, Jabari has been a part of everything. Last game, he against Philadelphia. If it wasn't for Jabari, he was 11 of 17 with 30 points.
Well, we had a good game yesterday. I mean, I really think maybe this coming off the bench thing is good for him. He doesn't seem to mind, which is huge because right now, that could be. I mean, he's been a starter since he's come in the league. It could be an ego thing where he gets upset about it, and he seems to be okay with it. And that's one of the reasons I love him is he just appears to be about team. Like let's go win. And speaking of that, when we come back, I want to highlight a question that was asked of Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley yesterday met the media, and he was asked a question that I thought really it warmed my heart because it tells you that Sting is on the right track for exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants, and another Houston Texan got an extension. This has been a very, very busy, a very busy offseason for the Houston Texans relative to not having a whole lot of spending money when they first started it. There's a lot of activity that's gone down.
Oh yeah, for not having any money, they sure are spending a lot this offseason, aren't they? But time to talk right now about my peeps over at GimmeTheVin.com. Listen, how about $25,000 a month that they're giving away? Okay, just go to the website GimmeTheVin.com and you can see how you can get in on this wonderfulness. $25,000 a month that John Clay Wolf is just giving away, and then besides that, you got if they do now, you get 250. You get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car that month. So how about that? They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup, your SUV, your minivan, your supercar, exotic, whatever it is. If you got an exotic, go to gmtvcc.com. You got your classics and collectible cars. That's where you can say goodbye. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers. I mean, this is the way to go because you're guaranteed to get the most for your car or your truck when you go to GimmeTheVin.com, because if they can't beat CarMax, they're going to send you $100, and they're going to work their tail off to beat CarMax every single time. It doesn't happen often, but every once in a while, CarMax beats them out, and you might as well get another $100 out of it. All you need to do is go to GimmeTheVin.com. If you're going to sell your car, sell it to America's best car buyer, GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, you still got time left. If you want to get into our bracket madness, let's go, because we've got one that's absolutely free. Don't pay for a bracket madness. Go with ours, okay? The bracket madness is right here at ESPN975.com. ESPN975.com. It is brought to you by a Golden Nugget, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You can win. There's all kinds of different foods and different stuff, and you got it. Listen, it's great. It's absolutely free. ESPN975.com. You still got time. The game started at 11 o'clock, so you got time to get in and get your picks in. I put my picks in last night. Mostly chalk. I went mostly chalk. So this is something that I just couldn't get away from the good teams. I'm sorry. I just couldn't get away from the good teams. And I got University of Houston, national champs. I'm sticking with them. I'm sticking with my Cougs. You don't have the Cougs in the Final Four, right?
He's talking to Melissa. He's not paying attention to you.
Okay. See, Melissa is distracting. You're distracting the show, Melissa. Okay.
John said, you're distracting the show, Melissa. He just came back on. She said we have a new camera in here. Is that true, Del? A new lens. Is that true?
I don't know if there's a new lens, the same camera, though.
It may be a new lens. She said new lens.
It's possible. I don't really know.
She pays attention. You don't pay attention to things like if a girl gets a new haircut, you don't even say anything about it, Del.
I asked.
That's why you don't notice.
No.
Things.
No, we don't care about your picks, Sean. Just to be clear, since we're going to talk about this, I will offer my opinion. I will say, hey, do you like it? And if she says she likes it, cool. I know how to go. But I'm never offering my opinion first.
Yeah.
You asked the question.
It might not be a new haircut. You don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what she's in here telling us? You know what happens at Del might know 7:45 tonight. What happens, Del? Do you know? In the international soccer stage?
No, what happens?
World Cup qualifier, Brazil versus Colombia.
Oh, sorry.
A rematch.
Sorry, I root for a team who doesn't have to qualify, so I don't care about qualification anymore.
The U.S. men's national team.
you're
Colombia
one of
beat
the
Brazil last time out.
Yeah, since we're hosting, I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, if you have to qualify, you're one of the poors.
Or you just happen not to be hosting this time around.
Our new manager says we're going to be number one in the world.
We'll
Mauricio Pochetti.
One of your people. Oh, actually, he's Argentinian.
Pochettino. What's his name?
Pochettino. He mentioned in 5 to 10 years, the U.S. will be a soccer power.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah. I don't know.
All
I mean,
right.
He would have a
you
lot.
Don't know?
I just said that. I just said I don't know.
I'm talking to Lance.
And he will.
I just said okay. All right.
In 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 years, we're a soccer power. So we're going to start getting. We're going to start getting people
Please don't say it.
The immigrants who come here are going to play for the U.S. team. The really good players. They're not going to go play back for home countries.
Well,
are we going to be able to pull players from other sports? Are going to start to play?
There it is. That's the thing you say that everyone says all the time.
That's right.
That's silly.
Do you know if Reggie Bush had played soccer?
Okay.
That's when it first started. If Reggie Bush had played soccer, was the very first argument that was ever made about other players.
Could you imagine if Reggie Bush decided to play soccer and then was trained at Barcelona Academy? Then I'd buy it. But if Reggie Bush decided to play soccer and played in the AYSO of San Diego, then no, we wouldn't be a soccer power.
Well, I don't know.
I do.
If LeBron
Reggie Bush
had
could
played
overcome
soccer,
our coaching. Reggie Bush overcame.
If LeBron, at 6'8", decided he wanted to play goalie.
If LeBron had been a goalkeeper, that's how that usually works.
I agree. Well, you're right.
The dumbest thing America does.
Steven Adams.
Anyway,
he's not American.
Another Italian leading the way.
He's not Italian.
Pochettino's
Pochettino.
He's probably German in his background. You know that.
Argentinian.
There's a better chance he's got German blood than Italian.
Well, they're both
Italy.
Via Italy, maybe.
Well, they both had problematic.
Yeah, they probably sent Italians. Probably went to Argentina too, not just the Germans.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the Italians had to go there too. Don't forget.
Why did they?
They did some.
Yeah,
they did some horrific things too.
Yeah, they did.
Let's not forget.
They
Okay.
did.
Never
Well,
forget.
it was Mussolini and then his own people.
Well, this all
got him.
started with John saying he has the Cougs in the Final Four. You were too
I got the
distracted.
Cougs.
I don't have him in the Final Four, but I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I got them winning it all.
I hope I'm wrong.
This is
on
the
that.
team. This is the team that's going to win it all. Yeah.
It would be awesome if they did. Oh my gosh, that would be
gosh.
incredible.
Yeah. Okay. They get a parade, right?
Yes. Well,
yeah.
I think. I don't know. No college team has ever won a national championship here.
Right? Isn't that crazy? Rice baseball did.
The Comets never got one. Rice baseball never got one.
Rice baseball didn't get one, but I was at the celebration at Rice Stadium.
Yeah, they got a on campus celebration.
Yeah.
I think the Cougs will get a tour around campus as their parade.
That's not a parade.
Maybe. Down
We
Scott
should
Street,
get at least
Cullen and Scott.
Like right down campus.
Yeah.
The Canyon of Heroes.
How about that? Well,
On
really
isn't that what they do in New York? They had called it the Canyon of Heroes.
Is
The
that what it
Cougs,
is?
the Cougs Canyon of Heroes on Cullen and Scott. Go ahead, do that.
It'll be bigger than that, hopefully.
There'll be a celebration. They may. I don't know. I don't know
I think
how the city will respond because we got plenty of fans that aren't Cougs fans.
I know, but back in the day, it was literally everyone watched the Cougs. Literally everybody. And everybody was watching college. Most people were watching college basketball. Everybody in college basketball watched University of Houston.
Right.
Now, I would say viewership's probably 60% less, at least. But maybe more.
But like when Alabama wins a national title in football, do they have a parade in Tuscaloosa?
Well, probably. I mean, if they win a national title in baseball, they do. SEC country celebrates baseball as hard as anything.
I don't think they do parades, though. I just think they do celebrations. I don't think they do parades.
Yeah, well, you know,
it may not be big enough to do a parade.
And the difference is, Alabama is a college town for the most part. Will a city put on a parade for a college basketball team? Michigan had a parade, but that's in Ann Arbor when they won their national title. So it's all about Michigan there. I think we're just
in
a different.
89?
No, just recently when they won their national title.
The
last
football
year.
team.
Yeah, the football team.
Yeah.
I don't know how Virginia was treated when they won their national title in basketball, or a Baylor, but you got to look for the right comp.
Wow, we're already playing in parades.
Well, this is what we're.
This hasn't even started, and we got a parade already. We're figuring out: are they getting a parade or not?
Yeah.
713-780-3776. Should the Cougars have a parade when they win the national championship?
Yes.
Get in and tell us your thoughts.
I'm voting yes.
Where does it start and where does it end? I know where it ends. It ends at campus.
That's
but
why
where does it start?
That's why this topic has legs for days.
There's
so many questions to be answered.
Well, it could start downtown. It's not that far from campus.
Right.
And then it'd probably be Allen Parkway, and it won't be really that crowded. It won't be that many people.
I don't know if they're going to get the type of crowd that would warrant a parade. They may just have a celebration on campus.
Maybe dump right down Cullen. That's where the parade.
I told you,
will be,
Canyon
right
of
down.
Heroes. I told you.
Yep. No, yeah, absolutely. Now, Lance, we got our extension to talk about here.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter picks up another $12 million this year, and he's going to make 36.5 in the second year.
It looks like this is all getting paid. This wasn't just some kind of cap cleaning.
No.
This looks like it was a direct result of Max Crosby and Miles Garrett's deal. It looks like it's just, hey, shout out to you, Daniil. We want to reward you for having a pressure rate of 23%, which is one of the highest in the league.
He gets $32 million this year and 36 next year. 55.1. I mean, I don't know how it works out. So it's 32 plus the 20. Okay, he's getting $55.1 million over the next two seasons.
Yeah, he gets a $12-point-something million
raise. And he did it again. 54.1 of it is guaranteed. Okay, so that $1 million he's playing for. There's another guy out there with $1 million that he's playing.
You gotta keep dangling the carrot.
Excuse me.
Yes, still.
So when the Texans negotiated the first deal with Daniil Hunter, they came to a resolution with his people, his agent, and Daniil to say, this is your value for what you've done and what we think you're going to do going forward. Did Daniil Hunter exceed expectations to the point where they needed to give him a raise for this year, or did he play up to his value
Well, I think he played up to his value.
So why are we giving him a raise when you came to the conclusion that this is what he was worth?
Want him to. Well, it's about they want him to keep playing.
So he would
another year.
So you gave him an extension. Why are you giving him 12 something this year? He didn't exceed expectations. He played to the level of the contract.
I only care about money as it pertains to, and this gets to the Derek Stingley here in a second, but I only care about the money as it pertains because it's not my money. I don't have to pay it. Well, I mean, eventually if I go to games, I do, but if I don't really go to a lot of games, so I don't have to pay it. But I also, it doesn't do like these players would let me rot on the sidewalk until I was dead rather than give me a single cent. They do the same thing to you.
Well, I don't care.
They don't care about your money, and they don't, and we shouldn't really care about their money other than in both ways. If they get paid, I don't really care
about process. I care about the process of the Texans and their decision making, not about Danielle Hunter and the money he's making.
That's fine, but you ask why.
I don't understand the process of giving him more for a season where you wouldn't say he far outseeded what they thought his value was.
Well, maybe they are recognizing that the value for what he does, that rate has increased, and that he's played to his value, but his contract no longer is the same value today that it was yesterday.
So they did not have
Listen, how short-lived was Max Crosby as the highest paid non-quarterback in the league? It took a week. So now the value, and then Myles Garrett goes to $40 million. I think they just want to appease Danielle Hunter and put him in right in that same slot.
Yeah, I don't know if his agent was making a big deal or not. I have no idea.
We don't know. We don't know if he was making a big deal, but I think they wanted to slot him so that listen, they made Stephon Diggs feel comfortable. They gave him extra money. They're making Danielle Hunter feel comfortable, extra money, so that they play, and there's they don't want him gruntled.
No,
they
want
him.
You're right.
Want him disgruntled. They want him gruntled.
They want him gruntled. But to Dell's point, there is a point where you start doing some things that you don't need to do, and I get it. But you need to be smart with it, because eventually you'll get into situations where, like Daryl Morey did, where he's just giving money he doesn't even have to give, and extensions, and before you know it, you could be in a situation where you got some cap problems because you've just been doling out. Like, sometimes it is still a business. And with some guys, you have to take a hard line. With others, you say, okay, this guy is worth, like you do. It's a tricky balance between fiscal responsibility and trying to win for the team every once in a while. Cause that's business. Like, they need to win contract deals here and there. They do.
Well,
and the players are going to win some.
The third thing is it's only 2 years, because after that, then CJ and Will Anderson Jr. come up. So you're going to have to, you know what? That's where it's going to get big. The funny thing about it is the $12 million this year, because they're strapped and they still got holes to fill. Listen, it's Cal's money, and they're going to spend it up to the max that they can possibly spend it. And that's fine. And I think Cal's fine with it. He's just going to, okay, that's what you were going to do. That's what we're going to do. But giving an extra $12 million to Danielle Hunter this year, when I don't know that you absolutely had to, is probably going to strap. It's going to strap them even more when they've got roster. They got a cornerback that they got to get, or they want to get another wide receiver, or they want to get another offensive lineman.
Well, they did do that yesterday. They got another offensive lineman, and Cam Robinson.
Yeah, that was when we come back, let's save it, because we need to talk about Derek Stingley. As I mentioned, had a really good answer to a question, I thought, and then. The Texans added a left tackle, and they added competition, and Dell brought up a pretty good point to me in a text that we need to discuss it. But Cam Robinson is a player that gives you legitimate competition at that tackle spot.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. Legitimate competition in the Ford game in the city of Houston. Yeah, there is legitimate competition. Well, I'll tell you who I think is the best. I mean, there's no question in my mind who is the best to me. And that is Chastang Ford. Hey, this is truck month right now, and they're going crazy. What they're doing, they have 2024 F-150s. They're giving back $6,500 in cash back, plus Chastang discounts. And in Super Duty, $3,000 cash back, plus even more savings from Chastang Ford. I mean, it's truck month, and they are going to deal. They want to get them off the lot. They don't want any 2024s off the lot. It's March already. They got to get them off the lot. They don't want to be sitting there in May, June, and July with 2024s on the lot. It don't happen. This is the best time to buy. They're still brand new cars, and yet you're getting them at such a discount right now because the 2025s are on the lot, and they've got to get those 2024s off. So who are you going to deal with? You're going to deal with Chastain Ford. No dealer add-ons, no extra fees, real trucks, real deals, real savings every time. I love them. I think you'll love them too. Don't go anywhere else. Chances are you are going to get ripped off. They are going to add on. They are going to mark up. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Tell them you heard about Truck Month right here.
It's time for Zadig Jewelers to become your jeweler. If you have been using someone else over the years, look, a lot of people have a jeweler they go to over the years. Some people don't. If there's just a one-off purchase you need to make, Zadig Jewelers should be your jeweler. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. There's lots of things you can shop for over in that area. You can stop and grab a great lunch in the building there at Uchiko, a nice sushi lunch, one of the best places in Houston. And it's right in the same building. It's a really nice spot, 28,000 square feet. But for those of you also who have had a jeweler that you've used for watches, for diamond bracelets, for your engagement ring, for earrings, for any occasion, I want you to stop into Zadig if you've never done it. They have over 4 decades right there off of Post Oak, and it's a family-run business, and the customer service is great. But I think what sets them apart is not just the amount of product that they have and the designers and the name brands, but it's also the unrivaled attention to detail and knowledge of the product and the knowledge of how to find something that she's going to absolutely love. If you're buying something for your wife, your girlfriend, someone special in your life, they go the extra mile to make you happy, and they go out of their way to find out exactly what is going to make you the star when you leave that location. Zadig Jewelers is a can't miss location. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard is Zadig Jewelers.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. So you got time. Get to the to ESPN975.com and get in our bracket. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, East River 9, Two Creeks Crossing, giving away tons of prizes, $50 each. You got Gooder glasses. You got Nico's, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Trulux, Agricole Hospitality, Live Nation, concert tickets, and more. So all kinds of great stuff. All you have to do is fill out a bracket. You never know. You could win. You could beat us. You could beat Lance. Well, certainly Lance, because they didn't even have Houston in his Final Four. So that's stupid.
I hope you beat me. By the way, Agricole has, they've got Cultivare, which is one of my favorite spots. They've got 8 Row Flint Heights if you're looking for food and beer. Agricole is a really highly recommended and regarded restaurant group and hospitality group here in Houston. That's one of the gift cards we're giving away. So yeah, don't miss out on this. I saw Courtney up here yesterday. She's working on all the Tastemaker stuff. You know, the Tastemaker Awards are a really big deal here with Culture Map, who is our sister publication, and they have access to a lot of really cool spots around Houston. So I would imagine that's how Courtney got Agricole. But do not miss out on the chance to win free stuff just by filling out a bracket. It's that simple.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Cam Robinson. Last year, here's his grades, according to Pro Football Focus. Overall grade, 64.7, which ranked him 56th in the league. Pass blocking grade, 49th, 70.4. Run blocking grade, just a 59.9, which was just average. The pass blocking grade and the overall grade were above average. He ranked 75th amongst offensive linemen. He played 999 offensive snaps, 13 penalties, and 7 sacks allowed. Against the Texans, he didn't allow anything. Of course, that was the Minnesota, he was with Jacksonville at the time. I think he played. Yeah, he wasn't with Minnesota when the Texans played. With Jacksonville, he didn't allow. And we've got a couple good bookends, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't allow anything. So that's nice. Cam Robinson does. Dude has got a lot of experience at left tackle.
Yes.
Is this what we needed?
Yes, from a standpoint of getting more experience in there and more competition, other than just, well, let's hope that Howard or Blake Fisher, whoever plays on the left side, let's just hope they're good enough. No, you got to have a contingency plan. And Cam Robinson is your contingency plan. You don't know if you're going to be able to get a tackle at 25. You don't know if you'll be able to trade up and get a tackle. You may not want to trade up and try to get a tackle. The tackles in this draft are not that great, to be honest with you. It's a lot. Last year was a year for tackles. This year, not really so much. And some of the top tackles like Armand Membu and Will Campbell from LSU, we're not even, and even Kelvin Banks, we're not even sure they're going to be long-term tackles and not moving to guard. So it's dangerous to go in thinking that you've got, you just have to throw as much at it as possible. But Del, what was it that I'll let you introduce it, what you brought up to me yesterday, which I thought it's a fair point based on the conversations that we've had on this show.
So the Patriots, we know, are looking for O-line help. They were thought to be
They need a tackle bad.
Yeah, they were thought to be a team who would be in on Cam Robinson, and then they decided, no, we're not. According to Mike Girardi, who covers the Patriots, Patriots never did the left tackle dance with Cam Robinson, who signed with the Texans earlier today. Questions about football character and beyond. They have a good inside source. New O-line coach Doug Marrone was part of the group that drafted him in Jacksonville.
We need another left tackle, diva left tackle. Okay.
Well, it's the point he's making is that if we're worried about football character, you're bringing in a guy with football character to an offensive line room that doesn't really have their leader yet. So it's worth a discussion. I mean, if you're worried about Cam, and there is a reason Cam Robinson was still on the board. He didn't get money in the first wave or second wave of free agency. And I remember doing a show with Bucky Brooks, Move the Sticks, last week during free agency. And he was kind of surprised. He said, after Ronnie Stanley got paid, I thought Cam Robinson would get a deal. And he said he's still out there. Well, here we are a week later, and Cam was still out there, and the Texans signed him. But there's a reason he was still available. And the Texans, they want to get their room right. They want to get their building full of the dogs that they want. I don't know if he's the right guy. Now, he is an Alabama guy. We know Nick Caserio and D'Amico are probably going to be fond of those types of guys. You're not tied to them long-term, but you're not tied long-term to any of these players. Ed Ingram is a one-year deal probably. Laken Tomlinson may not be long-term. You've got Cam Robinson, you literally could be looking for 4 new offensive linemen next year based on the construct of the roster.
So
especially
RJ,
if Juice Scruggs plays poorly, you could be looking for 4 new. If you want to look at Titus Howard as a cap cut, you could be looking for a whole new squad.
RJ Saunders, who watches every Jacksonville game, works in Jacksonville, and is a Jacksonville fan, just texted and said he's going to get CJ killed. And that's
not great.
Every fan that loses an offensive lineman, except I don't think we're saying that to Washington, are we, about Laramie Tunsil?
No, well, everyone says you wait till you get the offsides penalties, but Washington's willing to fade all that stuff. They're better at left tackle with Laramie Tunsil.
Well, not only do we get he's not great, but we get the penalties as well, because Cam can penalty it up too now. So
great.
So we got that,
and we also have the 33rd team. Besides RJ, the 33rd team says this, and they charted this: not a single lineman allowed more pressures than Cam Robinson last year. Total 64. Robinson ranks dead last.
64.
Robinson ranks dead last in eligible O linemen at 560 out of 560.
So wait a minute. You've added you got rid of Kenyon Green, who he started 9 games. You've basically added 3 of the offense, 2 of the guards who are the worst in pass protection. Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson.
Oh, Nate Tice
and
took
then the
note
worst tackle?
Nate Tice took note because when they added Tomlinson and Ingram, he mentioned the Texans jettison Kenyon Green.
I know, and then Texans fans were telling him to kill himself.
Yeah.
Go F himself and all that. Sorry if it's inconvenient.
They got rid of the third highest and then brought in number 1 and number 4, and then they added Cam Robinson, who had the highest 1-on-1 pressure rate among all offensive tackles last year.
Why does Pro Football Focus have above average?
I don't know.
Position.
Was it run blocking?
No, the run blocking actually they got him at 70.4 pass blocking and 59.9 run blocking.
Well, 70.4 is not great.
No, but it's above average.
Is it above average?
And 33rd team is saying he gave up the most pressures.
Wait. Why do you think that's above average of 70?
Because it's green. It says it's above average.
Yeah, they color code things.
And yellow, they
I don't know. That many pressures?
Well, maybe they graded them differently than 33rd team did.
Yeah, I don't know. RJ watched them all. He said he's
total pressures allowed. They've got him at 52.
Okay,
so high, but not as high as 33rd team.
Yeah, 140th out of 140th.
Well, PFF does their own, and 33rd team I think uses True Media, which is another data collecting site. Or unless they're getting that off of Next Gen. Because if they're getting it Next Gen, that's actual wearable technology. That's not eyeball test. So regardless, he's not great in pass pro. Regardless. But he has
and neither
league
is Tomlinson
experience.
and neither is Ingram.
Yeah.
What the bleep are we doing?
That's your boy Nick. We'll see. We'll see. I get
bad football character and not good at his job.
Right.
Okay.
At least we had good at your job.
Let's see.
Bad football character, a lot of penalties, and not good at your job. We had bad football character, a lot of penalties, but good at your job.
Yeah. You also would not have been able to, unless you gave him a new contract, you would not have been able to have money to do your free agency deal. So, is what it is.
Well,
you didn't have money.
You could have.
Yeah. You would have had to give him an extension. It's the only way. Probably 2 more years is the only way you do it to be able to push enough money forward. And they aren't doing that. They aren't giving him more money.
Oh my God! If he's terrible this year, CJ's just. We saw terrible last year. We don't need terrible this year.
Yeah, well, there could be a step back this year, and that's always been a reality of dealing. Like you have to. I think they're taking a macro view. They think that, in the long term, they understand it's an issue. It's not a solved problem. It never was going to be a solved problem. As soon as the trade, I heard somebody say, hopefully Nick, was it you on the show yesterday or somebody else? Maybe somebody else said, hopefully Nick has no, it was when I did the show with David and Carla, the boss and the gloss on Monday. They said, well, hopefully D'Amico has a plan already in place. They wouldn't have done this without a plan. I said, well, I mean, there's really no plan you can have in place at 25 with this draft class and free agency over. You don't have a plan. Like your only plan would have been maybe signing Ronnie Stanley to a deal. Then you've got, okay, we can kick the can down the road and we can figure out the offensive line over the next couple years.
Well, that's if the Ravens let him go. Which
but that was the only plan you could have had, and they signed him to a 2-year, $20 million deal. So you don't have a plan. Your plan was, we need money. We want to get our room right. Let's do this now. We may not solve the problem this year, but football doesn't end this year. Unless something cataclysmic happens, this will not be the last year of professional football.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. You guys got any thoughts on it? You're more than welcome to get in here.
CJ will be buried in the H, is what RJ just said. Dell is laughing uproariously that our quarterback's going to be buried in the H along with Lance McCullers.
No, because I didn't know RJ had it in him. That's all.
Yeah. CJ will be buried in the H. That's not the way that's supposed to be used.
Where you're getting you should bury your windows. Okay, bury those windows. Whatever windows you got, and they're not good. If it's warmer near your window, if you're hearing everybody conversations or the cars driving by outside, if they're flimsy, you need new windows. And here's the deal: is Gulf Coast Windows has those windows for you. Beauty, security, privacy. Okay, with the best window in the market. And I can say that. I can say it because the Better Business Bureau has said it. The Pinnacle Award. You don't get the Pinnacle Award if you're selling crap, okay? You have to have a great product. You have to have great customer service. You have to have great installation, whatever it is that you're installing or whatever you're doing. You have to be, your clients have to be totally satisfied with what you've done. And that's what they are at Gulf Coast Windows. The leader in the market, going on 40 years with the best product. So if you're building a home or you're building a business or whatever you're doing, go to Gulf Coast Windows. Don't let your contractor put in those windows because he's going to put something flimsy in so that he can make more money. All right? No. Go with the best. Because guess what? In the long run, with the money you're going to save on air conditioning and everything else, you win. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Now is the time. Underdog Fantasy is like, this is the perfect time for Underdog Fantasy. We got March Madness. It really officially kicks off today. Where are you watching your games? You got to have your phone with you? Of course you are. You always have your phone. How about this? With March Madness, you get a chance to play along with the games you're watching. You've got all these stats for all these different players. Maybe you've been studying college basketball all year long. You've been watching all year long. You're not some Johnny-come-lately with the brackets, and you fill out the brackets. You don't know anything about the teams. Man, you watch. This is your time. Well, you know what? Take that knowledge, go find a game, figure out how the game's going to go, and then figure out where the statistics are going to go for a given player. Are they going to go higher than the rebound total, higher than the points, rebounds, and assists? Is it going to be lower on three-point makes? These are things that you can use your basketball knowledge for and make real money. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play by choosing a variety of statistics, higher or lower, for a variety of players. So you got a lot to choose from. You can go find the soft statistic that you think you can exploit, and you can make real money with it. And when you deposit, you make your first deposit at Underdog Fantasy. Download the app. Your first deposit, it lasts for a promo code. Use the promo code Lance. They're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus credit when you make that deposit, and a free pick. Why would you not do this? You're going to watch anyway. You got your little bracket you're following. How about you get immediate results with a chance to win a ton of money thanks to your basketball knowledge and Underdog Fantasy? Go to underdogfantasy.com for more information. Check it out for yourself. But once again, make sure you use promo code Lance when it comes time to make that deposit so you can get the benefit of the bonuses. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, so I need to pay this off before the end of the hour. Derek Stingley got a great big old contract a few days ago, and we talked about that. And good for Stingley. Like I said, not my money, but I'm glad that he, got taken care of, because he's done a great job of, handling business. He's one of the best, if possibly the best cornerback in the league. It's certainly debatable at this juncture. And there was a lot of questions asked on him. What does it mean to him? How much his team is investing in him? So as a money question, what he plans to do in the future to set the standard even higher. What's this deal means to him and his family to have the team behind him like this, standard ones. And then he was asked, what is his next goals and thoughts on the addition of CJ Gardner? And he said, CJ Gardner is going to bring that craziness. He said, he's going to bring a whole other, like, Kamari Lassiter, like, craziness. CJ is going to bring that too. I think he will gel well with the rest of us, and we are just going to go out there and have fun. So that was a good one. Then he got this question, which I just think is it's just kind of an unusual question for a cornerback. This isn't even for a running back. It was, how important was it for him to set and increase the value of his position? Like, it's something that none of us, it's just a financial consideration that none of us have any. It's not part of the game. It's part of how they make their money in their bank accounts. It's not really part of the football. You know what I mean? If you were asking us of a running back, and it's not like cornerbacks are some scantily paid group, that question I would get for running backs, where there's an active conversation about what has happened to the role of running backs and the value of running backs. I could see that. Talking about setting and resetting the market and all this, that just struck me as a little bit of a strange question. But I thought Derek Stingley's answer was a really good one. Here was Sting's answer to the question about how important was it for him to set and increase the value of his position.
I kind of went into this and went into this situation. It was just basically just thinking, like, just playing football like that. I wouldn't really focus on, like, how all of that was gonna get done. But I mean, it got done, and I mean, it's cool. Like, the market is different now, but that doesn't really have anything to do with me, really. But I'm just here to play football. So
that's a great answer because if you play well, the money's
what,
coming. It doesn't matter. Like you're going to get paid unbelievable amounts of money.
Yeah,
Your
but are you
agent
going to
does
be? Listen. What it means is that the team appreciates him more than anybody else and has made him the highest paid. So
but
he has
setting and increasing the value of the position. He just told you that doesn't matter to him. He's here to play ball.
Well, yeah, he's there to play. Obviously, he's a different cat, though. I mean, you want to talk about shy and reserved and not. He's the opposite of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's the opposite.
Right. But the answer, John, speaks to the
If
fact
it was,
that
listen, no, if it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson that was the highest paid safety in the league, he'd go, that's exactly right. I should be the highest paid.
Well,
you're damn right.
I don't know if he does all that about money or not. I don't know, to be honest with you. I think that Laramie Tunsil, it would be very important for Laramie Tunsil. With Derek Stingley, he's just basically telling you, like, if you read through the whole transcript or listen to his entire thing, it's not. I think he understood. I'm getting ready to get paid a lot of money. My agent will do his job. I'm fine. I don't think his focus. He's telling you is he wants to play football. The money's going to come. The money's going to be enormous. You'll be set for life.
Listen, we got a few guys we got Nico, who was like that.
Yep.
He didn't set the standard, but he was like, whatever. This is great. I mean, I ain't turning down. That's great money. Thank you. You know, and Derek Stingley's like, yeah, I mean, I don't have nothing to do with that. That's my agent, and they do that stuff, and that's great. It's all great. I mean, I love, guys like that, as opposed to, no, Laramie Tunsil was like, I ain't answering their calls. Guess what? I got the leverage. You know, I mean, there's different ways to go about it, and I'm glad we got the Stingleys and the Nikos.
No, I am too, because like I said, we as fans make such a big deal about the bag and all this. These guys are going to get their money. It's beyond your comments. It's beyond my comments. It doesn't matter. That's their paycheck. We play for a paycheck. Their paycheck is substantially different. But they play for one too. I mean, and they should want to get paid market value. I'm totally with that. I think sometimes fans and media, I wish it wasn't as big a deal. I wish it, because it just involves them. It doesn't really involve us. It's not our money. We'll never touch it. It does involve salary cap. It does involve, like, there are conversations we have about, it's generally when a guy doesn't play up to his contract and it's killing you with your salary cap. And that's why you have to have smart cap people, smart GMs who understand the value of players, and finding the right guy who's not going to change once he gets his money. That's a big part of it too.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to be like, I had somebody at the combine tell me, we were talking about Jalen Carter not being an issue so far for the first 2 years, and how the Eagles got, one of the best players in that whole draft class at a discount. But the guy said, but to be fair, let's see what happens when he gets to a second contract. And that's always a question. I did like this though. He's also asked, hey, what is your biggest takeaway from this contract extension? He just said, it's time to start playing football. I'm ready to get back into it. So that's really it. I don't really think about the contract for real. I mean, hey, if everything he is saying is real, he is a really different guy, because I'd be thinking about that contract. What does it mean for you? It means my vacations just got a whole lot cooler.
Oh my God. If I got $54.1 million guaranteed out of $55.1 million guaranteed, I'd be sitting there going, I'm done.
Yeah, they could not draft you.
I know I got 3 years to go on this deal, but I'm about done.
You are the Laramie Tunsil. You're not even Laramie Tunsil. You're like Albert Hainsworth of radio.
I did it. I got my deal. I got
my
my
bag. Hainsworth got paid, and he's like,
I'd be
finally,
the worst.
The finish line.
I'd be the worst. The worst. There's no question. I'm done working hard. I got that bag. I'm done. Okay. That'd be me.
That's why your nickname's The Problem. That's why people send you that hat.
Hey, you got some challenges as a Texas homeowner. Okay. One of them is property taxes. If you got a high mortgage payment, check. You got property taxes been going up, check. Hey, what are you going to do about that? Nothing? You're going to let the government decide? Because how about this stat? 86% of Ownwell customers, they get money off. And on an average of $1,100, an average savings of $1,100 per customer. So, in other words, the government is wrong. The government is trying to screw you 86% of the time. Maybe you're one of the 14 percenters. I don't know. But you're probably one of the 86 percenters because that's what the odds say. So here's the deal. When you get, and you've gotten it already or you're getting it now, you're getting your statement from the government about how much you owe them on property taxes. What you do is you go to ownwell.com. It takes about 3 minutes to set up. They got hundreds of thousands of happy customers, 5-star reviews, local experts. They know they've got cutting technology, that best-in-class customer service. They know how to get that reduced, that property tax reduced. And you don't pay unless they win. So here's the deal. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com. Takes 3 minutes, and you can't afford to not fight them. Fight them. Win with Ownwell. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't forget your bracket. Fill it out. You only got a couple hours left. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, East River 9, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. We got giveaways, okay? How about a staycation at Two Creeks Crossing Resort? How about a gift card to Nico Nico's, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Trulux, Agricole Hospitality, Gooder Sunglasses, Live Nation concert tickets. We got giveaways, people. Let's go. You got to go sign up. ESPN975.com, ESPN975.com. So, Cam Smith homered again yesterday against the Mets, and he did it against A.J. Minter, who's going into his 9th Major League season. So you can stop your hate campaign, Del, okay, on
It's not
Cam
my
Smith.
hate campaign. Chandler Rome's the one who put up the numbers about the average value of the pitchers he's faced.
I know, but you loved it when you saw that.
I didn't love it. I just simply said, here's your context, no matter what you feel about him.
Maybe A.J. Minter's a major leaguer.
Do we have a major league left fielder?
Yes.
Do we? Well, another drop fly ball.
He didn't have another mishap yesterday.
An easy play. He dropped
He had another mishap yesterday?
Yes.
That's 3 now?
And a throwing error. But yes, 3 misplays on balls.
Well, I mean, this is not – there's no reason to gloat. This was obviously –
No, but this is
known, what – They set him up for failure. I'm just really – this organization, I really have serious doubts if they know what they're doing. The idea that you're going to – and I get Dana Brown wasn't here previously, but Joe Espada has been around baseball long enough to know what happened with Craig Biggio. You're doing it all over again. A Hall of Fame second baseman who has no business in the outfield, and you just think you can throw him out there because his runs created versus runs saved at second base. The metrics tell me. What do the metrics tell you about not being able to catch fly balls? I mean, sometimes you
I think there's a bigger worry.
What?
I think it's Renell Blanco, if you want to know the truth.
Well,
I mean, this dude is 31. He came up at 28. He's had one. Listen, if it wasn't for Renell Blanco, you don't win a division last year. Renell Blanco was awesome. But I don't know that there's any reason to believe that Renell Blanco is your number 3 starter.
He had an outlier season potentially.
He had an outlier season.
Yeah.
He had an outlier season. And he's got an 8.44 right now in spring. Now, again, you're working on stuff. I don't spring training, whatever. But
it's cool to get people out too.
Here's the deal. When Lance McCullers comes back, it might not be to the bullpen. It might not be for Wisniewski. We'll see if Renell Blanco can pitch. We'll see. We'll see if he can continue. If he has another season like last season, I think the Astros, if your third or fourth starters getting 13 wins, you mean what a bonus? How huge is that? But I'm not so sure that a 31-year-old Renell Blanco, after being seen by the league last year, is going to be that same guy this year. That to me is scary. We keep talking, left field, right field, and first base, third base, all these things. The starting pitching has got to be is a little bit scary to me. You got I love Hunt. I think Hunter Brown is going to be I think he's going to be an ace. That Fromber's going to leave, and Hunter Brown's going to be your ace next year. He's going to start game 1 and not this coming season.
What are we letting everybody who can play leave? What is this idea? We're going to let everyone walk that can play, but we're going to stick Jose Altuve in left field. And you have confidence in this organization right now, John? Everyone walks. If you can play, you got to go. If you can play left field at 5'6", get over there. And we're going to make every move based on the idea that Jose Altuve is a left fielder. This was the easiest prediction in history that it would be a disaster, Jose in the outfield. Yeah. I shouldn't say that, a disaster. I thought maybe he could track the ball a little better than apparently he is, but he's not tall enough and long enough to get to certain balls. He doesn't have the catch radius.
He's tracking it. He's just dropping it.
It's like putting one of Dell's tiny little receivers like Xavier Restrepo or Braxton Berrios, one of those little T-Rex arm wide receivers, putting them outside and trying to make plays down the field against coverage. Like they don't have the catch radius for that. He doesn't have the catch radius to play in the outfield. Well, how often do you see 5'8" outfield?
He also he misplayed one too. The one where he jumped
sometimes
and shouldn't have jumped, and he misplayed one going back on the ball, but he also has 2 drops. So 3 misplays so far.
Serious question. He couldn't make throws from second at times because, that was when he got the yips, really, frankly. But I really look, I'm a baseball guy. Everyone knows that. And I'm a numbers guy. Some people call me Mr. Baseball. But this was really the most simple thing. Don't put a tiny second baseman in the outfield. Well, you've got Mauricio Dubon should be out there full time. Try anyone else, but not your Hall of Famer. I'm glad he's a team guy, but don't do this to him. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing Jose Altuve. This guy took all the bullets for the cheating, all of them. He's F Altuve. This guy doesn't deserve to get in the Hall of Fame. He takes all those bullets for you, and you want to throw him at the left field and embarrass him. Nice job.
Here's the question. Are you worse with him at second base than you? And
no, there's no way. You've gone you go to the ALCS every year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get it. You're putting a guy out there that has 0 experience left field that is going to make a ridiculously bad plays.
And this is where the analytics
if he's average at second base, that's fine.
It's
and
where
put
the
Dubon
analytics
out
crews,
in left field, who's a good left fielder.
the heavy analytics people start to cite defensive statistics for you. But what they're not doing, as long as you keep that same energy for citing his defensive statistics in left field, we need to get through a season. Guys, come on. Don't be glib. Don't try to be right. At least just be accurate. I know that you have defensive statistics that you think aren't great at second base. I promise you it will be worse in the outfield. And it didn't take watching him one single play to know that. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb, guys. My God, you're literally, and this kind of pisses me off because Altuve is a saint. Literally, when he dies, there's a chance he'll be sainted. And he is a literal saint, and he's taken every bullet imaginable for cheating like he was the scandal, which we all know is stupid. And it pisses me off to this day. And now at the end of his career, you're going to embarrass him in the outfield. I mean, what a joke. Let people jeer him and taunt him when he's in the outfield in Yankee Stadium. Good job, fellas. I have all the confidence in the world that you're doing everything you can to run this team right. And let's let Fromber walk too. Why would we keep one of the best left-handers in baseball over the last 5 years? Why would you keep him? Let him walk too. Everything's fine. You'll find another Ronel Blanco. Or maybe you can trade some prospects for Kikuchi for about 4 games.
This is there's a lot of holes. But, well, Cam Smith with another home run, maybe just maybe that they're going to say, because the plan was, I think, to hold him back and get that extra year, that super 2-year, and nope. I think they almost have to start him in right field. They almost have to. And look you're going to have a guy who doesn't play right field in right. You're going to have a guy who doesn't play left field in left, and you're going to have a pop gun arm in center. Holy crap. That's our outfield.
It's just you haven't put the team well together. Like, this falls on Dana Brown's – it falls at his feet. This is not really an acceptable roster. You know the owner's not going to hang on to some of these guys. And I love the trade you made for Cam Smith. Don't get me wrong. But you also have to have a functional roster. And it doesn't really look like a functional roster right now in some regards. I'm not saying there's not some hitting there. I'm not saying there's not some really good players on the roster. But defensively, this is like, where do you come up with a pop gun center field arm? You've got to replace your right fielder. And then you're going to stick a second baseman in left field like this. Well, where did this make sense? I don't understand it. Dana Brown is more of a baseball guy than I am. And how do you not see this? Or is this on Joe Espada? I don't know. But I mean, it's like, can they admit a mistake and get out of it now? Is it too late? Are they just hell bent on trying to take this square peg and jam it into the round hole? Is that what we're doing? Where you just, well, we're not going to admit our mistake. Everything's fine. The data tells us that Jose Altuve is a much better left fielder than second base. Okay. I mean, okay. You just keep playing those overs, John. I'm going to play under.
You're playing under?
Yeah. Well, you have faith in Ronel Blanco? Didn't sound like you do.
I'm going to play lower, not higher. That's what I'm going to play.
Lower.
That's what I'm going to play.
Team wins. No. Yeah. Because I don't have a lot of confidence right now. Hey, Lunope took you on a hell of a run. That's awesome.
I still think they're going to win. Despite all of this stuff, I still think they're going to win.
Despite Ronel Blanco being the outlier that you're worried about?
Yeah, I'm worried about the I mean, Wisniewski, he's not a starter. He's coming from the bullpen. You know, Eric Getty's going into his second year. I believe in the top of the rotation with Fromber and Hunter. But the rest of the other 3 guys. Now, I believe Eric Getty is good. I do believe Eric Getty is good. He's baby Hunter. I do. I think he's going to be just fine. I'm worried about those other 2, but that's 40% of your rotation that is possibly. Listen, I hope Ronel Blanco is the same guy. I hope he's that same guy, but I don't know. Not at 31, at 30 years old, he had his outlier season, and this spring, not good. We'll see. Time to talk about my peeps over at HRP. HRP is awesome. I'm looking forward to listen, every paycheck is perfect. Every single one. The technology second to none. HRP is more, though, than just getting your people their payroll. It's making your business better. It really, really, really is. They look at how you're doing things. How are you doing? And a lot of your listen, and rightfully so, because you've got employees and you want to take care of your employees, right? You want to make sure that your payroll is perfect every time. If something happens and you're writing your checks all the time, oh my! And how much time are you wasting instead of selling your widgets? How much time are you wasting doing payroll? I mean, or if you're adding to your payroll department and your HR department, or if you're handling HR problems wrong. But it's not only that. It's your 401ks for your people, your insurance plans for your people. I mean, listen, admin companies, they have their own. So they're going to force those upon you. HR&P gives you options. So make your business better. Make your business better with HR&P. They are going to help you. They're partners with you. They're partners with us. They'll be partners with you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Our man Gilbert is here. Let's get Gilbert in here, see what's going on with Gilbert. What's up, Gilbert?
Good morning, Jim. Why did you want to come see me on my birthday? What happened?
I wasn't there on your birthday.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, we already talked about that, Gilbert. You already called in after. You already yelled at us for that.
We come see him on my birthday anyway. You didn't come anyway.
You already yelled at us about that. You already told us we didn't come for your birthday. I wasn't in
Well, he
town.
doesn't come see me.
I don't think Lance was in town
Well, he
either. I
come
think-
see me anyway.
Yeah, none of us were. Well, conveniently, John is gone after a 2 weeks run here in Houston.
I'm in LA now. But Lance is there.
Yeah, I've got TV 2 days a week and podcast and radio 2 days a week. So we'll have to see.
Yeah,
We'll
but
have to see. I need to. There's no excuse. I need to.
Yeah.
There's no excuse,
No-
Gilbert. I need to.
Yeah, no excuse, Gilbert. There's no excuse for
There's
Lance.
no excuse. I need to go over there.
Yep. That's right. You're right, Gilbert. You're right again.
You're right on that one.
You think he'll come after my birthday,
What's
on
that?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
He'll come and see me on my birthday.
Wait,
on
I thought your
Wednesday.
birthday was in February.
Your birthday's February 24th.
It is. Yeah, well, where are you for the 24th?
What did he say?
What?
What did he say? Dell?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
you're
where
right.
you
It is. Where were you?
Well, I was at the combine.
Where were you?
I was at the combine.
I was in LA.
I was in Indianapolis.
Are you going to see me this week or what?
Yeah, he's got TV.
I mean, I can't tomorrow. DJ Biennemy's coming over to watch tape, and I got TV today, so I can't this week. This week has only 2 days left. Next week.
How about next week?
Yeah, next week I'll come by.
Yeah, how about that?
I'll bring
Yeah,
you
I got
some.
new.
I'll bring you some.
What do you want? Steak and corn?
Well, we'll just see what you get.
Yeah, corn and coffee. Yeah, steak
I'll
and
see
corn
you.
and
Well,
coffee.
we'll see.
So Gilbert, you got a new roommate?
Yeah,
How's that going?
it's okay anyway,
Is your roommate good? I mean, you guys get along?
Yeah, we can get along anyway,
All right.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to
He's
make
not
sure.
gonna. He's right there in the room, John. He's not gonna lay the guy out.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
and you don't necessarily have to like. You haven't liked all your partners in radio, okay? I mean, some are better than others, and Gilbert. I'm just making sure that Gilbert's got a good roommate there. That's all. It could. You never know, right, Gilbert? But that's good. You like your roommate?
He's okay, he's quiet and all that.
Oh, good. You like that. You like people who are quiet. You still watch your shows? You still watch your TV shows?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. But the food stinks. The food is terrible.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No, I got you. So Lance will bring you steak and corn.
Yeah,
Well, we'll see. We may change the menu up a little bit this week.
Why we changed the menu up?
It may be what I have in the.
You know,
Maybe what I have.
Bring one of your meals to him. Is that what you're
Yeah,
gonna
No,
do?
he didn't get a
bring your-
factor meal. No, he might
No,
get spaghetti.
not a fact.
He's
He
not
doesn't
getting.
want a factor
No,
meal.
he's not getting that. He's
Lance
getting,
wouldn't even give it to him.
no, I'm not. It's costume. No, that's mine.
What do you mean?
He can get some spaghetti.
I mean,
Well, the
yeah.
what happened to Will and all people that work for the Astros,
Oh, baseball
You
season.
come see me anyway.
Wait, what?
Will
Will?
Kunkel? Who you talking
Yeah.
about?
He's not talking about. Will
He's just a
Kunkel.
yeah.
Wait, what happened to who in the Astros season? What are you talking about?
Will, talk about Will, the guy you come and see me anyway.
Oh, brought him food.
Oh,
Did a Will
yeah, the
bring
guy
him
who
food?
brought him.
I don't know. Will.
Yeah,
Will
Will
Tiger.
A couple guys brought him food.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few guys brought him food.
Well, I don't know. Will needs to get back up there and do his part.
Well, they brought you food because you're guaranteeing wins or predicting losses.
Yeah, that's true.
So once the playoffs come back, then you might see those guys again. When you're blackmailing the city, holding the city hostage.
Yeah.
What about the guy who worked for the Astros?
Who worked?
I don't know anyone who worked for the Astros. Did somebody who worked for the Astros come see you?
Yeah, his name was, he worked for the Astros anyway.
Well,
What's
you know
his
what?
name
Maybe
again?
it was just somebody. Is there
There's
somebody
a Will
line?
on the phone. Well, they're about to be ready to go. We'll get to Will. And
Maybe
see if this
because
is the
maybe
one.
somebody just listens to the show and maybe they work for the Astros. They listen to the show and they just went on their own.
Let's see if it's this Will.
Hold on, Gilbert. Let's see if it's the same Will.
Will, did you see Gilbert?
Hey, Will Woodward, how are y'all doing?
Good. Who is this?
Will, I've gotten Gilbert steaks in the past.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I've called in a few times before.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gilbert, how about a nice couple of delicious Crave cupcakes for your birthday?
What about that, Gilbert? Crave cupcakes. I'm not sure he's allowed to have that.
Yeah, I'll take it anyway.
And if he,
All right. He'll take it. What flavor do you like, Gilbert?
Yeah, they got all kinds of
What about the
flavors.
guy
They got
for the
chocolate,
Astros?
strawberry.
What about the guy who worked for the Astros?
I don't know that
I
happened.
don't know who worked for the Astros. I really don't. Like, we don't know who this person is. Will, do you work for the Astros?
I don't. I'm just the caller who loves Gilbert, and I've brought Gil a couple steaks in the past. Sometimes we win during the Texans
That's right.
victory. Sometimes we don't.
Yeah. We had a Kansas City.
But,
You may have done the
Will was the first one. Tiger took over for him.
Okay. So let me ask you, Gilbert. He just asked, how about some Crave cupcakes? Those are really good cupcakes. Would you like a cupcake for your birthday?
Flavor? What flavor?
I'll take cupcake.
Okay. Even if it's from somebody who doesn't work for the Astros?
Yeah. Hey, what about what flavor? You like chocolate, vanilla? What do you like, Gilbert? Red velvet? What do you like?
Vanilla.
Let's just keep it simple.
Okay. All right. There you
All
go.
right.
Will.
You like coconut?
He's going to get them today.
All right, be ready, Gilbert. The cupcakes are coming today.
Happy birthday, Gilbert. We all love you.
He just said, yeah, he's bringing it up today.
Today.
It's not lunch per se, but it's delicious.
And you should share what
Tell
your
me the name of Gilbert.
Don't share it.
Tell me the name of Gilbert's home again. The Spring something.
Gilbert, where do you live? What's the name of it?
Name of one.
Where you stay?
Where you live?
Sharpview or something?
Sharpview
Nursery Home. Or Rehab. It's called Rehab, too.
Rehab
Rehab's in the name also, yeah.
Sharpview.
Yeah, that's the one.
Hey, Gilbert.
Okay.
Gilbert.
Thanks, Will.
You need to share your cupcake, a cupcake with your roommate.
What are you doing?
He needs to.
He's not going to.
He's not going.
And your nurse, too.
Well, you better just bring extras then.
What about the guy? What about the guy who worked for the Astros?
We don't know that
we don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, Gilbert. We don't.
Gilbert, I don't work for the Astros. I'm just a fan who thinks that spoiling you rotten sometimes to win this game. And I'm feeling a victory over the Mets this upcoming opening day series.
Yeah. So, okay, Gilbert. We need you to you need to put all your efforts toward the Astros winning opening day against the Mets. Okay.
Don't do this.
Yeah, I don't know who this Astro person is. We don't have any. We can't help you on that one because we don't have any knowledge. Maybe somebody came on their own that we don't know about. I mean, but cupcakes are coming.
Okay.
Cupcakes
and
are coming.
I'll be by next week with maybe some spaghetti or something.
Yeah. Okay, well, guys, I'm going to dip out.
All right. Thanks, Will.
Hang on. What'd you say?
Thanks.
Gilbert, what'd you say?
That?
Did you say you're going to get sick?
There's a guy who worked for the Astros anyway. Forgot about it.
Yeah, we can't.
Anyway.
Yeah, we can't help you on that one.
Can I ask you two a question? Not Gilbert, but you two. Did the let's just say the ponderous part of these calls happen when he got to Sharpsview? Because there's been a tone change. No, we frivolity. We had fun. It wasn't ordering.
You haven't been there. It's totally
I'm
understandable.
not saying it's not understandable, but
he's always been ordering us around.
Yeah, but it's taken a turn where there's nothing. He doesn't sing anymore. He doesn't give us facts.
He doesn't work for his food anymore.
It's just, hey, give it. And then the repeat of the Astros guy who we don't think exists.
He doesn't work for his food.
Yeah, I was just going to run past that.
I know. Gilbert is can collect Social Security. Let that man, let him cook.
Don't you have to put in Social Security to get out of Social Security?
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, what's he collecting?
Yeah,
Doge probably cut him off.
Well, that too.
Not sure about that. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Right now, we got a little Zadig Jewelers.
Let's talk about the chance for you to take care of Mother's Day like you've never taken care of Mother's Day before. Your wife gave birth to the kids. That's tough. You couldn't do it. You're not tough enough to do it. She did it. And why don't you get a gift for Mother's Day? We do Valentine's Day, we do Mother's Day, we do birthdays, anniversaries. But Zadok, I want to talk specifically about Mother's Day because that's something where if you have kids, look, they're going to draw the pictures or do whatever it is they do, or maybe they're just a year old, 2 years old. So you're going to be responsible for showing her how much you care for her and for the sacrifices that she's made for the family. And that's what you're going to do. You're going to go to Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. If you want, you're going to go get some earrings, some really stylish earrings, something that she's going to love, something that the people who work there can help you find, whether it's a certain type of metal or a certain type of design or a certain type of designer. You can have all of that knowledge right there at your fingertips with Zadok Jewelers. They'll help stay within your budget, whatever your budget is. If you're looking to go big, they can do a tennis bracelet. They can do a really nice watch, a luxury watch for her while you're in there. You can get yourself a luxury watch, by the way. But I just know that Zadok Jewelers always hits the home run because they know exactly what pops every single time for that special person in your life. Let them do the heavy lifting for you, and you get all the adulation. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com. That's Zadok.com.
All right, let's talk about game day men's health. First, it's different because you don't have to pay to find out whether or not you need testosterone replacement. Second, they've got OmniWave, which if you've got aches and pains, I mean, they literally they were out at the golf tournament. Guys have ankle problems or foot problems or whatever, and they put the OmniWave on them, and they felt better immediately. Okay, it's just different. Do you want to bounce back from your workouts? Okay, they have a program for you. They have peptides that can help you with focus. They can have peptides that can help you bounce back. They have peptides that can help you sexually. They have peptides that can help you lose weight. I mean, they've got it's game day men's health. Be better, look better, feel better. I've done testosterone replacement for years, and I feel better than I have ever did. Okay, so you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone, or whatever it is that you're looking for to be better, to get back to where you used to be. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Cougs play today. We just haven't talked about it enough. We just have not talked about it enough. I saw an article today about Milos Muzan. Listen, Auburn's the number one team in the country. I would rather have Milos than Pettiford. I would rather have our point guard than their point guard. And Milos really didn't come on until the last couple of month and a half or so. But they needed him to take over the game last week, and he did. He did. He said, "All right, I got this. Don't worry about it." And he took care of that business. This is, to win it against Arizona. I mean, he was the best player on the floor. This team is deep. Now, Dell, I put in some J1 sound. This team is close. J1, how long have Jawan Roberts and Emmanuel Sharp been together? For a while. LJ's just come on the scene the last couple of years, last year and this year, LJ Cryer. But LJ, Jawan Roberts, and Emmanuel Sharp were on the podium. I believe this was yesterday. They do all the players and the coaches pre-tournament. And I mean, these guys, they love to. When you're on a team and you're on a team as good as this, this is the kind of stuff that happens. Jawan had a little problem with a word, and here is that exchange.
I feel like it's one more accolade that he needs, to solidify everything, and we're going to try our hardest, and to give him that one last push.
Yeah, I know you use another advanced word though.
He said, I would have got it. He just, no.
What was the word? What did he say?
The accolades. They're talking about Kelvin Sampson and, getting him to the Hall of Fame and getting him, notoriety.
Right.
As far as being one of the great coaches in the game. Is Kelvin Sampson a Hall of Famer already?
I mean, I have to go check and see who the Hall of Famers were. I mean, just being a 1 seed doesn't get you in the Hall of Fame.
No.
You have to have a postseason success for a college coach. You have to have, a win total has to be really high, things like that. I don't know. I don't know that he is. I don't know that he is. I mean, like I said, just being a 1 seed doesn't do it.
No. All-time wins. Let's see how many wins he has and whether or not that's. I
mean, he spent time in pro basketball where he wasn't even coaching.
Well, but that should count too. I mean, right?
Well, being an assistant.
Overall,
he wasn't a starter. I mean, he wasn't a head coach.
793 and 354. He's got an almost 700 win percentage. He's 26-19 in Division I in the tournament, and 2-4 in the NIT.
If you win 800 games, you make the Hall of Fame, right?
Pretty much. Eddie Sutton was an 800-game winner. Bill Self is there. He'll win. Rick Barnes a Hall of Famer to you? He's got 800 wins.
Hey, listen, do you think Texas regrets getting rid of Rick Barnes now?
No.
If you ask a Texas fan, no.
Why?
No,
Rick Barnes is there every year. He's got a team that's great every year.
Sometimes you get Like you have to go a certain distance.
He's their
and-
Marty
Sometimes
Schottenheimer.
you got to have some.
Yeah.
He's Marty Schottenheimer.
He was their Marty Schottenheimer.
Or, I mean,
No, he's good, and they disappoint when it matters most.
So Lefty,
that's what they feel about him.
So other Hall of Famers include Lefty Driesell, Edgar Diddle, who I don't even know who that is.
Listen, if Nebraska felt that way, they wouldn't. Tom Osborne wouldn't have won 3. He had 19 years where he didn't win it. I mean, Tom Osborne was that guy. And then he was Marty Schottenheimer until he won 3 out of 4.
Yeah, but Rick Barnes got plenty of time.
I never once ever heard.
He got a lot of time.
I've got a lot of Longhorn friends, and I've never once ever heard any of them say, God, I wish we had Rick Barnes back. Not that Rick Barnes didn't do a good job. I just don't even think they think about it. Honestly.
This is Rick Barnes, his last, I don't know, you want to say decade or so, a little less, starting 07-08. That's the Elite 8 run. Next year, round of 62. Next year, round of 64. Next year, round of 32. Next year, round of 64. CBI after that year, round of 32, round of 64. For the last 7 years of his tenure, he never made it out of the first weekend. That's not good enough for Texas. They're not going to accept that. So he had to go.
Well, but he wasn't at Texas either. I mean,
he was at Texas. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's his
those
Texas
were all
run.
Texas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, those were all Texas.
Yes. Those were the last years at Texas. He never made it out of the first weekend.
And what has he done since?
He's made a Sweet 16, an Elite 8 at Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's not.
I mean, he's a pretty good coach.
He's fine.
Yeah, but they saw at the end he wasn't doing what.
But
what
at some point
you're
just going to make a change. If you keep hitting the same glass ceiling, you make a change. That's how it always is. I mean, that's just, that's the nature of it. We know that, look, Texas had a really good coach in Chris Beard, and we know what happened. And now Chris Beard is gone. And Texas knew. I'm sure they hated having to get rid of Rick Beard, but they had to get rid of Rick Beard for all that.
Chris Beard.
I mean, it's not Rick Beard. Chris Beard. I'm looking at Rick Pitino stuff right now. Chris Beard. And Chris Beard was he still is a really good coach.
He is a good coach.
And they knew they pulled him from Tech. He was a great coach at Tech. He went to a national championship game. Was close to winning a national championship. He goes to Texas. I think he would have had Texas. I think we're talking about Texas being a number 1 caliber seed year in and year out had he stayed there. But we know what happened. He got into it with his ex-wife. Things went sideways. He's gone. Rodney Terry had a nice run in the postseason, took over. Longhorns felt like they needed to stick with Rodney. He got 2 years, just not good enough. And now Rodney Terry, according to people close to the program at University of Texas, say he is out. He is gone. And it didn't help his cause that they had a big lead in the second half and blew it. They were up by at least 11, maybe more in the second half. And that was with like 9.5 minutes to go. They were up, I think, 11. And they blew it. They got beat by 6. They were awful down the stretch. Awful. And Rodney Terry, a guy who was 6-12 in conference play, gets to the play-in. Looks like he's going to cruise through the play-in and then gets beat at the end. I mean, he had no chance of making it past year 2. There was no chance. And Sean Miller, who beat him, could be one of the guys they look at. Billy Donovan. I know Longhorn fans, I guess, want Billy Donovan in. He's with the Chicago Bulls, but he may be sick of that. Texas has a phenomenal facility. All the money in the world, the ability to portal in guys left and right, a good basketball base to recruit out of at Texas. It's going to be one of the best basketball jobs out there. It's not a basketball school. It's football school first, but you have everything that you need to succeed at Texas.
Yeah.
How many wins does Kelvin Sampson have right now?
793.
Okay, because I couldn't find him on the list.
He's not on the
I don't.
list?
For some reason, he's not on this list. That I'm looking at. He's got to be in here somewhere. There he is. Okay, they have him at 763, so that must have been before the season.
Yeah, he's got 30 wins this year.
Yeah, that's before the season. So at 793 on the all-time win list, he's now 1 away from being number 31. He's got a shot. He's got a shot for sure.
Okay, who's in front of him? Are they all in?
Mike Lightfoot, no. Rocky
Mike
Lamar.
Lightfoot. How you gonna Mike? How you gonna? Come on.
Rocky Lamar. No, Rick Byrd but these are small schools. Eddie Sutton, yes. Bill Self will be. Rick Barnes. I don't feel like Rick Barnes is. His winning percentage is lower, but he's got 806 wins. Willie Holly, but he was at Mid-America. He was at, that's a college I've never even heard of. John Calipari, yes. Raleigh Massimino, no. Raleigh Massimino is not in the Hall of Fame. And a winning percentage is 638. 816 wins. Others that you might know who are not in from
Raleigh
now, a
should
lot
be
of
in
them are
the Hall of
smaller schools that are not in. Once you get to the bigger schools, I mean, once you get up here, Adolph Rupp, Dean Smith, Bob Knight. Now that's 876 wins. I don't know that Kelvin makes it that long, but if he does keep coaching, he's got a great chance of catching, of ending up in the top 15. He's got a chance of catching Dean Smith, John. If he coaches for 3 more years and wins 30 games a year,
yeah.
he catches Dean Smith.
Yeah, he could be top 15 all time.
Yeah, he could. Will he coach for 3 more years? I don't know, but he should. He needs to coach until they have to roll him off on a gurney.
Well, he does want his son to take over. So,
Mike Krzyzewski. Anyone catch 1,202 wins by Mike Krzyzewski?
Nobody.
It'll be tough.
Nobody. I mean, look at all the guys that they're retired. I didn't know Huggy had that many wins.
Yeah,
934.
Dude,
already
Huggy's
in the
been
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's
Boeheim
been a
is in.
baller.
Boeheim's over 1,000. There's only 6 coaches over 1,000 wins, and Larry Statham and Dave Holmquist and Danny Miles are not in the Hall of Fame.
Can't get in.
Can't get in. I mean, what do you got to do?
If you got to be at a bigger school, none of these small school guys are in.
No, McKendree, Fresno, Pacific, Oregon Tech.
This guy, Don
Philadelphia
Meyer.
Textile.
Don Meyer, he was at Hamline, then Lipscomb College, and rolled up wins at Lipscomb, then Northern State. This guy has a 740 win percentage, 923 wins in 38 years. And he's like, I can't get a Hall of Fame. No, you cannot,
No one's
sir.
going to catch Krzyzewski, and no one's going to catch you guys from missed breaks. So.
Oh, that's
yeah.
true. Yep.
We got John Chill at the top of the hour. He's ready. He said he's got some great parlays. So keep on listening.
And also 5-Star joins us after that. So we're going back-to-back winners for you.
So, and then the play-by-play voice of the Cougs joins us at 9:30.
This is we got to keep the schedule tight, boys.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, too late. Time to talk about Doc Linville. I was with him last week. Love Doc Linville. He's a crazy man. I'm going to tell you what, you'll love Doc Linville. He's a lot like us, only he's a surgeon. Yeah, that's the only difference. He's really smart, and he's a surgeon, and he also is – and now listen, it's not really surgery when you get the neografting. It's really a different process. It's surgery when you go to the other guys, and they cut and they paste it on the top of your head, and it's so painful. It's awful. Doc Linville's process with the neografting is awesome, awesome, awesome. Love what Doc Linville does. You're going to love what Doc Linville does, too. He gives you hair, puts it from the side to the top, or – he stimulates the growth of your own hair with the PRP. Let him decide. But listen, don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until you're bald. Oh, now I want Doc Linville to. No. When you see it starting to recede, when you see that bald spot start to grow, that's when you call Doc Linville. Don't let it happen to you. I mean, he can give you Propecia to help. He's going to give you PRP. He'll give you the neografting if that's what is necessary. But Doc is going to get you so that you've got hair. 975hair.com. Go with Doc is awesome. I'm going to tell you, you'll love the process. 975hair.com. Time to talk Pro Dunk. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com is where you get your goal. ProDunk.com. I love their goals. I love what Keith Tate has done. Keith Tate has been doing this for, 30 years now. He was around before we started over at the other station. I mean, he has been a leader in the industry. He's got what I believe is the best goal. Your wife is going to believe that. You're going to love it because the kids are outside playing, especially if you got younger kids. But the older kids love it too because the older kids can't dunk. I mean, there's some of them that can, that grow up and they can dunk on a 10-foot goal, but most of them can't. So they want to lower the goal too. They want to have fun. They want to dunk. When you go to the website, you see all the kids dunking. That's what they want to do, Dad. But for the younger kids, they can't even get the ball up to a 10-foot goal. So don't go to the box store and buy one of those with the sand in the base. That's terrible. They won't play on that. They're going to play on the Pro Dunk goal, and that's what you want. The goal is to get the kids outside playing, having fun, and not sitting around eating donuts, playing video games. The goal is get outside and have fun. And not only that, but maybe they'll be good. You never know. ProDunk.com, they do it. They raise and lower the goal with a push of a button. It's the best. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. Is John Chill here? Okay, let me know when he's in. All right, welcome back. The NCAA tournament starts today. John Chill's going to be joining us shortly to give us, he's got some parlays that he loves. He's going to do that. Rockets win last night, and, they scored 116. They gave up 108. That's 116 against Orlando is a pretty good night. I mean, they play a brand of basketball that is not pretty, and the Rockets were able to survive that. 116-108. They've won 8 in a row. They are in second place all by themselves now with a game lead over the Lakers for the number 2 spot overall. The Lakers are good, but the Rockets are playing, I'm not going to say they're playing great basketball, but this is the part of the schedule that they were supposed to make hay, and they did. So good on them. They're doing enough to win basketball games and stay up near the top. They are squarely now in the playoff as opposed to worrying about the play-in. So what a big – they've already beat the win total for the season by a game and a half. So they are cruising into the postseason. And, boy, is it going to be fun to have postseason basketball again, I think, isn't it? It's going to be – we haven't been excited about the NBA postseason in a while around here. And this year we're going to get it, and these guys are going to get the experience. We've seen some intense games this year, but the intensity ratchets up a big notch. And we'll see whether or not – and listen, if you doubt this team, Tyrese told you they hated Jesus too, okay? So if you're going to doubt this team, don't forget about Jesus.
It's now been almost 2 hours since we referenced that. Do you now understand what he meant?
I still don't understand.
Okay, maybe John Chill can tell us.
People are hating on the team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you don't think that they have experience, you're hating on them.
Or you're just looking at their
facts.
games played. Yeah.
Yeah, the games played in the postseason, but they hated Jesus too, Del. Okay,
I heard.
Yeah. John Chill's joining us now live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where, is he going to be busy today? Is he going to be busy all weekend at the DraftKings Sportsbook? At you got the bar open as well?
Bar is open, and we're ready for the madness. T-minus
Blue
2 hours and counting.
Blue Martini. You're going to have all the games on in the casinos as well. All the restaurants will have the games on. It's just a fun time. This is the second greatest to the Super Bowl. This is the second best weekend of the year at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. And tell me you got some winners for us.
I'm going to have some winners here. I'll start with my Final Four. We could talk about that. I got Michigan State, Florida, Arizona, and Houston, and I've been riding Houston, so I got them to win it all. I know nationally they've been talking about them being the worst 1 seed, but I think this is the year for Houston that they come through and be able to finally seal the deal there. So
I know Lance hates Houston, and he doesn't. He just, I mean, it's sad. But me and you both got Houston national champions.
I like them.
You hate Houston, but you know what? Jesus,
if they run into
too.
Tennessee, like you're facing another really good defensive team, but with more pro prospects potentially. Okay. It's a little scary.
Yeah. Well, I think they score a little better than they have in prior years, and
sure.
And we'll see.
Shoot better.
You know what's scary with Houston? They got to get through Gonzaga. I will go through my parlays, but I like Gonzaga here this weekend, and they get through that. I think the bracket gets easier for them.
What are you laying 4 with Gonzaga?
Yeah. Yep. 4.5. Let's go.
4.5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen. Here's the problem I have with that is Georgia is SEC tested. Gonzaga did not play. I mean, when you're playing game in and game out, you're 20-12, and you're playing game in and game out against the best conference by far. And I think you're tournament ready if you're Georgia. Yeah. That's a tough one for me. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I did some research on there, and here's where I like Gonzaga a little bit is that Georgia 21% of their points come from the free throw and offensive rebounding. I think if Gonzaga can get out of them fouling Georgia and getting them to the line, I think that's where the separation is in that game a little bit. But they got to play the game. But yeah, it was interesting to see that a fifth of their points come from the free throw line. So if you keep them away from the line, I think Gonzaga has a good chance. But I agree with you, Georgia and the SEC being battle tested. That's the matchup we're going to see here in a couple hours. So, but yeah, so I like Houston. I think Arizona might. I've talked about them in the last couple of weeks. I think they can play both styles. That's why I kind of like them to get through the brackets a little bit. They can speed it up. They can slow it down. And Michigan State's kind of the same way. I know they faltered a little bit in the Big Ten, but yeah, I'll go through some of the picks, John. And this one's for me and you. I called it the Paisan Parlay. If you want to put some pizza money, I got Calipari and Ricky Pitino. I got Arkansas plus 5.5. This is more of a fade for Kansas. It started out at Arkansas 4.5, went up to 5.5 this morning. So Kansas has been up and down. That's one where, who knows what Kansas can do. But and then I got St. John's, the 2 seed. I think the defense will prevail over Omaha there. I think that, they'll be able to slow down Omaha and cover that 18.5 points. So got that one. I got another one for my Bulldog. I got the Bulldog Parlay, and this kind of ties in with Gonzaga. I got Drake. Over Missouri, another fade. I think Drake's been battle tested in the tournament the last couple of years. It's easier, I think, for these mid majors and able to slow down. And if they can slow down the pace, I think they end up covering. And I think it's easier to slow down a game than it is to speed it up. So I kind of like Drake getting the 6.5 there. Talked about Gonzaga, so that's my Bulldog Parlay.
Wait a minute. Drake is the Bulldogs?
Yes. Yep.
So is Georgia.
Yeah. So yeah, the pick. So I had my choice of Georgia or Gonzaga. Either way I went, it was a Bulldog on that one. But I'm going Zags. Minus the 6.5. The one I really like here is my main parlay is Houston minus 350 to make the Sweet 16. Michigan State minus 180. Like I said, if Houston get through today and then through the Zags. Michigan State, they win today. They just got to play the winner of Bryant or New Mexico. You parlay those together, you get even money. So I kind of like that to make the Sweet 16.
So wait a minute, what's Houston to make the Sweet 16? What are the odds?
They're minus 350, and Michigan State's minus 180.
Minus 350 because they're a huge favorite today.
Yeah.
They'll be against Gonzaga. The Cougs will be 5 or 6 point favorites?
Probably. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yep. That's probably what you'll see on the board.
That might be a little high then, isn't it? Because there wouldn't be minus 350 against Gonzaga because today is a win, right? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, that's not going to be. That's not a problem.
No.
You like laying 350 when you're going to lay less when you're playing Gonzaga?
Yeah, I like them to get early for the Sweet 16. I just think they'll end up beating. I think it'll be a tough game, but I think Houston gets through it. And I think it's high. I agree with you. I was expecting minus 300 or lower, but I think
Yeah.
those teams have a good chance for the Final Four, and I think they get through the Sweet 16. And it's kind of weird. I don't know if you guys thought, I was looking for the underdogs, and I got a lot of chalk making it deep, which is interesting. It's a lot of national talk about that too, where chalk's going to get to the Sweet 16. So
Yeah,
that's kind of my big. Yep, that's kind of my big parlay. My big game today is Tennessee -8.5. I kind of like them, where they got one of the best defenses in the country. They rank 9th in points per possession, and they only allow 27.6 from 3-point, and Wofford attempts 47% from the three. So, and they defend the three well. Wofford shoots nothing but three. So, it's one of those those high seed games. If they don't hit the threes, I think they can cover the 18.5.
The problem with today is that you don't, the Wofords or the High Points or the Montanas or the SIUEs, you don't know anything about them. I mean, and they're playing competition that you don't know. I mean, they could do this or that, and they're against the competition that they're playing. But then they get against the Tennessees and the Houstons and the Louisvilles, and they're like, it's a totally different game.
Yeah.
Yet they come through a lot.
Yeah,
that's the problem with them.
That's the part of the madness. I mean, Wofford could end up hitting 60% from threes, and end up keeping up with them. And then Friday, I like Alabama. I think they average 91 points. Robert Morris only averages 71s, and I think if it gets to a track meet, I think Robert Morris plays a little bit fast-paced too. I think Alabama could score 100 points in that game. So I like the -23.5 there. So those are kind of my picks. And it was funny where I was going through it. I didn't even look at where the splits were. So just give you kind of where the money's at. Houston, 80% of the money today is on Houston, regionally and nationally. And the only reason I don't like Houston today is they don't play fast enough to cover 30 points.
28. Is it up to 30 now?
I'm 20. I think it's 28.5.
28.5.
You got to win by 30, basically.
Yeah.
I don't like that either. I don't like them. I don't like that either at all. I mean,
what about first half line?
Yeah, what's the first half?
Let me look real quick. I think it was 14.5.
Well, I mean,
I probably
right
like that better, certainly.
Yeah, it's right on the 28.5. So that ain't bad. Usually you'd have to give a little bit more. That I just don't love 28.5. I just don't.
No,
I mean, because they keep. Yeah, well, of course, if they smother that kid, the only kid that can score for SIUE, I mean, then they're going to have a real hard time scoring. They're going to have a real hard time scoring.
And to give you a little stat for people out there, I'm not a big over/under player, but in the first round, 59% go under in the first half, and then 57% for the game. So a lot of unders hit in the first half, and then for the first round. And I don't play them, but I was looking at that stat as well. But so Houston's getting 80%. All my teams. So it was funny. I didn't look at this. Houston's 80%. These are all kind of the big ones. Arkansas 70. Michigan State's getting 80%. Drake's at 72. Kind of interesting.
What's Auburn laying 31.5?
Let me get that. Let me pull their.
I mean, that's against a state rival, not a state rival, but a state team. That's fun. That's interesting. 31.5. I don't love Auburn in that one either.
No, Auburn's at 71%. Here's the big one. Akron's at 90% over Arizona, getting 14.5. But Auburn's at close to. Yeah, that's insane.
Wait a minute. Akron is 90% of the bets are on Akron?
Yeah. Yep. 90% of the handles on Akron. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What about Yale and A&M? Where's that?
Let's see, old Yale. Yeah, Yale's at 65. I'm sorry, I looked at 78%.
Yale is 78%?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of, a lot of people like Yale.
What about the under in that one? A&M sucks at shooting.
Yeah, the under's getting that's 60. That's the 68% right there. Yeah,
the under 68.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talk about the handle.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Yeah,
wow.
So you're seeing a lot of national love on some of these games, and like I said, that's why they play it. We'll find out here. Look at North Carolina. everybody's talking about them not even being in the tournament, and that game was over after the first TV timeout. You knew that was a done deal Tuesday. And here they're a favorite over Ole Miss, -1.
It wasn't that long ago, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. VCU, everybody was complaining about them being in, and they go to the Final Four.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Yep.
It wouldn't shock me. North Carolina makes a deep run. I think they look pretty good. Had a chance to beat Duke in the tournament last weekend, and like I was saying, I think we talked about they were getting hot, and we'll see. Yep. Never know.
They had a lane violation that killed them.
Yeah.
And then the week before, they played in the final game of the season, and they were winning in the second half, and Duke pulled away late. But no, I got North Carolina going to the Sweet 16. Yeah.
Good. Other than that, we got UFC, but I haven't a chance to look at any of that yet. But it's all March Madness. See what happens tonight and tomorrow. We're filling the seats in DraftKings and Blue, and we got McNeese 2:00 today as well. So that's helping us out locally. See what happens there. Will Wade resign? We'll see how they react to that today, and see what happens there. So it's gonna be a packed house, good time, and let the madness begin.
Is he coaching today though?
He is coaching. Yes,
he is coaching.
He is coaching.
But he's going to go to North Carolina State.
Yep. So we'll see what happens there. We'll see how they react. I mean, it was interesting. A lot of the national were talking about McNeese being the sleeper as well. But we'll see how they react to the coaches.
I don't know. When we were there last, John. I went to go see him play. They didn't look that good. They didn't look that good.
No.
They're playing Clemson, who's playing really well right now.
Yeah. I mean, last year I thought they looked better last year, and then Gonzaga beat them in the first round, and that was another.
And by the way, when does it ever work out for the team when their coaches they know their coach is leaving? Oh yeah, let's play hard for this guy.
Yeah, right. Where's the motivation today? Yep, it's not going to happen. So that's why I kind of like Clemson as well today. So other than that, the games are ready.
It's full. It's full now. So let's go. That's John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And, John, we appreciate it as always. And like he said, the place to be is the DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, they're full today. The Blue Martini, you can still – if you get a wild hair, you want to go, you can still get in there and watch your games. You can go to Blue Martini, but you can still get to the windows to bet. I mean, it is so much fun this weekend at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The DraftKings Sportsbook is just going to be the place to be. If you're looking for fun, I mean, it just doesn't get any better. But next weekend as well. Next weekend's a lot of fun, too. Not as many games, half the games, but still a lot of fun. Game after game after game after game. So you're looking for a place to go and just have a great time. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I love it. Just 2 hours, 15 minutes down the road. You don't have all the hassles of trying to get to Las Vegas. What you got is a Vegas-style casino, sports book, restaurants, golf course, poker room, everything that you could possibly want in Vegas is right here. So much easier to get to, so much less expensive. It's the place to go. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Game Day Men's Health is what we're talking now. Let's go, people. Game Day Men's Health. Feel better. Look better. Okay? Are you starting to get a little chubby? Well, yeah, it happens. You're getting older. You're not as in good a shape as you used to be. Are you working out and it's just not as easy? Well, how about bouncing back better? Okay? They've got the solution to that. Are you sluggish? Okay? Are you not as – you don't feel like, as sexually active as you used to be? All of these things. I mean, just looking better, feeling better, being better, okay? Being better at work. It doesn't have to be in the bedroom. It doesn't have to be about that. It could be about just being better, more focused at work. It could be about all of those things. Having energy at the end of the day as opposed to just wearing out. Everything. They're helping you at Game Day Men's Health. It's comprehensive. It's a laboratory right there. It's a free evaluation when you walk in. It's listen, I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. It's cheaper than the other guys are. They've got it. They're not gouging you like the other guys are. Game Day Men's Health, locations all over the city. And I'm telling you, I love what they did for me, and you're going to love what they do for you at GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. Man, 5 stars here. Boys, he got a lot of plays. He has got some plays, baby. Let's go. How about today, 5-star? This has got to be, because you love college basketball, too. You love some college football. But college basketball is so much fun, it doesn't get any better than today and tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. Good morning to you guys. Good morning to all the listeners, man. It's going to be a wonderful day in Vegas. I can't wait to drop the kids off at daycare. My 12-year-old is out for spring break, so I got to find somewhere to put him in the wire or somewhere so he can go play all day while I'm in the wife to win and go hook up with your boy John, with your boy over there, Lance, our guy over at the Win, man. Doug Castaneda. He got 2 seats waiting on us, so we look forward to it.
Oh, good. I got to get out there with you sometime and hang out, man. We got to go see Doug, and
I'm close.
At some point, I got to get out there. I got to wait till the off season, but we need to get out there.
Yep, I'm gonna come see you. I'm coming.
Are you
I'm
in LA
a lot
now?
closer.
Yeah, he's in LA.
Yeah, but it's Lent right now, 5-star, so I can't drink, so I ain't doing nothing. So after Lent, we'll talk.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah, we definitely talk. LA, man, I got a lot of business going on out there. I definitely hit you up when we're headed out there. I'm always out there in OC, going Orange
Look
County.
me up, brother. I'm here. Let's go. All right, give us some winners. What's going on?
Okay, let's start with how do you guys want to do it? We're going to do who wins the bracket first, or we want the plays for today?
Plays for today.
All right, let's go with the plays for today. In the East bracket, the best first round play that I like, guys, is going to be, let's go with Vanderbilt plus 4.5, man. I like them a lot. Really good team. Really shoot the three really well. Well coached. Big time players in the backcourt is Jason Edwards, AJ Hoggard. I just think the St. Mary's backcourt is a little bit too unathletic and also a little bit small to deal with them. And also Vanderbilt is really SEC tested, guys. I think that they're going to have a good showing in this one. So we're going to go with Vanderbilt plus 4.5 against St. Mary's. That's my favorite play in the East. Out in the Midwest, where our Cougs are going to win that regional, my favorite play in that one we got going off today, Clemson minus 7.5 versus McNeese State. Y'all just heard about everything with Will Wade. He's leaving from McNeese. He's going to North Carolina State. And even before that, I like Clemson. Clemson had a bad loss in the ACC tournament. They expected to win that tournament. They were the only team in conference to beat Duke this year. So they expected to get to the finals and give Duke a little push, but they ended up getting upset by Louisville. A small upset because Louisville's a really good team as well. But with that said, I think that they're going to play with their hair on fire today. I really like Chase Hunter. And I think that McNeese they're talented, but they're a little bit overrated by the books. I don't think that they're ready to play at the level that Clemson is. So let's go with Clemson minus 7.5 versus McNeese. And then another one, I'm not following trying to be smart stuff. I've watched both teams. High Point is really good. They can shoot the ball. They're quick. But I like Purdue, man. Purdue did not have a good year this year. Matt Painter has to be leery because he's lost a couple times before in the first round. So I think he's going to have his guys focused. They have a veteran backcourt with Lawyer and Braden Smith back there who I think are going to really take it serious today because, this is their last opportunity to make a push in college to try to get to the Final Four. I think that they can handle High Point at -7.5. And then we go to the West. In the West, I'm going to roll with, let's see who we're going to go with for the first one. I sent it to you, Lance, and I lost it in my doggone notes, my doggone self. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, in the West?
Yeah, who do I got in the West?
Hold on.
Colorado State.
First round play is Colorado State.
Yeah.
Yep, Colorado State to beat Memphis. I apologize. Colorado State. I like Colorado State. It's just a pick 'em in that game. Colorado State has been playing excellent. They're from a really underrated conference. Mountain West Conference is a really good basketball conference, man. They play really good ball every night, and Colorado State was head and shoulders above everyone in the tournament. They're hot. They're shooting the three really well. Memphis is good. I like Penny Hardaway a lot, but his best player, Tyrese Hunter, is hurt, man. He's going to play, but I think he's really going to be like half of himself because his ankles, he has a bad high ankle sprain, so he doesn't have any of the quickness that he usually has. He transferred there from Iowa State. Before that, he played at Texas, and he's really the leader of that team, man. Even though P.J. Haggerty scores the most points, he's the guy who gets them in the right sets and gets them ready. I think they get upset today. It'll be a small upset. I think Memphis is only -1, but I like Colorado State on that one. And then last but not least, man, I'm not falling for it. Guys know I watch college sports. I bet college sports every day. I've seen UC San Diego. They are a good offensive team, but I don't know how the hell they expect them to slow down Michigan's 7-footers. Dusty May is a really good tournament coach. Also, last year, he lost in the first round with Florida Atlantic against Northwestern, so I know he's going to want to get this victory. We're going to go with Michigan money line. It's only -135. There's no way in hell that I'm, just because they went through the Big Ten gauntlet, I guess the books are anticipating them to have a letdown or to be tired or something, but I'm not expecting UCSD to be able to stop Michigan's Twin Towers.
No, I love that. You ain't about we don't like the Cougs today -28.5. I don't like Auburn -31.5. What do you think about laying them big numbers?
Well, I have a rule with the Cougs. The Cougars and Louisville, I bet first half every game this season. Louisville just got in the mix with me like that the last probably month or so because they're another team with Chucky Hepburn at point guard that starts fast. But Houston is always a great first half pick, especially like today, man. It's going to be so much public money going against them. I like the Cougs. Just the first half. They probably cover the game, honestly, John, but I do like the first half -17.
Yeah.
You do like 17. Well, it's -17?
Yeah, it's. I don't know where John Chill had 14. It's 17 everywhere I'm seeing.
Yeah. Ooh,
yeah, it's 17. I wish I could find a 14.
How about Southern Illinois University, Evansville, whatever? Their first half total over under is 20.5.
I don't know that they get there.
I know it's low. For the game, it's 48. I actually like the game better. I like under 48 for the game better than the first half.
Wow, their team total is 48 for the game?
48.5 for the game, yep.
Oh, my.
20.5 for the first half.
20.5.
Yeah, that's
how can it be 20.5 and 48.5?
20. Yeah, they got them scoring 28. They got 28 as the total basically in the second half because I guess the idea is Houston's going to rest some starters.
Maybe
the Houston will get a big lead. They'll rest starters and it gets a little funky.
Yeah,
gets a little away from them.
Those guys are going to come. Those guys come in.
Kelvin's
and play
guys
harder.
are not going to play loose and just free flowing quick shots. They don't play any defense. Like everybody who gets in that game is going to have to play the same energy.
Yeah.
I like that. That's telling you right there to take the first half. If there's only 20 for the team total in the first half, then there's 17 sounds like candy to me.
Cougars 37.5 is the over under for the Cougars in the first half. I kind of like that over.
Yeah, I'm seeing like a 40-19 or something around their first half for the Cougars, especially if they're hitting their threes.
How far you got the Cougars going?
I got them winning, man. I'll give you this real quick who I took for my futures. I took the Cougars at +130. They were the lowest one. And, I'm a homer with them. And also, I just feel like it's Kelvin Sampson's time. They didn't make it to the Final Four last year. I believe it was last year, right, that they made it to the Elite Eight, and I think they lost. So I think that they try to get back to the Final Four. They're moving right at this time of the year, man. With the Uzan is now, the lead guard. He's playing really well. Emmanuel Sharp is looking like he's finally healthy. So I expect big things from the Cougs. And also, when I look at their bracket in their region, man, they don't have a lot of pushback. I think they could beat all those teams. Their biggest opponent would be Tennessee, and Tennessee doesn't impress me, man. They don't shoot well enough, and they're not consistent enough on the offense. Man, they do defend, but I think if they slow down the Kai Ziegler, they'll be okay against them. So Houston out the Midwest. I got Arizona coming out the East at plus 800. Yeah, I think Arizona is battle tested. I don't like the Cooper Flag is hurt, man. Cooper Flag is huge for that Duke team. If you watch Duke as much as I have this year, you understand he's more than just scoring points, man. Mm-hmm. He does a lot of things, including bring the bravado. He's the leader of that team, man. And if he can't be himself, then they're going to be in danger of getting knocked out. They better be careful in the second round. The second round, they're going to have a really tough matchup with either Mississippi State or Baylor. Probably Mississippi State, because I don't think the Baylor's going to beat Mississippi State. Mississippi State is long and range and plays really good defense to get in transition. So I like Arizona because Caleb Love's a veteran. We've seen in the Big 12 they were really good. The only team they couldn't deal with is Houston. So I think Arizona gets it done. I like St. John out the West at plus 500.
I do too.
Reason why
I like St.
Really
John's.
I
Yeah.
like Florida, man, but too many people are screaming Florida now. So I just think that Rick Pitino finds a way to get it done. Rick Pitino coached Walter Clayton, who's the lead guard for Florida. He found him, brought him to Iona before he transferred to Florida. So I just like what Rick Pitino is doing. St. John reminds me a lot of Houston, guys. They play really hard. They play defense. But the difference between them and Houston is St. John plays their best ball after halftime. Like, they really lock in after they go make their adjustments up behind the OG Pitino. Top-notch guard in Kadar Richmond, man. He's a real factor at 6'6", at the point guard position that can play and do everything. And then finally, the South, I took Michigan State plus 3.8. I like Tom Izzo's squad. He always is going to have those guys playing hard and playing defense. But what I like this year is that they can really score the ball. Jason Richardson's son, Jace Richardson, is really good. They have a couple more guards there as well that can put the ball in the basket. And also, I like the way that they've been playing coming into the tournament, man. They were the best team in the Big Ten, and the Big Ten was probably, I say, right up there with the Big 12 as the best conference in the whole country. So I like that they're battle tested. But I'm going to put a little bit on North Carolina, guys. They're 25-1. I mean, with the talent that they have, with the fact that we know the committee needs them to go far to kind of, justify them putting them in the tournament. I think North Carolina is going to play better than people think. I actually like them against Ole Miss today, and I got North Carolina to make the Sweet 16 at plus 230. And I just put a little flyer out there on them for like one unit at 25-1 to win the South, just because look at the talent on that team, man. Guards win in March, and they have three of the best guards in the country.
Guards win. You're right. That's why I like the Cougs too, man. Uzan, Cryer, and Sharp. Let's go. Let's go. This is going to be fun. That's 5-star in Vegas. Who you got? You got the Cougs winning it all?
We'll talk back about that when we get to the Final Four. I'll call back in and we'll talk about it right then and there. I don't know if they win it all. They should. I think that the team that they should have worried about the most was Duke. I felt like Duke was the main problem. But like I said, Cooper Flag, you don't get over the injury that he had quick. He's going to be on him a couple months, man. He'll be playing, but I'm sure he'll be hobbled.
Yep.
So.
All right, 5-star, we got to go. We got Jeremy Branham on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the voice of the Cougs, going to join us next. That is 5-star in Vegas, at 5-star in Vegas. You got your podcast going too?
Yeah, the podcast is going. If you guys want to get some more information, you go to YouTube and look at The Wagering World. Also, I have up www.thewagerinworld.com. You guys can go find any merch, or you can buy the player today from me as well. And I appreciate you guys. Always great to talk to you guys. Enjoy Lent on. Do right. I'll talk to you soon, man.
I'm doing it. As hard as it is, I'm doing it, brother. All right, Lance, you got a little John Daspit to talk.
Yeah, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They are going to be the ones who take care of you when you have any issues pertaining to injury or negligence. And I'm talking about negligence of security, negligence at the workplace, negligence when you're out on location at someone else's business and they have been negligent, something falls on you. I mean, any all those things happen. But, he also handles really bad wrecks, refinery blasts. Unfortunately, we have to see a lot of those refinery blasts and offshore accidents where people are badly injured, maybe loss of limb, loss of life, things that have a profound impact on families. And he works to make sure that you get proper compensation for that. You may never get your life back the way it was, but he wants to make sure that the insurance companies do the right thing, which is make sure all the bills are paid, any surgeries, physical therapy, time missed from work, and of course, pain and suffering is properly compensated for. That's the least that the insurance company can do. That's what they're there for. Unfortunately, they squeeze and squeeze and squeeze because they don't want you to get the proper compensation. And John Daspit is on the other side of that. He has a win record that's unbelievable. They do not like going into court against John Daspit. I can promise you that. And so if you're looking for somebody who can give you the best representation and help you get what is fair for you, that is John Daspit. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. Time to talk about Jim Fiume. Time to talk about a guy who's been doing this for nearly 40 years, a guy who is the leader in the industry, a guy who has established himself as, when you're a Pinnacle Award winner, you're the best. So, and Jim Fiume's the best. And you don't get that. It's not just Jim Fiume. It's the product. It's the warranty. It's the installation. It's the customer service. It's not leaving until the job is perfect. It's the product that is perfect. It's double pane, double strength windows. You need replacement windows. Or if you're building a home or you're building a business, use Gulf Coast windows because they'll last, because you'll save money on your electricity bills, because they're just better because of privacy, because of security. All of those things are why you use Gulf Coast windows. Don't skimp on windows. Okay, there are a lot of window companies out there, doors as well, that you can save some money. Sure, so save some money, but do you want the beauty, the privacy, and the security? Because if you do, if that's important to you, which it should be, especially if you've got your family there, Gulf Coast Windows is the way to go. Go see the showroom for yourself, and you're going to see there's no window that's comparable. GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim Fiume you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One of our own involved right in the middle of it. The voice of the Houston Cougars, and he does a great job. Jeremy Branham joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jeremy, welcome in. How excited? I mean, you all year long you've been watching this team, this great team. It's finally here at the tournament. This is where they prove it. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is it doesn't get any better than this. Tell us, first of all, how you approach it, what your day is like, and how excited are you for this basketball team?
Yeah, very excited. First off, it's an honor to be on with you guys. Thank y'all for having me on. No, it's this is my favorite event in sports. Like, we all love sports a lot, right? I love the Masters, love the Super Bowl, love MLB playoffs. March Madness is probably my top love when it comes to a sporting event. So I'm very excited. The day's pretty routine. We play early today, which I like. I don't like waiting around all day. Like, I'd rather get up and go. So I like the fact that we're playing at 1:00. But first thing I do is no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm very excited for it, though. This team has been really good. I don't really define a season based on how you do in March. I'm in the minority there. I understand that. But it's been a fantastic year. 30 wins for the fourth year in a row, third year in a row to be the number 1 seed in the tournament. What Samson has done is remarkable.
Absolutely. Okay, so reading Joe Lunardi, his knock against the Cougs is the height. I was surprised. I've stood next to Juwan Roberts. He's not that big. He's not that tall. He plays a lot bigger than he does. Do you think that there's any team that could give them a lot of problems with a height differential?
Yeah, I think that if you get height plus athleticism, if you just get a bunch of tall guys that can't move, Houston will have no problem with that. It's the tall guys that can move. It's the 7'1", 7'2" guys that are also really good laterally. I'm sure Lenardi's just looking at the roster and looking at height and be like, oh, okay, well, the Houston Cougars don't have anybody over 6'8". They must not be able to rebound and stuff like that. But, it's a good rebounding team. Jawan's 6'8", like you mentioned. Even JoJo's 6'8". Like, JoJo's 6'8", but he's really, really long and he's springy. And Samson recruits those kind of guys. He wants his bigs to be very athletic. He wants them to be able to move side to side. He wants them to, get to the rim and potentially block a shot and protect the rim. But, the Houston can run into some trouble with that. If you get a 7-footer that can move pretty good, that has given Houston trouble in the past. Plus, I think it limits Houston a little bit offensively. I think one of the strengths of this team is that they're very versatile offensively. And if you get a 7-footer that can move, that can defend Juwan one-on-one, now it kind of, it limits Houston's ability to go into the post, dump it into him, let him go score. If you have somebody that's slower or not as big, then he has more success.
A good point about, like, wingspan is more important than height, frankly, because wingspan determines how high you can, how high you reach. Who cares if somebody is 6'11", another guy's 6'9"? If the 6'9" guy has much longer arms and can reach a high point higher, that's why wingspan's so important. Now, if you have trouble handling big men in the low post because of size, and in other words, you're thin or whatever, that's another thing. That's not really a big issue for Houston, and you don't face those kind of players very often. I'm curious, one of the things I think was advantageous to Houston when they're healthy, which they weren't fully healthy with Roberts out, but when they're healthy, I think the way that they play is advantageous when it comes to a tournament scenario, because you play games much more quickly, and the conference tournament is back-to-back coming up. It's going to be, every other day for the first round, and then, first set of games and then the second set of games. I would think that's advantageous because their game is built on intensity defensively and hustle plays, and that doesn't typically go away in your legs may from a shooting standpoint, but not from a defensive intensity standpoint.
Yeah, especially with the day off. If you get the day off in between, you go Thursday. If you win, you play again on Saturday. Yeah, I don't worry too much about that, especially from the defensive point of view, like you mentioned. I think the Houston had a little bit of trouble if you go back a few years when they lost in the Elite Eight to Villanova. I think that they had a little bit of a tough time, getting ready for that Villanova game because they were thin. They didn't have a whole lot of depth that year. That year is the year that they lost Sasser, they lost Tremont Mark, so they were playing their guards like 37 minutes a night. And I think that's whenever it kind of, reared its ugly head a little bit in the Villanova game where they went 1 for 20 from 3. But this team's deep. You have guys that can come off the bench that, you're not playing your best players 37 minutes a game. They're probably more low 30s. They've been a little bit more cognizant of that as well. And they're deeper, so they have the luxury of doing it. Whenever you don't have a bench and you don't have depth, do you want to win? Like, do you want to play your guards 37 minutes and win, or do you want to play them 31 minutes and lose? So I think that's been something that has kind of come up in the past with the depth. This year, you don't see that as a whole lot. And I also would say too that I give a lot of advantage to the coach on the second game of the little mini bracket, because this is 3 weekends, right? You play this weekend. If you win, you advance to the Sweet 16. Then if you win, you advance to the Final Four. So it's 3 weekends. I always give a lot of advantage to the better coach going into the second game of the weekend. So if you win today and then you play Saturday, I think Sampson has an advantage, really good coach. Although Gonzaga has Mark Few, who's a pretty dang good coach too.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Really good coach.
Yeah, but the coach got the best coach.
You know what's funny is I was looking at the odds to win, and it goes the top 4 odds to win are 1 seeds. I look at odds to win for not just to win the whole tournament, but the interesting one is in the Cougs bracket. It's the Cougs are 1. Who's the 2 seed? Tennessee, right? Tennessee, and you know who's 3? Gonzaga.
Yeah.
And the reason's simple: if you beat Houston, A, you can ball, and B, I mean, and also it's Mark Few, it's Gonzaga. But I thought that was interesting that an 8 seed is that highly regarded as it pertains to, hey, if they get past this game, there's no reason they can't get past the very best in the in the seed.
Yeah, it's weird too. Like I like the KenPom a lot, which is kind of a predictive stat. Like it's one of those, nerdy computer measures, whatever. Gonzaga is the number 9 team in the country in the KenPom. So it's like, how in the world are the 8 seed? And you look at teams around them, like the next 8 seed's Louisville, who's 23 in the KenPom. Yet Gonzaga's number 9. And Georgia's pretty good too. Georgia's got a lotto pick in Newell. So yeah, the 8-9's always difficult, I think. Like Louisville's the number 10 team in the country. They got an 8 seed. Like the committee this year was kind of, I think, a little wacky. Like you go to the North Carolina thing, some of the like Memphis was predicted to be like an 8 seed. They're a 5 seed. The committee was kind of weird this year.
Yep. I really like the way that the Cougs are coming into this tournament. J1's his ankle notwithstanding. Milos is playing great right now. I think he might be playing better than anybody right now. I love the way that Sharp had his injury with his ankle, and he took a little while to get back to himself. It looks like he's starting to get back to himself, Jeremy. I love the way Malik Wilson plays. JoJo, Defensive Player of the Year. Everybody seems to be coming together right now.
Yeah, they have depth. I think that they have offensive versatility. Like I go on a lot of these hits, and they're like, yeah, is this the best offensive team that Kelvin's ever had? And I get a little defensive to that. I look at these Cougar teams kind of like my babies, and I love them all. Houston's had some good offenses over the years. Quentin Grimes, Marcus Sasser in the same backcourt, pretty good offense. Marcus Sasser with Jarris Walker, who was a lotto pick, pretty good offense. The year they went to the Elite Eight, they had a pretty good offense. I think the shooting is what separates this team. Like they're shooting 40% from 3. It's number 4 in the country. And then they have 4 guys in their starting 5 that can get you 20. Milos Usain had a career-high 25 in the Big 12 title game against Arizona. He's getting draft buzz, by the way. Like, he's going to have a decision to make. But he's become really good under Kelvin Sampson. LJ Cryer, steady. Like, he's steady. Really good three-point shooter. Sharp. I agree with you about Sharp, too. And I think the healthier that he's getting, you're seeing him attack more, which to me takes his offense up an echelon. Like if he's attacking, getting to the rim, finishing at the rim, he's somebody who can get you 20. All 3 of those guys shoot over 40% from 3. Jawan Roberts, if you don't double team Jawan, he can be sneaky guy who can get 20 points on you too. So they have guys in the starting 5 that can score. And then the 5th guy is the defensive player of the year and one of the best defensive players in the country, and JoJo Tugler. He's amazing. He's getting draft buzz too. Wilson, underrated player, like fills out the stat sheet and give you 8 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Like he's that kind of guy. Arsenault's got a high upside, high potential. He can score on you a little bit too. They're a little bit streaky, but yeah, this team's deep and they have a lot of versatility.
How do you? You've seen a lot
Wilson's,
go ahead.
Wilson's underrated, Jeremy. I really do. He comes up with big shots and he can jump out of it seems like every rebound on the backside is Malik Wilson's.
He makes winning plays, right?
So underrated. He adds so much when he comes in off the bench.
Samson, I can't remember which press conference it was, but it was in the Big 12 tournament. And he singled out Malik Wilson and said that guy's a winner because you're right, he does. Whether it's just getting a hand on a ball, knocking it free, lead to a fast break bucket, whether it's like he can protect the rim a little bit, even though he's 6'3", because like you mentioned, he is springy. He's got some bounce. He can get up. He's a good rebounder too for a guard. Of course, he had that big 3 against Kansas. It's probably his signature play of the year when he hit the game-tying 3 in overtime that sent it to double OT. Houston eventually won. Yeah, I like him a lot too. He's the second greatest Houston Cougar from Rayville, Louisiana. The first being Elvin Hayes, of course. And they kind of have a special Rayville bond, which is cool to see. But I agree with everything you said about Malik. He's a winner.
Do you where does this Houston team rank for you? How many years have you been doing this with Houston now?
This year 9 for me.
Okay, so you've seen all of Kelvin's. So where do you rank this team defensively compared to the other ones you've seen, Cougar teams, and where do you rank them offensively?
Yeah, defensively, I think they're probably equal with all of the other great Houston Cougar defenses. There's some people that will argue semantics. Well, this year is slightly better. This year's whatever. I mean, they have the number 2 KenPom defensive efficiency in the country. They have the number 4 opponent field goal percentage in the country. Like, I think you're splitting hairs if you're saying, well, this year's version was better than this year's version. So I think defensively they're elite. Like, let's just put them in the elite category. I think they're where they have been in the past under Kelvin. Offensively, like I think that Kelvin gets slept on a little bit. And look, I'm a homer. Maybe I'm not the most objective about this. I look more at KenPom offensive efficiency and points per possession than I do points per game. Like the Houston Cougar defense, because they suffocate other offenses, that's going to lead to fewer possessions. Fewer possessions leads to fewer points per game. So Houston's never going to be a team that averages 85 a game and is top 10 nationally in points per game. But how do they look points per possession? They have the number 10 KenPom offensive efficiency this year. They've had that in the past as well. You know, the Grimes-Sasser backcourt, really good. I think the team that went to the Final Four that had Grimes, Sasser, Dejan Giroux, Fabian White, I think that was a really good offense. But I think it's the versatility in the shooting. Like, they can beat you in the posts with Jawan. JoJo's not bad. Like, he doesn't get a lot of opportunities, but he's evolving with his offense. And then you surround a guy in the post like Jawan who can get you 15, 20, depending on how you want to defend him, with 3 guys on the perimeter that can shoot 40% from 3. Now you have some problems. You have to pick your poison. Do you want to double Jawan? If you do, you're leaving a shooter open. How do you want to defend Uzan in the pick and roll? Because his floater game is good. So I think it's the offensive versatility that's different about this year's Houston Cougar offense than years in the past.
Yeah, we talked about this most of the year is they don't have that go-to guy. LJ's been pretty much that go-to guy, but you know, I ain't afraid if Wilson or Sharp or Jawan gets it down low. I ain't afraid of any of that. Uzan, if Milos is hot and he wants to take the game winner, I think that's fine too. I'm not so sure that just Cooper, you know, it's just Cooper Flag and everybody else. I'm not sure that it's not better the way the Cougs are doing it.
Yeah. I mean, Duke's pretty good now too. What is the Kneppel kid that's like a projected top 10 pick that's a freshman? Like they have some dudes. Duke's pretty loaded. But I agree with you about Houston. Like they're going to pick on their matchup though. Like if you go watch the Arizona game and look how they played the last 10 minutes, they were like, okay, we like what Milos is doing. Arizona switching a big whenever we go with the pick and roll with a big. We're going to let Milos go one-on-one against their 5-man. So it's really dictated on what the defense does. It depends on how you're defending Houston, but you know, Uzan is a guy who has really come on offensively. And talking to him, he's like, yeah, I feel very comfortable getting my shot, where early in the year he was a bit passive. He wasn't really aggressive. He didn't have that tenacity that he's had over the last month or two. Emmanuel Sharp kind of has a knack for a big moment. Like the dude hits fadeaway 30-footers when the shot clock's winding down. He's had some big-time threes. He had a big-time 3 last year against Texas A&M in the round of 32. Crier's probably the guy they draw up the most plays for on the perimeter, like running off screens, little flares, getting them open looks. And then they like to go to Jawan and seeing how the defense defends them early. So, yeah, they have options.
Yeah, against Arizona, they had Uzan, you know, playing that well, but they didn't have Jawan not even in the game. So there's another option. That's Jeremy Branham, man. Have fun today. What time you get to the arena and you
I'll get there around 11.
And what's your day like?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll grab a bite over there. Probably something light though. I don't like to eat too heavy, John, before a broadcast. You know, you gotta be cognizant of that, as you know. So I try to eat a little bit light. Game's at 1 too, so that kind of helps out. A lot of coffee though. I'll be heavily caffeinated.
Well, be careful, Nike. You get the acid reflux. You don't want the acid reflux with the caffeine.
I've been starting to get that too. Like it's like I travel with Tums now. I haven't had to do that for a while, like ever in my life. And this year I've started traveling with the Tums, so it's It's here. It's
so
here.
hold on. So you're gonna games at 1, hopefully be over by 3-ish, 3:15.
Mm-hmm.
You get back to the hotel and get on the show with Joel at 4.
I'm not doing the show today.
Oh, okay.
Now the games are a little bit longer during March because they have 20-minute half times, not 15. The timeouts are longer during the breaks, and they actually
You would be a
throw
legend
in
if you
another
could make it
media
on the
timeout.
show. You would be.
I was going to actually,
I would
but
never.
somebody hit me up and wants me to do some sort of public speaking event after the game. So I'm gonna hustle over from the game and go over to this public speaking deal and talk about the Cougs.
It takes so much. I would imagine it takes so much energy out of you to do a game. Like basketball play-by-play to me, along with hockey play-by-play, has to be the most intense play-by-plays you could possibly be part of.
I like to relate college basketball play-by-play to boxing. And especially the way Houston plays, it's kind of blow by blow. Possession by possession's a bit blow by blow. And I kind of get into it. I get excitable. It's probably the most excitable that I get is calling basketball. But I'm a gamer, Lance. I can do things after I'm done broadcasting a game.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy, he's a gamer. He is a gamer. All right, that's Jeremy Branham. Hey man, have fun today. That's great stuff.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate you for joining us. We know you're busy today. Have a good
anytime,
time today.
Anytime.
All right,
Thank you.
Jeremy
Appreciate
Branham, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we got News of the Weird coming your way next to finish it up strong right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Doc Manavis right now. I'm talking about how silly it is for you to go to – I don't get it. A doctor is going to perform surgery on you if you have an enlarged prostate. Now, if it's cancer, if you have cancer, that's a different story. If there's a spot on your prostate, that's a different story, okay? But if there's no cancer, Doc Manavis is going to do an MRI. She'll do she's going to make sure that you're healthy, everything is fine, but it's just an enlarged prostate. It happens when you're older. It just happens. So if it does, it happens, you got to go to see her because all she's going to do is give you an IV, and that is going to shrink your prostate, and that is the way to do it. If doctor wants to perform a god-awful surgery, and you don't want that, if you know somebody that has an enlarged prostate and they're going to have surgery, stop them. Be a great friend. Be a great family member. Do not let them get surgery for an enlarged prostate because they don't have to. It's so much easier. 45 minutes, you're sitting in that chair with an IV. That's it. Access Vascular Health is the way to go. 975prostate.com. 975prostate.com.
My man Craig DeSurf has been a bodybuilder, good friends with Lee Labrada to this day. His son is a crafty left-hander pitcher. He has a sales staff and a service staff that never leave because he's so great to work for. And the way that they do business out there is considered, in Craig's words, Camelot in the cornfields. It's in Angleton, right? You say, oh, Angleton's like 42 minutes away. Okay, that's fine. Well, why don't you shop online if you're so worried about that? Or you can go out there, get a great deal, and switch out cars right then and there if you'd like. Get a brand new vehicle. Is it worth you driving 42 minutes to get thousands, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 worth of savings that you would get from some other dealership? Absolutely. They give more for your trade-in value, but they can do the entire car buying experience online if you need to. They've got that the ability with their chat function. And the GMC Sierra 1500 right now, that won the Best Tech 2025 badge, and it's available at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. From a savings standpoint, 0.9% APR financing, or you can get thousands off in purchase allowances on that GMC Sierra 1500, and it has a Turbo Max engine. See dealer for complete details on this great offer. It's all at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
All right, guys, I want you to guess. Percentage of people who pee in the shower. A new study revealed
93%.
Dell?
73.5%.
25%.
That's a lie.
I know, 100% of us.
Well, it's feel like 100% of this show.
100% of this show.
First of all, they're lying.
I've never even
maybe
seen
women,
you two.
maybe women don't do that.
I've never even seen you two in the shower, and I know.
Well, it's not a consistent thing. I have done it, but it's not. I don't plan on it.
Well, if I have to, I'll,
usually
no. Who plans on it? But if you got to go, you got to go.
I have the ability to think, you know what, I gotta pee. I'm just gonna and then go take my shower.
Why would you waste the water that you have to flush the gallons of water that you're going to waste flushing
Hey, John,
the toilet?
I know I make radio money, but I got it. I got it.
No, just do it.
I got
economically. I'm talking about saving the planet.
So why don't you wash dishes in there too?
Yeah.
You can hand wash your dishes, take a shower, and pee, and you're saving more.
Do I gotta go?
In California, they may make John do that.
Do I gotta go to Seinfeld? Different pipes. The pipes. There's a bit on Seinfeld where they're talking about peeing in the shower. Different pipes go to different places. That's what John is saying, or at least that's what George Costanza said. I have done it, but I try to pee in the toilet and then go take a shower.
Do a higher percentage of people pee in the pool or the shower? I would think shower. I hope shower.
I'm hoping shower. I don't pee in the pool.
Okay.
Well,
I can't remember last time I've been in a pool.
Really?
To pee. It's been a while.
Really? No, you go on vacation. It's a resort.
Where do you go on vacation, Del? Which resort do you go to that John goes to?
My vacations are generally obligatory travel because I don't live in the same place that my mom does. So you're always accounting for a week where you're going to Florida to visit your mother.
That's not really vacation.
It's a week off from work, but it's not really a vacation.
No, not when you're seeing moms. No. Okay, we're done. It's 8 o'clock.
That's it.
Well, not 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock here. It's 10 o'clock.
Where are you going, Lance?
March Madness.
That doesn't begin till like 11:15. What are you going to do between now and then?
Yeah, that's right. It's only 10.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm getting off the show.
Yeah,
I guess I'll go write up a couple players, and then I'll do
We're all
March
getting
Madness.
off the show except Dell. Dell's got his own show next.
I'm getting
right
off
here
this
on
show,
ESPN.
thankfully.
He's the one that wanted the show. Okay, keep working.
Congratulations. Now you don't get to watch March Madness.
No, I get to watch the games while I'm doing my show.
Are you gonna? Oh, do the play-by-play of the game.
No, I'm not doing that. That's terrible. That's terrible for everybody.
It's good. It's good radio.
No,
radio.
I heard you do play-by-play of golf that no one cares about. Trust me, it's terrible radio.
God, it's a big week too. The Valspar this week.
No one knows what that is.
Go Justin Thomas. Let's go. I got him this week. Time to talk about Houston powder coaters. That's what we're talking about right now. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is that you want to powder coat. If you, I've talked about this before. Westside Tennis Club, all new tables and chairs. What they do? brand new. Send them all to Houston Powder Coaters. You powder coat them before you put them out there. You know how long lasting it's going to be, and how great they're going to look. Well, they were brand new. Now you got stuff that's not brand new. You got stuff that might be rusting. You got stuff that might be falling apart. Patio furniture. You got car parts that are rusting. You got boat parts that might be rusting. So Houston Powder Coaters can help. Houston Powder Coaters can save them. And you want to save that old metal because the old metal is better than new metal right now. That's not even arguable. The new metal is not as good as old metal is. So you want to save it? Well, you text Robin, send her a picture of whatever you got, and she's going to tell you whether or not she can save it. And they can just fix the slats and all of the stuff, the straps and everything else on your patio furniture too. But it may not be salvageable, so Robin will tell you, though. She's not going to try and save something that she can't save. You need Houston Powder Coaters. I mean, everywhere you look, Houston Powder Coaters is touched. I'm telling you, just about everywhere you look, Houston Powder Coaters has done something. So if you need something done and keep it metal, keep that metal beautiful, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Welcome to the show, and we begin where we kind of ended last show. Lance searching for something. He's walking around trying to find his phone. The desperation when you're trying to find something you know you should have on you is pretty interesting to be involved in when it's not your anxiety. Watching him struggle, looking in drawers where he never put his phone. We all do it. Like, you would never put your phone there, but you're gonna look because you can't find it. You can't find it. So would you have ever put your phone in a file cabinet you've never used before? Let's see if you lost your mind from 7 to 10. And that's what he's doing right now, scrambling to look for his phone. Lance Zierlein, the preeminent draft expert. So we swap out, no longer talking about Lance, thankfully. We swap out a Coug or a horn for a Coug. Sean's not here. He's going to be involved from 12 to 6 producing those shows as those guys are out and about. And who's in a spot? Michael Carroll. It's a good time to swap out a horn for a Coug because they're out of the tournament. And as you heard from Jeremy Branham, the Cougs are prime for a big run. Welcome, Michael.
Oh, thank you, Del. I appreciate you having me here today.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here, but I had nothing to do with it. No one asked me, hey, who would you like?
I was trying to pump you up. I was just saying.
I got no control over what happens other than show up from about 6:45 to 12:30, and that's your day.
Okay.
So that's how it rolls. But that's Michael Carroll. You hear him as the voice of the show. He's also the host of Comicast. You'll hear him. Well, normally you'd hear him at 11:30s on Friday talking about what you should or shouldn't watch. Instead, for the next couple shows, you'll hear him whenever he wants to interject. And of course, we will do that segment tomorrow to get you set up for the weekend of things beyond March Madness that you might want to take a look at. Raheel Ramzanali will join us today. He wasn't here with us last week, but he'll be here from 11:15 to about, I don't know, however long he wants to be on, talking about the things Raheel likes to talk about. I don't know if he wants to get into his vendetta against Houston Methodist that he took to Twitter for, but maybe he wants to voice his displeasure with them on the air. It's up to him. He hasn't sent me the topics yet. We will see. He's the host of CityCast, a podcast that kind of highlights what's going on in the city of Houston. So he'll join us in a little bit. Okay. So what happened last night? You had the Rockets go into Orlando and win kind of a pedestrian NBA game. There's nothing very special about it. It was back and forth. The two teams traded threes up until about 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And then the Rockets went on, I think, a 12-0 run to create some distance between them and the Magic, and the game was over after that. The Magic never really were back in it. They tried to make a run very late in the fourth quarter, where the Rockets were kind of messing around with possessions, which is what they do. The Magic could not convert offensively, so the Rockets were never really threatened after that run. Couple threes by Dylan Brooks. Jalen Green hit one. Fred hit one. And Jalen went to the foul line for an away from the play foul. He knocked that down. So it was 68-65 after a Corey Joseph three. Speaking of Texas, a Corey Joseph three. And then it was a Jalen three-pointer. Dylan two-point shot. You got Jalen knocking down the free throws and Dylan Brooks hitting a three. And then the Fred VanVleet three capped off a 12-0 run. And it was 80-65. The lead got as large as 86-70, and then the Rockets kind of held that big lead into the third. And as I said, fourth quarter, it got a little bit tighter, but after that, pretty much ball game over. Rockets win. They are hot right now. They have now won their 8th game in a row. And depending on if you're a pessimist or not, you might feel like, oh no, the next team they face hasn't won a game in almost a month. They play the Heat next. They've lost 9 in a row. Cade Cunningham. That game was going on pretty much at the same time. The Rockets were started earlier, but it was the ESPN game. Cade Cunningham knocked down a three, banked it off the backboard over Bam Adebayo. Pistons win 116-113. So the Heat now have lost 9 in a row. So that's the team the Rockets have next. A team that beat the Rockets earlier in the year, a team who has struggled since the Jimmy Butler trade, and a team desperate for a win. So depending on how you feel, some people are like, I wish they would have got that win out of the way. I hate going against a team that has a long losing streak. And you go into their building as they're desperate, because guess who's coming to town for them in a couple games? Do they really want to be on an 11-game losing streak when Jimmy Butler comes to town? Probably not. So they're going to be desperate to get a win. And the Rockets will face them and, get a little revenge. We know that was the Amen Thompson, Tyler Hero scuffle game, the one that the Rockets lost. The takeaway from the game was Amen Thompson throwing Tyler Hero around like a rag doll. The actual result of the game was a Rockets loss. So they'll try to get some get back in their next game. But real hot right now. I don't care that much about their seeding. I know they are currently the second best team in the West, standalone. With the Nuggets losing last night to the Lakers, the Rockets are the number 2. Tiebreakers, that doesn't matter right now. They are ahead of everybody except for the Thunder. That's like a nice accomplishment in the regular season. But when we start talking about playoffs, I care about matchups. Who will they face? And I wouldn't be opposed to the Rockets getting involved in some shenanigans if they have to lose a game or two to make sure they get the matchup that they deem favorable. I just don't know what that is. Tari Eason had a Q&A after the game, and the lack of experience for the Rockets was brought up. He made some joke about how they hated Jesus too. We still aren't quite sure what he means, drawing that comparison. But either way, I don't know that the opponent matters for a team that we have not seen do it before. How will they respond when teams are specifically game planning for what they do best? When the goal of the opponent night after night for a series is to take away what you do. Do they have counters? It's cool to have a counter in a regular season game where likely the preparation for you doesn't match what you would see in a series where either you win or you go home. This is what I'm looking forward to for the Rockets. It's been a really good regular season. You may even call it a great one considering where they've been. But what will Ime cook up, and how will he respond to a series where everyone knows what you do best and what you don't do well, and they are putting things in place to exacerbate what you do poorly? That's what I'm looking for. He's a young coach. I know he's been around. As an assistant, he coached the Celtics for 1 year, but he does not have a lot of playoff experience as a head coach himself. So that's part of the process. We're talking all about the players, but the coach did make a Eastern Conference Finals in his one season as a head coach. But that team was supremely talented and had been through the wars with Brad Stevens. This is an entirely different vibe for him. You're inexperienced from that at that position, and so is your team. So how will you kind of shepherd them through the process as they try to make their way? So we're getting there. They've now played 70 games. We're only 12 games away. It's about a month before we're into real playoff basketball, a little less than that. So it's a good time to watch this team play. We'll see how they finish down the stretch, as they are hot. 8 wins in a row. Speaking of guys who are inexperienced, didn't go too well for Rodney Terry. He's not known as a bad tournament coach. He usually wins a game at least, but it did not happen last night. I gotta admit, I tuned away from that Texas game assuming they would win. The score was, they're up like 7-8 in the second half, and I thought to myself, all right, I'm just gonna turn on the PS5. I got a dynasty to run. I'm gonna stop watching this game. I don't care that much about Texas Xavier. And then I just checked the score. Oh, look at that, they lost. So Texas goes down, and of course you look at the highlights later and see how it happens. Xavier, for that entire first half, looked like they're hanging on. Texas had played well. You're feeling good when ex-Coug Tremont Mark is doing the little put him in a spin cycle thing, because he had a nice bucket. The entire bench erupted, and Texas was vibing. It felt like they were going to get a win. Rodney Terry looked really confident. He said at halftime that they played in the best conference of basketball. I think he may even have made it historically great, and said we won't see anything in that second half that we haven't seen before. And someone very funny and sarcastic said he was right. He saw another loss. He was right. They have seen one of those before, another loss. So Texas goes down, and the reporting is that Rodney Terry is out. I don't think I've seen anywhere where that's official yet, but that's all the reporting, that Texas will be looking for a new head coach. Don't allow one March run to trick you. I don't know what the Texas administrators thought about Rodney Terry before he took over for Chris Beard and led them to an Elite Eight. And frankly, if they hadn't blown a big lead, would have been in the Final Four in Houston. Don't allow those 4 games they played and whatever you saw from the rest of the regular season when he took over trick you into thinking the guy is the guy, if you didn't think that at any point before he got the job.
and they were tricked. And thankfully for them, if you're a Texas fan, it only took 2 seasons to figure out that he's not the dude. You didn't give him a giant extension at some point because he may have had another miraculous tournament run. And I think that's what a lot of Texas people were worried about. Hey, could you, if you're not going to like make a Final Four, could you lose early? We don't want any gray area where it's like, oh, Rodney Terry, well, he's a great tournament coach. People aren't going to remember this name, at least not, I would say not many people. Michael will be the test. Do you remember Steve Lavin?
Yes, I do remember Steve
Lavin.
So
maybe people remember. Steve Lavin saved his job at UCLA so many times because
yes, he did.
He would put on a late run, and UCLA's like, look at that. At least when we get to the tournament, the regular season's miserable for us, but when we get to the tournament, Steve puts on big-time runs, and this was before conference tournaments were a thing in the Pac-12 or the Pac-10 at the time, so he would get into the tournament, he would put on a run, make a Sweet 16, maybe an Elite Eight, and the UCLA people were like, you know what? Steve, you did it again. We're going to keep you around. This time, Rodney Terry could not do it again, and he's likely to lose his job, maybe to a guy who he beat. The Sean Miller stuff is out there. I was thinking about that, and we'll go to break here. Can Sean Miller leave Xavier twice? He was flailing, and they brought him back. He goes, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the reputation. Build up. I'm out. I mean, it's college coaching. I wouldn't put anything past him. I don't know what he promised. I don't know what he promised Xavier when he came back, if he even promised him anything. But it's got to be a rough look if Xavier's like, man, that Arizona thing, you left in scandal. You needed a spot, a soft landing spot where people could forget about what happened there and build up your brand again. And we make the tournament and win a game, and you're just going to leave us again?
Xavier's like the rebound college in this scenario kind of thing.
I mean, they're the ex that you can always go back to. Hey,
I always have you, Xavier.
Yeah, I don't want to be gender specific, but hey, whatever. I don't love who you love. Gender specific, no. But Xavier's that person who's like, anytime I want, I can just go back to Xavier. I can text him or her anytime I want and be like, you know what? What's up? That's what they are. Xavier's like, what's up? Then they're immediately, no matter what time you say what's up, Xavier's like answering immediate. You're gonna see that bubble hit up on your phone. Xavier's right there waiting. That's what they are.
So did Sean Miller text him, "Hey, you up?"
I think the problem for Xavier is they were waiting for the texts. It wasn't like they were surprised. Oh, Sean might text us. Sean might once. I was gonna say some. Sean might. I said it anyway. Sean might be ready. Sean might be willing to come back to us, and Xavier's like ready to go. They went and got their hair done. They got the Manny Petty, ready to go for Sean Miller. Sean Miller was like, Xavier looks pretty good at 2 a.m. But yes. now that the light of day, he's like, you know what? Texas will look better.
You know what? I regret my decision.
Nah, it's fun. It's a short time though. I'm not looking to be long term with Xavier. Not again. I know what Xavier's about. It's a great spot. But there's always something out there better. And we'll see if Sean Miller is like, you know what, appreciate it, but you helped me get my glow up, and now I'm out. And maybe Texas is calling. It's nice in Austin during basketball season. You want to spend your life in Ohio?
Come on now.
Nah. Before we go, I do want to point out that the two religious schools won yesterday, so they're 3 out of 4 in the first 4. St. Francis, actually 2 out of 4. St. Francis lost on a buzzer beater, pretty much. Xavier won, and then who's the other school? Now I'm blanking on the other school that I was thinking. Oh, Mount St. Mary's. They won yesterday too.
Yeah, there you go.
So or was that? Yeah. So we still got the 2 religious schools out of the 3 who played in the first 4. They advance, and there's a list where there's like about 16 of them. Catholic, Christian, Mormon, when you include BYU. So a good run in Dayton for the religious schools. We'll see how that goes going forward. Okay, when we come back, we'll talk about the Texans. They made multiple moves yesterday, giving one of their current players more money and then bringing in another lineman who, if you go by what the numbers say, you should ask Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans why. Why this guy? Why another offensive lineman who did not play well last year? We'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans bring in Cam Robinson, the former Jag and Viking. It's been a trend this offseason. Well, really, the tenure of the Texans under Caserio and D'Amico to bring in Vikings, ex-Vikings. And they also paid an ex-Viking more money yesterday. And now we can add the Jags to the list. And Cam Robinson fits the profile of ex-Jag and ex-Viking. Christian Kirk was the first, and he restructured as well. The Texans are very busy for a team who we didn't think could be, considering their cap restraints. But you restructure Danico Autry, you restructure Christian Kirk and others, and now you have more money to spend. So we'll start with Danielle Hunter. I don't really understand this one, mostly because Danielle Hunter didn't outplay his contract. What are you rewarding him for? I'm not saying he was bad. He was a good player, but I think he played up to the level of his contract. Now, the market has changed because guys like Max Crosby got more money, and Myles Garrett, of course, got his giant deal. But you knew that could happen, that the way the NFL works is somebody else will get a giant deal, and then that changed the market. In fact, the question was asked of Derek Stingley yesterday about how his contract set the market for corners, and he said, I don't really think about that. I just like playing football, which is an answer that gets all the football people all warm and toasty on the inside in their bellies. They feel all special. Oh, look at that, a guy who just cares about football. I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, everyone's like, yeah, look, he didn't care that much about money.
He loves ball.
Relax.
No,
that is the
okay.
thing. Yes, that's it. Like, they get all, it gets like, oh, that's the love of the game stuff that everyone feels good about. I love to hear him talk about that. I was like, you know what, just cover people. I don't care. I really don't care. As long as he's great covering people, cool. I think Derek Stingley has made it pretty clear that he's really, really good at his job when he's healthy. And that, I think, for me, that's all that really matters. He doesn't appear to be a detriment in the locker room either. So whether he cares about setting the market or not, just go ball out. And I think we're good. But back to Danielle Hunter, who, when his extension kicks in, will become at this point, the second highest paid defensive end in football, sliding in between Garrett and Crosby. I understand it from a perspective of keeping your guy happy, but I am not a fan of paying at that point what would be a 32-year-old in the middle of that final year of the deal, that type of money. Like, you knew that other guys were going to get money. So why the rush to give him a 12 point whatever $1 million raise in this upcoming year and then give him the rich extension the next year? Did he not live up to the contract? He played to the level of it. That's fine. Can we be okay with accurately assessing what a guy is worth and then letting that play out? Does Danielle Hunter give off the vibe that he become a problem if you didn't just give him an extra $12 million, even though his play doesn't warrant that? And once again, this is not me saying he was bad. He is a great bookend with Will Anderson. But he ain't so great that I thought he should get an extra 12.5. But shout out to Team CTC, cash those checks. And if his agent could go get that done for him and the Texans were willing to do it, go get yourself an extra, at this point, like 12.5 this year and another 35.6. So that's good work by Danielle Hunter's agent. Maybe there's some cap ramifications that I don't know about that it makes sense for the Texans. I would need that explained to me why we're rushing to give a defensive end who is going to be on the wrong side of 30 money so quickly after a year where he played to the level of his deal. And let him play to the level of his deal again. And by the way, he had more sacks in Minnesota last year, or at least now 2023. And they were like, you know what? We'd rather have the younger player in Jonathan Grenard. I think both teams made out pretty well. Is Jonathan Grenard getting a bigger deal? Did the Vikings go, you know what, Jonathan Grenard? We're not paying you up to your level. we're going to give you a lot more money. I don't know that the Vikings are doing that. And he's the younger player. You think you'd do that if someone was willing to rip up a deal. Maybe the Vikings are like, yeah, I think we accurately valued you. This is your money. And the Texans decided no. Julian wants to talk about this particular idea. What's up, Julian?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So my thing is, you're right. Hunter played up to his contract. But are we going to act like having Anderson on the other side didn't alleviate a lot of the extra attention that he gets, whether it be in when he was in Minnesota? If Sauce gets 42 after next year, are the Texans then going to say, hey, Stingley, you know what, bruh? That's on us. We didn't give you enough. So we're going to tack on another year, and we're going to give it to you for 50. That way we can give you the 12, and then you'll still have the other money. Like, is this setting a precedent that they don't want? Especially, like you say, he's 32 years old. I understand the thought process. I don't understand the money. Have a good day, guys.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's the unintended consequence of so quickly changing the deal. You set yourself up for maybe not Stingley so much, but the next guy to go, you know what? I love the deal when I got it, but I'm pretty good. And the guy over here just got a lot more money. You want to talk about this? And it's not the first time it would happen, and it'll continue to happen. Guys will want to renegotiate. And it happens across, well, mostly baseball. They'll pay a guy earlier than what he slotted to get to keep him happy. And, hey, we're going to give you more money and set some goodwill. So when it is free agency time, he feels pretty good about the team. Of course, it didn't work in Bregman's case because the Astros weren't willing to give him what he wanted when he did actually hit free agency. So there's some give and take there. But this is mostly about the age of Hunter and the fact that he did not overplay. Whether he would have an argument to get more money if he had overplayed it, that's up for the Texans to decide and say, no, hey, man, we agreed to this. We're paying you a lot of money. So what if the Browns and the Raiders want to give Max and Miles more? That's not what we're doing here. You're older than they're about, well, Miles and Danielle Hunter are not that far apart in age, but I believe Danielle Hunter is older than Myles Garrett. You're older than him. So we're not doing it. And, he's also better than you. Although you can't say that to a player's face. You may have that conversation with the agent, but you don't say that to the player's face.
That's a bad move. Yeah, that's a bad move.
It's not going to engender goodwill if you come out and say he's better than you. Although he is. It's the reason he's winning Defensive Player of the Year awards. And you're like, hey, look, he's a Pro Bowler.
It's good.
You're good, but
great.
He's better. That's why he got that deal he got. And stop asking us for something similar when you're not that guy. But the Texans are freewheeling when it comes to handing out money, which is surprising considering what we thought they would be able to do. Okay, the Neil Hunter thing aside, at least that's a good player. You gave him more money than I think he should have gotten, but he's a good player. And mostly my idea is about the process. Whether you want to give Danielle Hunter $45 million a year, whatever, as long as you can make it work and it doesn't kill your team because of cap ramifications and what you can spend on other players. Do it. I just don't understand the process considering that he was good, not great, but you were like, yeah, just let's give Danielle all the money he wants. But whatever. The guy they gave money to that is less explainable, at least in my eyes, is Cam Robinson. He's not good. At least he wasn't last year. So that's 3 offensive linemen, the Texans, and the other 2, stop gaps, fillers. You're just shaking things up. Not big deals. You traded for Ed Ingram. You brought in Laken Tomlinson. But those guys were top 5 in pressures given up. And Cam Robinson, according to the 33rd team, there are different measuring sticks on this, like PFF grades him as a better player. Not a great player, but a better player than 33rd team would. And the next gen stats would say he gave the most pressure of any offensive lineman in football last year, 60 plus pressures. He ranked 560th out of 560 qualifying offensive linemen.
That doesn't seem good.
An astute point by Michael Carroll. It
Thank
does
you.
not seem good. So why are you giving him? I don't know the final details on the deal, what it really is, or agent can say he's getting this much guaranteed or this much money and how much of it is guaranteed. What's a per play bonus, per snap bonus. I don't know that stuff, but the deal is in the double digits for a guy who was bad. I don't like it when other fans, the fans of the team that is leaving, and in this case, two teams, because he was a Jag and a Viking last year, they're like, oh, nice one, Texans. Nice one. Good one. I don't like that. I don't like that sentiment. Now, fans are fans, and they're not always right about things, but when two fan bases are like, oh, can't believe they did that.
It's the uniting of it.
Yeah, it's when Jags and Viking fans can come together and shake hands and laugh at the Texans for making the decision. That's what I don't like. It's bothersome.
Feels like a bad sign.
Yes. And maybe the Texans are just relying on the power of friendship. You know, we got the new / old offensive line coach. We got rid of the problem that was Laremy Tunsil. We'll bring in these below average to bad offensive linemen. We'll put them all together, and the sum of the parts will be better than the individual, and we'll find a way to get it done. Because, you know, we always hear the O-line is about a unit, and the unit has to perform. So even if there's a great player, but the unit doesn't perform well, things don't work. You want the closed fist, not the open hand.
It turns out that, like, on a lot of edge rushers' weakness track, like traits and stuff like that, power of friendship is listed on there a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. Yeah.
Yes, Daniil Hunter didn't have a great day against the Chiefs. He might have. I just don't remember I'm using them as an example because of the power of friendship. I don't believe when Josh Allen Hines and Trevon Walker, who they actually might want to trade, go up against the Texans, power friendship will be the thing, the ability the Texans have that will stop those guys when it comes to rushing the passer. We'll still call him our own RJ Saunders, who used to work here, said, "Get ready to bury CJ in the H."
Dang.
He is a Jag fan. He works in Jacksonville. He's watched Cam Robinson, and that was his text into, or maybe he wrote that on Twitch to John and Lance. Get ready to bury CJ in the H. 3 offensive linemen who weren't good last year are your main acquisitions. Of course, there is the draft coming up. They can make moves there to secure what right now is a leaky spot on this team. They've done a lot of work from the Kirk trade to the lineman acquisitions. I don't think they're better. From the time their season ended to now, they're not a better football team, which is saying something. Consider how active they've been. And before we go, Michael, get used to it. Next couple of days will be way late, just how it is.
Oh, okay.
We're a media company now. We're not even just a radio station. We're a media company. We turn things into videos. We get people views. Yeah, I've heard that stuff. Don't worry about it.
It's a lot different than what I used to do.
Yeah, we're a media company. Don't worry about it. Time matters less. So, the acquisition of Christian Kirk, I was thinking about it. Will anyone, I think Christian Kirk is a prime example, because I feel like he's a one-year rental, much like Stephon Diggs, of a guy 4 years from now, people are like, no, I swear Christian Kirk was a Texan. And your buddy going, no, he wasn't. Christian Kirk never played for the Texans. He was a Jag and a Cardinal and whoever else he signs with. I got a real feeling he winds up a Saint at some point. That's just the vibes I get. I feel like this is going to be a thing that's not very remarkable. And he's going to become a guy very soon, just how the trajectory of his career is going, where the next place he signs, it won't even be about what he is as a player. It'll be about his past and, the requisite. For example, former Aggie and Texan Christian Kirk signs the Cowboys. He stays in the state of Texas. Another weapon for Dak Prescott. Those type of tweets. Nothing about, he caught 35 balls for 350 yards and wasn't very effective or whatever it might be. Only played 8 games, whatever it might be.
So you're saying his tenure is going to amount to a trivia question?
Yes. And his agent will try to write up flowery language for the newsbreaker to put in the tweet. Tell me when a guy on his third team who gets traded for a late third-day pick and he's restructuring his deal to make it work for the team that he's on now. Does that sound like the formula for something working out? Name all these guys on their third teams before 30 who turn into really big contributors, and he has to be right now. He is their second best receiver. I don't know, man. I like the Texans just moving Dex on a Titanic. Nah, they're not the Titanic. That's
Whoa.
rough. They're moving decks on the ship, just moving them around. Oh, moving chairs on the ship, just moving them around. You know that game they play, 3-card Monty?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
That game, just moving the cards around.
Just moving it around.
Yeah, just moving stuff around, seeing if it works out, particularly on the offensive line. I don't know, man. Hopefully the draft yields better results than Ed Ingram, Cam Robinson, and Laken Tomlinson. Okay, when we come back, we'll do our camp update. And Michael, here's the prompt for you.
Okay.
The camp update is where we talk about what's happening in Astros camp. And Sean, his directive for me is, it always is, and we only have, well, he's done because camp ends, I think, tomorrow. They'll be back for the Space Cowboys games coming up here, to pick music that represents baseball to you. It could be a theme from like the MLB on Fox baseball broadcast. It could be This Week in Baseball, which is an old show, weekly baseball show. It could be Put Me in Coach, I'm Ready to Play. It could be anything except the 7th inning stretch.
Oh,
Except
yeah,
anything.
no. Okay.
Except any of that stuff. It has to be an actual song that someone might want to listen to, or a theme song.
Gotcha. Okay.
Anything, or maybe you watched the Bad News Bears yesterday and you remember a song from that. I don't know what it'll be. It's unlikely that that's going to be the case, but you pick. We will do that when we come back. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Michael here till noon. Rahul Ramzanali will join us at 11:15. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Coming up in about 30 minutes, Rahil will join us. Rahil Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. He'll get you situated on what's going on in the city of Houston. Our best baseball team. Well, excuse me. Let's be clear. Our best team, best baseball team is not really the point. We only have really the one, unless you count college baseball. Our best pro team is in West Palm. The franchise's best player is in a position he's unfamiliar with. Jose Altuve had another mishap. He dropped another fly ball. That's 2 drops of fly balls. There's a misplay on a fly ball when he tried to go back on it, and then there's a throwing error. So that's 4, what you would say, relatively routine plays he has not made as of yet, or he could not make as a left fielder. And it led to a rant by Lance Zierlein that you can find up on our socials. It'll be the video of the day on ESPN Houston. It's on Instagram. It's on Twitter. Him talking about what the Astros are doing to Jose Altuve, and he's not thrilled with it. But let's hear the sound. Now, this is just the boom mic, whatever you want to call it. This is just the directional mic pointed at the field, and here's the sound of Altuve. Oh, Michael's still working on it. I set him up poorly for that because he also has to pick a song. So when Michael, when you're ready with the sound, and really this is just about listening to the anticipation of the play because everyone's like, oh, Altuve's in left. Let's see if he makes a play. And then the reaction when the play's not made. A lot of Mets fans there, if I'm going by the reaction to the drop. So we'll get to that. And then we'll, Keith, I see you'll get to you too here at some point as you want to talk some March Madness. So it's been rough. We'll hear from Espada here as well. He talked about the common thread that you can look at and point to why these misplays are happening. On the other side, you've got Cam Smith, who he says is really putting himself in a good position. And it's making the Astros think about it. Whether that's just, hey, yeah, I got to talk about Cam Smith. I'm not going to give away anything, or there's some real energy behind him possibly making the opening day roster. That's yet to be seen. We got a couple of days as the Astros still have time to make that decision. So a guy we know is going to be there is Jose Altuve. Where he's going to play, the word is from camp that expect him to play most of his games in left field. What he's done so far doesn't elicit much confidence because these are just plays you got to make. Do we have it?
I am bringing up my email. There's so many logins.
Okay. So you know what? We'll get to Keith. We'll wait on that. We'll do that to start hour 2 of the show. We'll have all the things that happened in spring training yesterday, and also some bad news regarding Luis Garcia as he's trying to make his way back. We had a good update with Lance McCullers. The update on Luis Garcia, not so great. Let's get to Keith. He wants to talk some March Madness. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me on. Brackets are due in 20 minutes. With the report that Will Wade is taking the NC State job, are you picking the 12 seed McNeese to upset Clemson, or is that distraction too big for the 12-5 upset that happens every year? You're rolling with Clemson or McNeese with the Will Wade to NC State news?
Yeah, if you missed it, Will Wade, the former LSU coach who had to take a step back because of a show cause, because of improperly recruiting in Baton Rouge, is now back in the Power Conference. He is the new coach at NC State. He takes over for Kevin Keats, who at about this time last year was about to go on a run to make a Final Four. NC State wasn't tricked. They didn't give him a big extension, and he did not have a good season this year. So they were in a position to coach, or at least to snag Will Wade. Can they make a run? I don't know how the McNeese State players will react to their coach saying, I want to hang around for this run, but I'm out. I don't know what type of love they feel for him, what the vibe is. Because some guys are like, we get it. Good opportunity for your family. Coach was great here. Go ahead and take that job, and we're going to be rooting for you. Others are like, man, he betrayed us. I don't know the relationship. In fact, I would make a prediction, but mostly anything I say will be based off of my Bracket Madness stuff. I don't remember it. And he mentions it's time to fill out those brackets. And it is. You still got a couple minutes to go to ESPN 975 and fill out your bracket for Bracket Madness. And it's not just about playing against us. You get a chance to win stuff. This is brought to you by Golden Nugget Lake Charles, East River 9, and the Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's that time of the year. Test your knowledge and see if you can beat us or the many people who aren't the people who work at ESPN 975 who are part of the bracket challenge. So maybe you want something from Two Creeks Crossing Resort, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Gooder Sunglasses, Nico Nico's, Trulux, and more. That's all there for you. Beat us, beat your competitors, and you win a prize. Thanks to all our sponsors. So you can go to ESPN975.com. Under the promotions tab, you can fill out the bracket challenge. So I did that last night, and I got to admit, the care for the bracket overall was reflected by my choices. I just auto picked most of them, and then I went and go, I don't like that one. I flipped that one. I don't like that one. I'll change that one. But I would say most of the picks on my bracket are the computer deciding who they thought would win. Then I just made some adjustments to see. And if you lose to me, you didn't really lose to me. You lost to some algorithm that decided this should go this way. So don't feel bad. And if you beat me, you also didn't beat me. You beat an algorithm. That's how I cover myself. Whether I look dumb or not on those brackets, it wasn't me. So there it is. But back to that question. I'm not taking this. I'm not taking the team who lost their head coach. I'll take the team. I won't take the lower seed who lost their head coach. Although Will Wade does do a good job coaching. He's a good coach. Beyond the stuff that led to him losing his LSU job, he wins. He won at McNeese State, and that's why he's getting the job at NC State. He's got another chance. And it's a program that's been desperate for consistency. And NC State never will be Duke or North Carolina. But that school doesn't think they should be a team that misses the tournament as often as they do. As great as that Final Four run for them was last year, they don't like where they had to start to get there. Being an 11 and making the Final Four is cool. DJ Burns, great story. But I think the people there believe they should be at least top half of the ACC, which gives you a shot to not be a team who's waiting on Selection Sunday, hoping and praying that you make it. And in their case, it wasn't even that. They had to win the ACC tournament to make it in as an auto bid team. So they're looking for a new way, and they hope that Will Wade is the guy. All right, we'll go to break here. Try to stay on time. We'll come back with our camp update. We'll hear all that happened yesterday, some good, some bad, and an injury update on Luis Garcia. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Got word from Raheel. He's got his topics ready to go. He did not mention yelling at Houston Methodist, so we'll see if he wants to go there. But I will get to him in the next segment. Okay. So the story from camp yesterday with the Astros was another misplay from Jose Altuve. You're not going to hear the play-by-play. You're just going to hear the buildup of anticipation because they see where that ball's going. And then you're going to hear their response after the ball hits the ground. Here is the play that was the talk of camp yesterday. That is supposed to be an Astros home game. I know they shared the facility with the Nationals. A lot of Mets fans apparently made it down and enjoyed a run scoring after Altuve misplays that ball. So we'll get to Joe Espada's response to that misplay. He says there's a common thread of those drop fly balls. We'll hear from him. But first, we're going to hear the song that Michael picked for the camp update. It's his first time doing it. Sean has done it admirably well. But on a day when a Coug is replacing a Longhorn, I expect better. That's just how it is. He's got his Cougs polo on right now. What's the song you chose, Michael? Baseball Tonight. ESPN. Is this the Baseball Tonight theme or just ESPN's baseball theme?
Just ESPN's baseball theme.
Okay.
I picked it just because that's kind of where I started my radio career, is doing Sunday Night Baseball and Baseball Tonight and all that type of stuff. So that's kind of the it brings back a lot of memories in terms of that. So
I did not tell you that the song plays throughout the segment.
All I could find was 30 seconds. Okay.
That is part of Sean's issue. He has to pick songs that at least give him the opportunity for maybe 2 to 3 minutes. So that's on me. That's a mistake by me. We'll clean that up for tomorrow. But you can either keep rewinding that song,
same little 30-second,
or you can pick another one if you want. But yeah, we'll try this one. We'll see how this goes, because the channel we're going to play the other audio from is a different one, so it won't kill that. So we heard the clip of the drop fly ball. Here is Joe Espada explaining why there's a particular thing going on that's leading to the mistakes. Here's Joe Espada.
His spring, to be honest with you, has been okay.
I believe that's for no Blanco.
Today he executed his changes very.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't say it right. That could be on me. So that's 2 issues where I'm the culprit for the issue. We might hear from Espada a little bit later then. I did want to get to this. Cam Smith hit another home run, which is great. People are very excited about that. It's over there, right? Espada on Cam Smith. I don't want to have another mistake fall on my shoulders. Here's Espada talking about Cam Smith and the position he's putting himself in.
You know what? I like the fact that he pulled that one, and then the single to right. So he continues to hit the ball to all fields with power. Swing decisions are excellent. And he made a couple of plays down the right field corner there where I thought he handled himself really well, and he continues to push the hand on us. He's putting himself in a really good position. So we'll continue to evaluate him.
The best that Cam Smith can do is make it a decision. Whether the Astros are going to lean into him starting in Corpus, so be it. But he is doing everything in his power to at least make them think about it. I don't think anyone could have imagined, even if you knew Cam Smith was coming in, that there's a possibility of an outfield that features Jose Altuve, Jake Myers, and Cam Smith to open up the season. The Astros' own decision has made the Jose Altuve thing a reality. Cam Smith is doing, in a positive way, his very best. He's creating a situation where the Astros maybe just can't ignore what he's been, even if some of it or most of it has not come against Major League pitching. But the last one did. He hit a homer off an established Major League pitcher, which is good. The plays in right field, good. It's been a very positive spring for him as he tries to force his way onto this roster pretty much. The bad news, beyond Altuve dropping another ball, is that Luis Garcia has been shut down. He, along with Lance McCullers, were the two guys the Astros were telling us would make it back, not once the season began, but after. There was no real timeline, whether it was going to be June or May. But with positioning Christian Javier as a post All-Star break addition, possibly, we at least thought we would get those guys before the All-Star break. McCullers seems on schedule. Luis Garcia no longer on that schedule. He has elbow soreness, so he had to be shut down, which is scary. It's not good news for a guy who's missed a lot of time, not as much as Lance McCullers, but the assumption was he'd be back and ready to go. But it's not the case. Garcia's throwing, he'll be stopped and he'll be evaluated. He was supposed to throw live BP today, but the elbow's sore. He's not going to do it. So that is another hill to get over for Luis Garcia. Hopefully it's not what you immediately think when you hear an elbow concern with a guy coming off Tommy John. So there it is. That's your camp update. We've got one more of those before we're done. The Astros spring training is wrapping up, and I credit Michael for working through my lack of direction when it came to picking a song. I get the nostalgia stuff, and that's how a lot of us start. A lot of my time was not doing baseball, was doing Oklahoma football. People don't know. Well, some people don't know we were even a different station, 1560 at the time. And I remember spending a lot of Saturday nights listening to Bob Stoops' teams beat up on like Tech and others.
Because you started 1560 2007
as an intern.
Yeah.
And then, you get paid to work on the weekend. I did Oklahoma football, did LSU football during the Les Miles era. And yeah, remember when he was a thing?
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was him. And I think we had Oklahoma first. Somehow, somewhere we had a connection with Oklahoma. Someone did at the station, and then it became LSU. And now, we're the home of the Houston, not the Houston. I was going to say Houston Dynamo, but not really. We are the home of Texas A&M football, basketball, and also baseball. And the Aggies got their own tournament game. While you've got your Houston polo on, the Aggies got a potential run in them as well. My real question is, no matter how long it goes for them, will Wade Taylor get up 30 shots in the game? That's all I'm looking for. Can Wade Taylor get to 30 shots in a ball game?
That's the over-under?
I don't know if it is. It's just what I'm hoping for. It's just what I'm hoping for. We will see what, let's just say, their volume shooter gets up to in their first game. And maybe it's a long run for the Aggies. They can beat Auburn, can't beat Texas. Don't have to worry about playing Texas out of the tournament, and likely looking for a head coach, as the reports are all out there that Rodney Terry is gone. Just have not seen where that's official as of yet. Okay, when we come back, we'll get to Raheel Ramzanali. He joins us. Speaking of Texas, he's a Longhorn. We're surrounded by him, Michael. Longhorns everywhere. It's just part of living in Houston. You're going to be surrounded by Longhorns, and he'll join us to talk about something maybe more serious than Texas basketball. Depends on where he lands on that. The wildfires are going on. It's 1 day past the 5th year anniversary of the COVID lockdown. I believe that was March 19th that became official. However you want to however you want to center that as an official start. A lot of people in sports goes, the moment Rudy Gobert fake coughed on those microphones,
touched all the mics and everything.
Yeah. That was the moment that COVID began for some, others differently. So we'll hear from Raheel on that and another topic as well. Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast, will join us when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We are awaiting Raheel Ramzanali's call. At least that's what he's done the last 2 times he's joined us. He did not tell me to call him, so we will see. The host of CityCast, we expect to join us here shortly, and if not, I'll pass his number along to Michael, so we'll get him on. So there it is. He's just late. Shouldn't be surprised. He tells me 11:15, and he's done this long enough to know you call him before 11:15, right? Just
I would think so.
Yeah, he's done. He's been in my spot before. I love that he's got to explain to the intern out there what he's doing. I can hear it. Like the intern's like, put you on hold. There it is. We're good to go. Yeah, I'm Raheel. I'm here for my segment with Del. I hope that went well. Here's Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast. He joins us right now. What's up, Raheel?
Hey, what's up, Del? How are you, man?
I'm good, man. Did you want to extend your rant against Houston Methodists to this show, or you want to leave that for Twitter?
Wait, which one? Which rant? Oh, the Methodist rant. Sorry, you were breaking up there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do a quick recap of what happened. All right. Basically, the way they bill their physical therapy, they charge it like a hospital visit. I didn't know this. I got screwed in all of this. I was trying to resolve this, like behind the scenes, trying to get in touch with people, but it's so hard to get in touch with the right people when there's a huge corporation involved. Long story short, I did get in touch with somebody. They are going to put in new protocols because my big thing was like, they should inform patients, right? So we resolved it. They were very kind and understanding of like why I was so frustrated. So props to them for actually taking care of this and putting new protocols in place. But yeah, just always like check with any hospital. If you're using insurance, like, are you going to be using your out-of-pocket max, right? That's the number that goes into, but that's what you have to pay after your deductible is met for certain services. So I learned a lot about the healthcare system and how shady it can be and how insurance is wonky in the last 6 months because of 2 knee surgeries.
So you can check out that entire thing. I mean, he did a nice job recapping it, but he's more in depth on his X or Twitter account. You can find that at @the_Raheel. It's very informative. He walks you through some things he went through and maybe some of the things you can avoid if you have to deal with, well, anything involving what he had to deal with. Doesn't have to be specifically Methodist, but that was his experience over the last, as he mentioned, 6 months. Okay, so
Del, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Last thing on this. I want to get your thoughts on this because you are my moral compass at times. All right.
No, I am not.
Should I delete the thread now because they make things right and actually listen to me, or should I leave it up?
I think what you did to recap what happened should be part of your thread. Like what happened was real. Okay. And then you can say, hey, after talking with them, things were resolved, but it's not like what happened. What you wrote didn't happen. I would say that you wrote a story about what's like a pretty in-depth story about what happened to you, and then now you have the end result. You can talk about that. I wouldn't say you need to delete that. You weren't unfair. You weren't calling anyone out of their name.
I don't think I was unfair.
No, you weren't killing them. You just say this is what happened, and you guys need to be sure what you're getting into, and then let everyone know that hey, this was resolved.
And this is where it gets frustrating because I'm fortunate, you're fortunate that we have this platform, right? As small as it may be or how big as it may be, right? We have this platform. So when you go to social media and blast a company, they actually responded, and the person who resolved this actually said, I saw your social media post, and that's why, I'm taking care of this now. Well, what about for the last month? Like when I've been trying to do things the right way. I hate going on social media to blast people. I think it's unfair sometimes, right? Like having family members who own a small business, you only show your side, right? So it's frustrating. I don't like doing it, but that's why it got resolved. So that's another thing. And by the way, the lady who helped me, she said that they're also going to take care of that on their communications end. Like why wasn't this resolved sooner? So props to them again. Just one last thing there. So I won't delete it because Del told me to. So when somebody says like, "Hey, you should delete this," I'm just gonna say Delby 2 told me not to.
That's fine. If someone has a problem with it, I'll say, "Hey, Michael told me to tell Raheel not to delete it. It's fine. We'll just keep passing the buck along."
I said it. Yeah. I'll say it.
Yeah, there it is. See, I've got proof. Raheel is the host of CityCast. You can find that podcast anywhere you listen to podcasts. And we certainly have some topics, but he did pose a question in the last hour. If you had $1 billion, what would you do for Houston? Fund a football team? Stadium? No, probably not. We heard Raheel talk about that. I saw a response from one of our people. Dustin talked about it. So you can find that at the Raheel as well and respond. I'm sure it could be a topic on CityCast. If you had the money to help the city of Houston, what would you do? But there's some things happening.
Episode, so
yep.
Listen to it. Yeah.
There it is. There's some things happening in Houston, maybe outside Houston proper. There are wildfires. The wildfires in Sam Houston National Forest are going on. And I saw that as of this morning, they had about 20% of it contained. What can you tell us about it? Do we know how it started?
Yeah, so we still don't know how it started. And, pretty much our entire area has been under a red flag warning, which basically means the conditions are right for a wildfire. And we normally don't see many wildfires here in the city of Houston because there's not many trees, right? There's not much to spread the fire. Now, we will see fires, of course, but to the north, to the east, you've got a lot of thick forests, especially in the Sam Houston National Forest. So this is a pretty big deal, man. I mean, it is spreading pretty fast. And today, according to all of the people that are out there and fighting this blaze, the conditions are going to get worse throughout the day. So it's scary. Luckily, as of right now, there have been no structures that have been damaged. And hopefully, it doesn't happen, right? Because we think of immediately the images of what happened in LA, right? Like the houses that are burning down. But also when you think about last year, one of the biggest, I think it was the biggest wildfire in Texas happened in the Panhandle. Our state is dry right now. It is not good. Like it's scary, man.
Yeah, I didn't experience what's going on, but even the wind last night where I was from, now I'm extrapolating that to how that was affecting what's going on in the wildfires. It's look, the LA thing will be highlighted because of the damage it did in the place it was, but I mean, what's happening here is it's happening to a valuable part of our state and pretty close to us. You will credit the firefighters for what they do. It's always something you should remember, that they're beyond just firefighters. There are individuals out there, people from this community out there trying to keep everyone safe. So keep them in your thoughts as they try to combat what's going on out there. As I said, this morning by news reports, they got a long way to go, only 20% contained.
With that being said, if they're like, Del, we need you to come help because the Sam Houston statue, the big one that you see on 45, when you're driving to Dallas or coming back from Dallas, they're like, we need you to hold the line. Are you going out there to defend the statue?
Well, I first have to look up Sam Houston's history about what he was on back when he was alive. That's my first thought. What was he about?
He had an X account.
No, I mean, I'll just have to go to Wikipedia and see what side of issues he was on, and that will determine whether I'm out there trying to protect a giant statue. That's all. I got to look at the things.
How wild would it be if we had tweets from historical figures? Like you're searching Sam Houston's tweets, and before you go to the statue.
I mean, I watched 1883. Is that what the Taylor Sheridan show? I watched 1923. If he has some thoughts on the Cherokee or whatever Native American force was in the area, that might determine. I don't know what he's tweeting about. I gotta know, who am I defending?
I gotta search it.
I gotta look it up. Always look it up. Oh, he
I'm gonna try to get you fired here. What terms would you be searching for? Because people always do that when somebody goes viral. There's like 4 words that everybody searches for on their Twitter account.
Look,
just to see.
What I won't do is go at Sam Houston 43 and then write the words. I'm just gonna go to his account and see what he's written. That's all. That's how I keep myself safe. I won't type in the words. I'll just go through the man's accounts, his X account, what he's put on Threads, and see what he said. And if he said some
All
things
right,
I don't like, I'm not defending that statue. If I see a clean slate of things, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I go out there and make sure that statue is safe. And let's be clear, I'm not defending any erected edifice. I'm not defending any statues. What am I? Well, I got a nap to take. I got March Madness to watch. Creighton's playing Louisville. Now it's not the time to get me out there to defend a statue. All seriousness.
That's fair.
But I appreciate you trying to get me fired. I appreciate it. Trying to put me in a rough spot.
I tried.
Yeah. So a couple other things to get to, and this is obviously near and dear to people considering the history of this town. The astronauts are home. Well, they're 9 months.
Yeah.
9 months up.
How about that, man?
That's crazy.
Dude, that is. Okay, so I've been reflecting on this a lot. I want to go to space. I think it would be the opportunity of a lifetime, obviously.
Can I ask you a question? Would you go with a governmental agency or would you go private? Does it matter? Would a private enterprise scare you?
No, I don't think it would scare me because at this point, they're so interweaved. That's true. You look at the contractors in NASA. It's always been the case, by the way. There's been so many contractors and private companies working with NASA. It's always been the case, but obviously now it's way more high profile, right? SpaceX, Boeing, the Amazon company, all these. Jeff Bezos' company, sorry, Amazon company. But yeah, there's just so many more now working with NASA. I would trust it. It's all good. I'm gonna try it. But once I get up there, like after the first 3 weeks, maybe does it get kind of old?
Well, you have so much to do, and it feels like any mistake could lead to your death. I don't know if it gets old. I don't know if it gets trite to be up in space.
That's exhausting. You have to be on top of it 24/7.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it gets old. It's exhausting. It's a grind.
So fast.
I think the fact that you're in space may become a little, oh, look, I'm in space staring at the vastness and the void. Might be something you get over after the first 6 months, but I don't think it becomes something where you go through the motions, because I feel like, or maybe if you are one of those people, you don't make it. Maybe that's part of the process.
Maybe you're not going to be an astronaut.
Maybe you're not.
Yeah, that's true.
You know how some people just aren't built for it. I don't know if they use that in astronaut school. You aren't built for this. You ain't built for it. You ain't him. You ain't him or her. But maybe that's part of the deal. You got to be built for it to be an astronaut.
So when they get cut from the astronaut program, they just get like a one-sheeter and it just says, "You ain't him," or "You ain't built for this." BIS.
Well, we're cutting spending on the federal level, so maybe we just write a sentence on a piece of paper. You ain't built for it.
You ain't built for it.
And that's all. That's all. It's simple enough. Yeah. Everyone gets, with the Navy SEALs, they ring a bell, and that means you're out. A simple sentence. You ain't built for it. We appreciate your efforts. Now beat it. I have never dreamed about going to space. I'll watch any space movie, but they all freak me out because I watch the ones where, well, there's no space movie that's interesting unless something goes wrong. Like there's no space movie where they're up there and they just chill for 2 weeks and they come home. That doesn't get people to watch. All the space movies I've seen.
That's just a documentary.
Yeah. All the space movies I've seen, someone's near death or they do die or there's some alien creature or there's some force that's trying to kill them. It's kind of warped my opinion. I'm out. I'm out on space. I'm out on space.
Yeah. It is a scary situation in space. But yeah, 9 months. So my next, by the way, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they were the astronauts that were stuck up there. SpaceX ended up bringing them back home after they went up there in the Boeing Starliner. Things went wrong. They were stuck there for 9 months. We actually interviewed at CityCast, our sister city, Nashville. They interviewed Butch Wilmore, who, of course, lives in the city of Houston. We published that episode. You can check it out in our podcast feed. Just look for CityCast Houston Astronaut. You'll find it. But we talked to him while he was up there, and it is fascinating. Like, we were just talking about what he's doing every single day. And then also, what he was craving the most? The pimento Chick-fil-A sandwich.
The pimento?
Yeah.
We've had more discussions than we probably ever should have about Chick-fil-A and what we would get. You are someone who, I don't know if they still do it. You're the one who goes you go well done fries, right?
Well done. Yeah, they fry it a little bit longer.
Yeah.
A little crunchier.
Yeah, and they'll do it for the filet too, I believe. I've never thought to get the pimento.
Really? It's so good.
Nope. Just give me the regular old spicy ass chicken sandwich. I'm good.
Man,
Pimento. I hear the word pimento and go, sounds like the Masters to me. I'm out.
Why? Oh, okay. I get it. Okay, because of the Masters.
No, and also I don't know if I need a basic cheese on my chicken sandwich. You want to give me some cheddar, some Swiss, I'm good. I don't want your fancy cheese on my sandwich. I don't want.
What if they rebranded it as interesting cold cheese? Because it's very cold.
I don't want.
You cannot melt that.
I don't want.
What if they didn't call it pimento? Because it seems like there's some racial undertones that you're dealing with pimento.
I don't need a rename. May help a rebrand, but I don't want a 3-name cheese. If you can't get the point across in 2, I'm out. Like. Interesting cold cheese.
This legit made me laugh. That was good.
What's it? I don't want interesting cold cheese as the name of a cheese. Well, imagine saying that to someone. Can you put the interesting cold cheese on my sandwich? What are you talking about, sir?
I mean, that was just rough. That was a rough. What if we call it a Southern cheese blend? Because you got to keep the historical.
What does Southern mean? What does Southern mean?
You know what it means.
Why don't you call it Heritage Cheese Blend then? Why don't you call it that?
There it is. Heritage
Cheese Blend. And you can all guess what that means. No, we swear. It's just about cheese rights. We swear. That's all it was. Individual cheese rights. That's all we were talking about.
Yo, and they put honey on top of it.
I like hot honey. I put hot honey pretty much on everything now.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
It's a good move.
All right. So what's the astronaut's name again who directed this entire conversation?
Butch Wilmore and his partner, Sonny Williams. They were up there for 9 months.
Up there for 9 months. What was the original time they were supposed to be up there? Was it like 2 weeks, a week? How long were they supposed to be up there originally?
Yeah, I think it was just under 2 weeks, if I recall. But 9 months. So my final question on this story for you, is there any place where you could go and be stuck in 9 months? Is there like one that comes to mind you'd be okay with?
Well, there was one, when I was born, but I don't want to go back.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
But I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back.
Like right now, it would be very hard to do that.
Yeah. A lot of strain on my mother. Not looking to do that.
Yeah. Not enough food either.
Yeah. It'll be a rough go for me. 9 months someplace stuck. And do I have amenities, or am I like in what they are in, where there's nothing to do but make sure this thing continues to run?
No, you'll be like, let's say if you pick like a resort, you're stuck in that resort property. Like you can't leave it. You're stuck there for 9 months. That's a lot of time.
That's a lot of time to be stuck in one spot. I think I could do it, but as long as I can get out, can I get out and go for a walk, or am I actually stuck in a room or a building? Because that's part of it. If I'm stuck in a room, no, I can't. I can tell you right now, I can't do it.
No.
But if you give me my PT, let me walk around. Give me an hour of a PT, and I think I would be okay. We got a question for you regarding some things. Someone wants to know. I'm not going to use the name this person uses because I think that's a name specific to what you call your wife. What did your wife get your young daughter who turned 10 years old? Happy birthday to Hayden. Once again, what you get? What does the 10-year-old daughter for Hill Rousnelli get for her birthday?
We threw a birthday party, so we had her friends come over. So we did that. We took her to a really nice lunch with my family. Then we did dinner yesterday. So that was the present. Okay, with all the money that we just spent on this birthday. I haven't bought her a present in a long time. Because she whatever she wants throughout the year, we get it. So I'm trying to and she never asked for presents either. Does that make me a bad dad?
No, your phoniness makes you a bad dad. What?
No, I'm dead serious here. This is not me being phony.
No, I believe you're serious. The other phoniness makes you a bad dad. No, you're not a bad dad. You just said it. When she asked for things and it makes sense, you get in it. And if she didn't want anything specific and you gave her a party and that's what she wanted, there are no real rules to that. And by the way, you're asking the wrong person. Who am I to tell you? I'm not a father daughters. I can't tell you whether you're a bad dad or not.
Oh, that's right. You're not even allowed to comment.
Yeah,
on
I can just ask questions.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't. My
Yeah,
opinion
that's
does not
true.
matter at all.
Yeah. As a man with no kids that we know of, and specifically a daughter,
Okay, send the
are
video.
you allowed to watch? Are you allowed to watch the women's college basketball tournament?
I think I'm allowed. I mean, I'm not making judgments about them. I think I'm just allowed to watch them play basketball. I can appreciate Paige Beckers and Juju Watkins. Don't ask me to name another player because I got none.
Okay.
I can do that. But
They're
beyond
the
that,
number one Texas Longhorns. We're rooting for them, by the way.
sure. I mean, you need to bring some type of joy to Texas basketball. Although maybe you're joyful because Rodney Terry no longer has a job.
That was the best thing yesterday. Blowing a 13-point lead. What are you talking about?
I mean,
I was cheering for every Xavier made three. This is great.
He's used to blowing 13-point leads. When they got knocked out of the Elite
That was
Eight.
the whole season.
Well,
Yeah.
even in the year that got him the job, the final game of that year, he blew a 13-point lead in the second half to not reach the Final Four.
Like it was a very crappy Miami team as well, by the way. Like historically, that was
crappy's tough for you to say.
How they do in the Final Four?
I mean, you know what? Even to this day, in UConn's 2 title runs, Miami played the closest game, and that's real.
Congratulations!
I'm just telling you, we make
what
a
was
final.
the final score?
I think they lost by like
How
13.
bad was it?
I think it was like 13. But that's
So
the
it was a
closest
damn big
game.
UConn team.
Yeah, that's the closest game UConn played in 2 straight Final Four runs. So
That's
put some
crazy.
respect on Coach L's name as he retired because the game passed him by.
Royale Ivy.
That's the
way,
guy.
is
That's
the
your
name
guy.
to watch. Now, I've been saying this for a while.
So you are
I'm
okay.
Very confident it's going to happen.
You're okay hiring a guy who's never been a head coach before because that generally does not go well.
Well, not in college basketball. He was an Olympic coach, right?
For Sudan.
And he's for Sudan, yeah. He has that big win over Team USA in a scrimmage.
Sure.
Okay. He has the backing of the most famous Texas basketball player,
PJ
Kevin
Tucker.
Durant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, Kevin Durant's more popular. Come on.
I know. I was going to go more obscure. DJ Augustine.
By the way, somebody put out a list of like top starting 5 Texas Longhorns all time. They didn't include TJ Ford.
Who do they include as point guard? Augustine?
Avery Bradley.
Oh, what? What are we talking about?
That was like a 14-year-old who made the list, right?
Probably.
Or even a 20-year-old.
Probably. I don't know, but I still don't know what demographic you have to be in to choose Avery Bradley as the choice over TJ Ford.
You could have picked anybody.
Yeah. Avery Bradley's your choice?
That's Avery Bradley. Consistent. Great defense. Just a fantastic player for the system. But
he's not TJ Ford.
He's not TJ Ford. No way.
What are we doing? So
yeah.
So you think Royale Ivy? Some people have said Sean Miller, but if you had your way, it'd be the Rockets assistant Royale Ivy.
Yeah, I am all in on him. I think he's going to do amazing things. I think he'll connect with players. I think he has a system that that he's creating under Coach Ime, and I think he's going to bring some toughness and start bringing in players that aren't just names, right? Like bringing in guys who are going to be role players as well, because that is important in college basketball. You need a guy, but the guy usually, like a team with just the main guy, like he's averaging 19 points like Trey Johnson did, you usually don't go that far. It's rare. You need a bunch of dudes who are like 22, 23 years old, basically, and you're playing a system, and you're all in on that system. So I think he would do great things.
Yeah, we will see if the Rockets lose one of their lead assistants, who's done a great job with them, done a great job with Sudan. We saw how competitive that team was in leading up to the Olympics and in the Olympics themselves. So, final thing before the Host of City cast leaves, it's an anniversary. 5 years since when, Real?
Man, since the pandemic lockdowns. It flew by, man. We were working obviously together at the time at ESPN Houston, and it was wild. Like we just started, like, hey, we're going to be working from home. Everybody, we're on lockdown, right? Because of the pandemic. We were doing our shows from a closet in random rooms, just trying to figure things out on the fly. And then, you fast forward, you think about all the lives that were lost, all the people that were impacted financially, emotionally, mentally, all that stuff, man. It's just, it's scary to think about. Like, we actually went through that, but it flew by. It's been 5 years.
It's true. I'm glad you cleaned it up, starting with how your life was affected, doing a radio show. And then you cleaned it up. You're like, hey,
yeah,
bad things happen to other people.
Lead with the personal.
Yeah, of course. And sure. But
I lost a job during the pandemic.
That's true. That is true.
At a time when nobody was hiring, by the way.
Expressly because of the pandemic. The only reason it had to happen is because of the pandemic, not because of a lack of work ethic. Raheel always did a great job. Just happened to be a financial decision, unfortunately. And as he mentioned, it was a time where there wasn't a lot of work. And but Raheel has recovered, thankfully, and he is the host of CityCast.
And I've also matured because I could have taken this time to go on my rant. But you know what? I've been working on myself, Del, and I'm good.
Oh, you don't want to give the station a nickname like you did the last time? You don't want to do that?
No, I'm not going to do it.
Oh,
I'm not going to do it.
Your epic rant. Hey, Raheel, you want to come out to the Christmas party and talk to John and Lance? Sure, but let me get this off first. And
okay. That was in 2023 though when I did that. That was still pretty fresh.
Yeah. Yes. 2 years since. There's been some growth. There's been some success with CityCast, among other things. And Raheel is a preeminent UFC, or excuse me, a MMA play-by-play man as well. Is it Fury? Is that what it is? I always forget.
Fury Fighting Championship. Fury Fighting Championship. By the way, Fury Fighting Championship 103 is this Sunday in the city of Houston. We still have some tickets available. It's going to be up on the north side at the Imagine venues. Excuse me, at the Imagine venues, which is really it's one of the best MMA places. It's also a Latino nightclub the night before, which is interesting. But I swear it is the best venue for MMA because you're like right on top of the cage. It's amazing. But if you can't watch it in person, you can subscribe to UFC Fight Pass. Over 127 countries watch our broadcast, and it is so much fun to do. But yeah, I'm in action on Sunday as the voice of Fury Fighting Championship on UFC Fight Pass.
Multifaceted Raheel Ramzanali. Of course, you heard where you can listen and watch him when he's calling a fight. You can also listen to him on CityCast, wherever you listen to podcasts. Raheel, thank you for joining us. Of course, you were at some wellness retreat last week, so you couldn't join us. We will see if you're available next week.
I was at Fiesta, Texas.
Yeah, sure. That's where you are. I'm buying that. Sure. We'll talk to Raheel next week. Thanks, Raheel.
Fiesta, Texas is popping, son.
I'm sure.
It is so much fun. It's so much fun to go to a
The only reason you thought it was Fiesta, Texas, because you're high on ayahuasca. So thanks, Raheel, for joining us. We will talk to you next week if you can. All right. Spent a lot of time talking to Raheel. We do this with Michael Carroll. We'll do that tomorrow. Michael Carroll will be in a different role, running the show, but he'll join us to talk about. Join us. He's one of us at this point.
I'll think about jumping in.
Yeah. Michael, put on the Comicast personality at 11:30. Keep your Michael Carroll producer personality between 10 and 11:30.
Gotcha.
Tomorrow.
We'll do.
Thank
Gotcha.
you.
I'm a professional. I'll be able to handle that.
Appreciate that. We got one more segment to go. Michael's got to do something to make sure we get it out on time so Paul can start his show on time. But we got one more, and then we'll be done. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Couple minutes here before we wrap it up. The tournament has officially begun. Creighton and, well, the real one, the Dayton one, whatever. But Creighton and Louisville are in action. Creighton's up by 7 right now in a 9-8 matchup. And also another tip-off between HPU and Purdue. That's on True TV. And the one I'm watching, I think it's on CBS. But got a couple games going. The Cougs, their game is at 1. There is a really good preview of that game that aired this morning on the John Land Show. They had Jeremy Branham, the host of the Killer Beast, along with Joel Blank, and at least for this time, more importantly, the play-by-play man for the Cougs. He joined the guys to talk about the season and the tournament run. And Jeremy said something interesting that I agreed with. I don't value, or I don't put all the value on a team's tournament run when it comes to their season. Of course, it's the elation of a win and the despondence of a loss when it comes to the end of your season. But the Cougs were one of the best teams of basketball all year. They won the Big 12 outright, and then they won the tournament. Of course, if you lose in the second round or something, that really sucks. But the team as a whole, this has been a great year. And I hope whatever happens isn't people saying, oh, another disappointing year. Because last year, Jamal Shead gets hurt. They lose in the Sweet 16. And then you talk about this, that could have been a Final Four team. They don't make it. This is a great basketball team, and more importantly, a great basketball program. Year after year, you're going to know that you got a shot. And it's tough to win. It's tough to win it all. Kelvin Sampson's a great coach. This is not me telling you how to be a fan. But recognize how great they've been. And, of course, the ultimate goal is to win a title. It's funny, though, with college basketball, everyone talks about making the Final Four. And then, maybe we can win a title. The big goal in college basketball is being a member of being one of those 4 teams that makes the Final Four. That's what it always is. Let's make the Final Four. Let's make the Final Four. It isn't like, let's win a national title until like right now. And until you get closer and closer in the tournament. So I think the Cougs making the Final Four obviously would be great. They've made it once under Kelvin Sampson, and injuries like Jamal Shead's have short-circuited them in their pursuit of that before. This is a good basketball team, great program. Enjoy them, and this should be, it's happened twice now, but it should be a relatively comfortable win against SIU Edwardsville. That game will tip off right around 1 o'clock. Enjoy the ride. You got a really good program in this city. And whether you're
thanks, Del. I appreciate it.
Of course, whether you're a Cougs fan or not, and maybe your team isn't good enough to make the tournament, it happens, or maybe you are a fan of the Aggies and we're going to have the game here. Nothing that says you can't take a look at what the Cougs are putting out there and go, that's a program either I want to emulate or something I want my program to strive for, because they do it well and they play hard, and there's no question about effort night after night. And we'll see that on display a little bit later. I don't feel great about Edwardsville. I don't feel great about their chances. Not the Cougs' chances. Obviously, Edwardsville. I feel like that could be one of those demolishings where Edwardsville's like, yeah, you know what? When we secured our place in the tournament, it's the best moment of our athletic lives. This moment right here don't feel so great. Like the Cougs may put a beating on Edwardsville, and that's part of how the tournament goes. Your moment was a week ago when you made it. Now you're just here.
Now get demolished by 30.
Now you're just on the Cougs victory tour. You just happen to be one of the stops. So we'll see how it goes a little bit later today. Let's get to Eric before we wrap it up. He's got a question for Michael. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Michael. How do you feel about, you heard any good things about the new movie Sinners with Michael B. Jordan? And with Jordan Peele make another movie after Nope, I'll hang up and listen.
So let's go with Sinners. Sinners is a movie that features Michael B. Jordan. He plays a pair of twins, and it's a vampire movie. Haley Steinfeld is in it. It's brought to you by Ryan Coogler. the director of Fruitvale Station. Didn't think I would start with that, did you?
I did not.
He
no.
is also the director of both Black Panther movies.
There we go. Okay.
That's the one that's the one you recognize. He and Michael B. Jordan have a great working relationship. Michael B. Jordan was the star of Fruitvale Station, and now they're together to make Sinners. And it's more than just vampires. Apparently, it's more mystical than that, more otherworldly than that. We will see. I'm excited about it.
Same. I'm excited about it as well. I think some of it's based off urban, like just Southern, like lore and things like that. I think if I remember correctly, but it's setting up to be a good movie. Don't watch the second trailer if you don't want to get spoiled on stuff. I don't know how much some of that stuff is spoilery, but I was surprised by how much they showed in the second trailer.
You're giving away what appears to be the fate of maybe not their deaths, but what happens to a couple characters where they weren't. That wasn't obvious in the first trailer. Now it's pretty obvious in the second, which was an interesting choice by them, along with the final tagline. It's a very serious trailer because there's violence and the music is great. And then at the end, Delroy Lindo saying something ridiculous. For whatever reason, they wanted to throw that in. I'm not sure.
Well, it's funny too because like the first trailer, you don't even know it's about vampires.
No,
second one, it's about vampires.
You wouldn't know unless you had done the research and knew what was coming. And then the second one, it's pretty clear that it's about vampires. It's like one of the big names in the movie gets apparently turned. Now the question for me is, was she always? There it is. I gave it away. Was this person always a vampire and was faking being a regular human, or were they turned a vampire in the story? So I'm not sure, but I will watch this movie and see where it takes me. And it's one day in the lives of these guys. That's what I saw. It's gonna be a lot.
It's an eventful day.
Yeah, but it's an eventful day where they have to fight for their lives. So we'll see how that plays out. Before we go, this is a little less serious than fighting off vampires. But hey, in your home, if there's water damage, it could feel like the end of the world. And you know who fixes that, or maybe preempts it even happening, is Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and check out all they have to offer, from fixing leaks to changing out water heaters, whether they be tankless or the standard ones. It's all there for you. They have a nice tab called Services on the website. You click down, it's a drop down menu, and you see all the things they provide, from leak detection to plumbing fixtures. It's all there for you. And I like that they mentioned at the top, plumbing contractors. You don't know what you don't know. Who's a good one? Who's not a good one? They have experienced contractors who have done great jobs throughout the city for years. So check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And of course, you can call them as well. You call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll get you a free price quote, because you don't know what the problem is. You just know there is one, and they'll take care of you. Billy Brown, the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Michael, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
He's active.
No, I like him a lot, man.
Closing seconds, deep three at the horn. He's done it again. Fred Van Vliet.
He's been doing a lot of those of late. And your Houston Rockets, after a 116-108 win over the Orlando Magic last night, to put them 20 games over 500 for the first time since the 2018-2019 season. They are now back in the playoffs with an asterisk for the first time in 5 years after that 8th straight win. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Yes, we are live at Texas Tailgate in Edo. It's right next to where the Dynamo play. Beautiful patio, beautiful weather. And I think this might be one of those days where your boy's allergies aren't going to have him coughing every 5 seconds. We shall see. Had a little fever last night after I got home, so I slept truly from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. and then 11:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. this morning. I think I'm on the right track for those who care. But we are here watching March Madness games. Right now, the game on screen, which I'm sure is going to ruin my perfect bracket, is Creighton, who's leading Louisville by quite a margin. The other game going on right now is Purdue playing High Point. Purdue's up 18-17. Creighton's up 49-29 with 50 seconds to play in the first half on Louisville. So we'll keep you updated on anything that fun that happens in the tournament as we are out here. And by the way, some awesome deals all day long, happy hour, $4 beers here at Texas Tailgate, $4 Wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots with a UH game. Their attempt to finally get that. So there you go. And the Rockets can get back into the playoffs. Understand that they have just clinched, at the very least, a play-in game. They have at least made it into the play-in tournament side of it. They did that because with 12 games left to play, they're 12 games ahead of the Suns and Mavericks, who they have tiebreakers over both. So they could not fall below the 10 seed in the Western Conference, no matter what happens the rest of the way. They're the 2 seed in the West right now. This is technically not a playoff clinching, but they will at the very least make it into the play-in tournament, which is something that we wanted to see last year. And I think we wanted a little bit more this year. So if you do the math, 1 through 6, you're automatically in the playoffs. 7 through 10, you got to do the play-in tournament. The Rockets have a 5.5 game lead and the tiebreaker over the currently number 7 Los Angeles Clippers. So they could end up falling out of where they're at right now into play-in range and not make it into one of those first-round playoff series, which are best of 7. But right now, they have a 0.4% probability of falling from 2 to the play-in field. They're basically in, and it's great to see that finally happen with what Ime Udoka has been able to do, with what these young players have done under Ime Udoka, Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson when he's been healthy, among others. It's been an incredible job that Ime Udoka has done. I saw some of the same usual suspects over in Turkey doing their bitching and moaning about how Ime Udoka doesn't help Alperen Şengün enough. These dumbasses are talking about development for a team that's developed 20 games over 500 this year. Again, this is something that hasn't been done in years. I would love if we could ban Turkey from being able to watch Rockets games entirely. No offense to some of the Turkish fans who aren't just complete jackwagons, because there are, I'm sure, a majority of Turkish Rockets fans who don't suck. But those people are terrible, and I saw all of them today. Very funny line from Tari Eason. I was unable to pull this from the post-game interview, but a media member in Orlando mentioned to Tari Eason that a lot of members of this young Rockets team haven't been to the playoffs, so people may doubt them. Tari Eason, per Vanessa Richardson, in response to that said, quote, "People hated Jesus too," end quote. Well, hell yeah. are the 2024-2025 Houston Rockets Jesus? I'm not going to go that far. I'm not even going to leave it up to discussion on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. The HRNP listener line on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. But guess what, guys? If you're doubting the Rockets, you're basically doubting Jesus. That's what Tari Eason just told you. So the Rockets are in the playoffs. Now we got to talk about the other thing that happened yesterday. It happened again. This time we didn't watch it. We heard about it via Telegram on X. Chandler Rome wrote this tweet out. Quote, Jose Altuve just dropped another routine pop fly with a runner at third base preparing to tag up on him. Oh, boy. He dropped it again. You can actually watch the replay. SNY TV posted it. And it was once again with a runner at third base preparing to tag up on him. Once again. So it's one of those things where you've seen this now back-to-back games for Altuve. You saw him, of course, mistime that jump on March 13th on a deep fly ball from the St. Louis Cardinals where the ball bounced behind him on the warning track. And now all of a sudden, you're really questioning whether or not Altuve is going to be able to do it in left field. You're going to have a lot of question marks about that. He was asked about it after the game, the 2 drops in back-to-back days, and he says it doesn't reflect how far he's come this spring. Quote, I've been in tough situations before, and I overcame that. I'm ready to go out there and play a good left field. I promise I'm going to keep working hard and be a great left fielder. Obviously, I'm not really happy about today or yesterday, continued Altuve. But one thing I know for sure is when I want to do when I want something to go my way, I'm going to do everything I can to do it. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to be playing good left field. Well, that's nice, and I'd like to believe him. But these are really simple plays. And I saw some people saying this is a really simple fix for Altuve. He just has to catch the ball and then put it in his right arm and then throw the ball in to try and stop the advancing runner. But okay, now he's had 2 opportunities to do that. He should have learned from the last experience, and he's done the same thing twice now. Is this really an easy fix if that's the case? I don't know. I mean, this feels right now like it's going to be a disaster. We've seen enough, and we all like Altuve, right? And we all think he's capable of improving, but, I mean, he just hasn't been a good fielder, per at least metrics, in the eyes of many for a while. Last season, he finished with -9 outs above average at second base. Only Jorge Polanco was worse among qualified second basemen. So, here you go. You got a guy playing left field right now who's really not good at left field. And that's a little bit concerning. And I don't know who they're going to put in left field instead. I really don't. I don't know at this moment in time what's the next step. But this is rough. And I don't know if the Astros are going to have the balls to go back to Altuve at second base this quickly, especially when Joe Espada said yesterday, we plan on having Jose Altuve be our left fielder for the majority of games this coming season. But he did it again. I mean, we're seeing just very obvious reasons that this might not work. And Altuve saying, yeah, I'm going to keep improving. I'm going to keep on trying. And you're hearing the same thing from Joe Espada. But is that actually going to happen? I do not know. 713-780-3776 is how you call in or text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Yesterday, we were going through montages that we could potentially play in the background so that Altuve can learn how to play left field very quickly in a short amount of time. It's, of course, the South Park song Montage, where it's basically just about guys improving very quickly, but using a montage to do it. Okay, so from what we were talking about yesterday, writes this texter, a good song for Altuve, standing alone in left field. Don't You Forget About Me. It's the perfect 80s song for Altuve. Don't you forget about me. Well, I mean, how about don't forget to catch the ball on a routine pop-up when there's a runner at third base, and then don't forget after you catch the ball on a routine pop-up to move the ball from the glove to your throwing hand and then throw it in to the infield. Yeah, that would be good. From the 936, Blaine asks, is Altuve doing it on purpose so they move him back to second? That would be funny. From the 409, that's twice on routine plays. I feel like it's going to get worse before it gets better. Hopefully somewhere in a backfield he's taking a lot of ground balls. Yeah, you would think so, but it really does feel like they are just putting him out in left field for the most part. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at a raucous Texas tailgate on Texas Avenue in East Downtown. Happy hour all day. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. Yes, Altuve struggled yesterday, but at the very least, this guy keeps on making it tough for the Astros to leave him off the opening day roster. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and at ESPN Houston.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
Penn, that was his career high. Last year, some injuries along the way as Smith drives it deep left field. Back goes Azakar over his head and off the top of the wall. Down to third goes Hummel, and the umpire's now indicating home run. Cam Smith trots around the bases for the fourth time this spring.
Fake news SNY didn't want to acknowledge what just happened. Astro super prospect Cam Smith went yard in that moment. And he leads the Astros in pretty much all major hitting statistics this spring. I really wonder if he's going to make it on the opening day roster because he keeps hitting. Another home run. And then you got this from Joe Espada after the game, who was asked about Cam Smith's play.
You know what? I like the fact that he pulled that one, and then the single to right. So he continues to hit the ball to all fields with power. Swing decisions are excellent. And he made a couple of plays down the right field corner there where I thought he handled himself really well, and he continues to push the hand on us. He's putting himself in a really good position. So we'll continue to evaluate him.
31 at bats, 13 hits, 4 homers, 11 runs batted in, batting average 419, slugging percentage, OPS 1371. I mean, he's crushing it. So now you wonder, when do the Astros have to make that decision? We're 7 days away from opening day next week against the Mets. And I don't know if it's going to be right field. I don't know if it's going to be on the bench. I don't know if they decide to do something really crazy and put him somewhere else. But when you're hitting this well, and there are enough questions about what's going on in the outfield, is it possible that Cam Smith gets a look in left field? Especially if things are going wrong with Altuve the way that they are in left? I would at least be open to it, but it doesn't seem like the Astros are. So when Cam Smith, the decision is made, I really do wonder if they're going to put him in right field, given that we haven't seen a lot of him in right field, much like we haven't seen a lot of Altuve in left field. If the Astros would feel comfortable having 2 guys out there that have very limited experience defensively, when you heard going into the year in that pregame rather underwhelming speech that Joe Espada gave, that this is a team that really wants to prioritize defense going into this season. So we'll see on that front. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Someone from the text line says, slut-feeing Altuve? I don't even know what that means. His errors will affect his hitting. And another texter says, well, hey, Altuve's still better than Jose Abreu. Well, again, very low bar. Very, very low bar. And also, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. Now, the texter who said his errors will affect his hitting and he'll start second-guessing himself, sent in another text essentially saying, yeah, man, he's going to question himself if he plays poorly in left field. I don't know about that. The Twitch wants me to talk about the tournament. Okay, fine. There's games on, and we're watching them here. That's fun, huh? We're here at the Texas tailgate. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. And there's going to be a Cougs watch party at 1 p.m. You got to see the cool hat that I brought for our beloved Cougs, because, yeah, the Cougs are playing in a basketball game in a little bit. Yesterday, we saw a couple of tournament games to open things up, and we saw perhaps the end of the Rodney Terry era in Texas. They lost 86-80 to Xavier. Here's how the end of that game sounded.
Texas is in the double bonus from this point forward. He misses the second, and Xavier's got it. Texas trying to get to him. 2 seconds. And there's a knockout punch. And the Xavier Musketeers scrapping their way to a Friday night first-round date with Illinois.
So they go down, and Rodney Terry is expected to be fired as a result. We'll see if that happens. I think there is a meeting that is set to take place. Rodney Terry's going to meet with AD Chris Del Conte. I wonder what big name Texas thinks they'd be able to get. I'd imagine they wouldn't move unless they thought that they had a big name that they could grab. Texas was getting trolled by Xavier in the locker room after the game. It was a nice comeback. One of them had a seemingly like $20 cowboy hat on, and everyone was doing the horns down. Everybody did it. And honestly, I don't think horns down would have become such a big thing if not for the very few people who get so butthurt whenever they see horns down. And you take a look at, the main guy who I guess was putting horns down was Zach Fremantle for Xavier, wearing the cowboy hat while he did it. And, listen, don't lose. The horns down won't happen. The horns down is not one of those salutes, okay? It's not Elon Musk accidentally going from finger to the sky, like heart to sky or whatever the hell he was doing. But there you go, guys. Texas is done. As far as the games today, two games in progress right now. One of them's at halftime. Creighton's up 49-34 on Louisville. Creighton's the 9 seed, Louisville the 8 seed. Dumb me picked Louisville. Hopefully that changes, but you can't trust the ACC, garbage conference this season. Purdue has a 35-25 lead on High Point with 1:53 to play in the first half. Game 3 tips off in about 7 minutes. 3 seed Wisconsin against number 14 Montana. And then our beloved Cougs take on another Cougars school, the SIU Edwardsville Cougars. I have never heard of this school before. I'm not even 100% sure they are real. Their logo, the school logo, it truly looks like some sort of bank or car logo. I don't even know where it is. You click on their website. Where is SIS?
Illinois, I think it's Southern Illinois.
Okay.
Because the Salukis, I think Southern Illinois. But anyway, this is the Edwardsville branch, I guess, if we're going to use banking terms.
So there's Southern Illinois U, the Salukis, and then there's Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. That sounds like a douchey place.
It is their first year in the tournament, so no one should blame you for not having any clue. No one knew who they were 2 days ago.
Right. So listen, the Cougs have to win by at least 300 points. We all know this because our Cougs cannot be stopped. Will they shut out SIU Edwardsville? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The answer is yes. Yes, and I also see another yes here, and then another yes on the text line. How about that? From the 281, is Cam Smith being at the top of the stats good news about Cam Smith or bad news about the Astros? That comes from Phillips68. I mean, it's definitely bad news for the Astros outfielders, but, I mean, Jake Myers, who has decent springs, he seems to have cooled off a little bit comparatively. Chas McCormick is really struggling. I would definitely say it's bad news about the Astros outfield. And then the fact that they are thinking about moving Cam Smith into right field or something like that does lend you to believe that, hey, you take a look at all these other guys that they have out there. This is going to be really tough. This is just going to be really tough for this outfield to contribute regularly, to hit consistently. And I get why they're putting Altuve and Cam Smith out there, but doesn't mean I like it at all. Nope. No way. No. Don't want that. All right. So outside of that, if you want to weigh in on Jose Altuve and his struggles in left field, you can. It's 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Join on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Because in case you're just tuning in, Altuve, for the second straight game, had a drop of a routine pop-up while trying to move the ball to his right hand and throw it home for a tagging runner at third base. You also, on top of all of that, have Cam Smith's performance, another home run yesterday, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for the Astros to leave him off the opening day roster. And the Rockets are technically back in the playoffs for the first time in 5 years after an 8th straight win last night over the Orlando Magic. Are they going to be able to get to 50 wins by the end of the year now that they're 45 and 25, 20 games above 500 for the first time since 2018, 2019. All of that is on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are going to be out here at Texas Tailgate in East Downtown all afternoon for all the NCAA tournament games. Don't forget, $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. And on top of that, they're going to be teaming up with your favorite Edo barbecue cookers for a brisket and ribs showcase on Saturday, cook-off style. You can purchase a ticket from the link in their bio on Facebook and Instagram. Each ticket comes with 3 food samplings, drink tickets, and a voting ticket for your main plate. You can upgrade to a VIP ticket for shuttle service and private concert at J Bar and Barbecue after the cook-off. Live music and DJs, vendors, giveaways, and more. It's going to be a whole lot of fun right here on Saturday. It's a whole lot of fun right here right now. Cougs Party coming up in about 30 minutes. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. We're going to be here all afternoon. Cougs party starts in 30 minutes. I brought a fun little Cougs hat. Sadly, some technical difficulties. We can't show it on video. You come on out here. It's an all-day happy hour. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. The NCAA tournament is underway. The first game in action. Creighton's up 56-40 on Louisville. Make that now 58-40. They're crushing them. And I guess there's a player on Creighton that everyone loves. And I'm literally looking this up on the fly because Creighton right now, they have 4 guys in double figures in this game. Creighton Mormon guy. Yes, I'm looking it up. Creighton
starts with a K.
Creighton Mormon guy. No, BMAC. The Creighton Blue Jays basketball player you might be referring to is Stephen Ashworth, who served the mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Indianapolis before playing for Creighton. And right now he is 5 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from outside. He has 15 points. But yeah, this one looks like it's going to get ugly pretty quickly. Louisville does have a guy with 18 points for what it's worth, but they're down 58-44. The other games in progress. Purdue leads High Point 37-27 at halftime. And Wisconsin, Montana just got underway. That game is tied 5-5 with 17:37 to play in the first quarter. We'll keep you posted on all of these games because we're hanging out here watching all these games on the bars at this lovely establishment on this beautiful day, the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio. It is 12:33 on a Wednesday. One text from the 713. Is Altuve part of the Illuminati now? Did he piss them off and now he's a clone like his boy Jamie Foxx? That is such a weird text. It's conspiratorial in nature. Oh, yeah, it's 12:30 on a Thursday. That means it's time for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I do not think that Altuve, if he were in the Illuminati, would be playing left field, to answer that texter's question. If he's in the Illuminati, he's still playing second base. Like, he'd never be moved off of that position ever. So no, texter. I don't know about that. Also, I had no idea that there's a theory out there that Jamie Foxx is a clone. That's something else. Don't know where that one came from. More conspiracies on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I mean, this isn't a conspiracy as much as I think it's a fact. North Carolina getting into the tournament, and I know they won in a blowout in the play-in game on Tuesday. I get it. But North Carolina getting in when their athletic director is on the selection committee and stands to make a 6-figure bonus if UNC makes it into the tournament. Like, come on. What are we doing here? We really are supposed to believe that he didn't have any impact on the decision that was ultimately made. I mean, he was in that room. I'm sure those people that are in the selection committee room with him like him, and they probably knew that he stood to make $100,000. So I don't know, maybe someone scratches my back, I scratch theirs. There's probably somebody else on the committee that would have enjoyed making that kind of money and thinks to themselves, hey, what if we get the UNC guy on our side? He is the head of that committee. It is ridiculous. And yeah, I don't think that's even a conspiracy. I just think it's fact. You know, partly also North Carolina is going to get ratings, which is one of the reasons that, of course, they made it into the tournament. They want to put on teams that people are going to watch. More Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Fake Tony Stark asks, has Paulie been wearing the tinfoil hat? I sadly can't because I've got this headset on, but I'll have a fun Cougs hat on, and you better come out and see us. It's going to be so much fun out here watching the Cougs at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Mark Jackson has a conspiracy theory of sorts. I think he's annoyed that he never was hired to be the head coach of St. John's, which Rick Pitino is now running so well that I think they're going to make it to the Final Four. Here is what Mark Jackson had to say. Quote, since I've retired from playing, every other time St. John's announced a brand new coach, there was a side of me sitting there like, hello, why not me? I'm being brutally honest. For those who don't know, Jackson played at St. John's. When they hired Coach Pitino, there was not a side of me at all because I understood he's one of the best to ever do it, if not the best to ever do it. And I understood it and I embraced it. And I understood that St. John picked a gem and that the program was going to be turned around once again. I will say this, though. I mean, his time running the Warriors and things not going so well while he was running the Warriors, at least relative to where they went with Steve Kerr, and the fact that he's so annoying on those broadcasts. Hand down, man down, mama, there goes that man. And his very obnoxious New York accent. I mean, there are many reasons that I could not stand him when he was on ESPN. Nothing against him. I'm sure some people can't stand my voice. But Mark Jackson should not necessarily have been the head coach of St. John's just because he went to St. John's. Now, it did take St. John's a really long time to actually find somebody worth hiring in Rick Pitino. Now they got him, and I think that they're going to be doing some damage in the NCAA tournament. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Did you notice that unredacted docs have been released related to the assassination of former President JFK? Apparently, we didn't get as many of the documentaries as we wanted. And also, apparently, we found nothing new. That actually bums me out. I'm not surprised, though. It's just annoying that the government teases us with the revealing, hey, we're going to give you all sorts of tidbits that you never had before. And now we're finally going to know the truth. And then I guess everyone who's combed through all the new details have realized, yeah, there's nothing really new except for, oh, get this, the CIA is shady. Oh, thanks. Didn't know that. Thank you for that. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Starbucks is being ordered to pay $50 million to a delivery driver who suffered, quote, debilitating nerve damage to his genitals, end quote, after spilling hot drinks on his lap. An LA County jury says Starbucks is liable for injuries of a customer burned during a botched drive-through drink handoff to the tune of $50 million. LA resident Michael Garcia claimed that he was severely burned in 2020 after his tray of hot teas caved in on itself in a deposition, he said. First one, then another hot drink toppled onto his lap, their lids popping up. He suffered severe burns, including to his genitalia. Garcia accused Starbucks of negligence and produced a store security video that appeared to show that one of the venti-sized drinks sat askew in the tray as a barista passed the order to him through a drive-through window. This is a conspiracy theory, though. Okay, so Starbucks is going to have to pay $50 million. Did Starbucks and the court see pictures of this man and, you know, like the damage? Or did this guy just get $50 million and just saying, yeah, it doesn't work anymore? Because wouldn't it be pretty easy to say it doesn't work anymore? You're not going to have to, like, prove that in court or anything like that. Honestly, and also, another question, Tinfoil Hat Thursday. This is more of a, you know, how far is too far, perhaps, and maybe we can bring it back for that. But would you take $50 million for burnt genitalia that may have nerve damage? Would you take that trade? I would think about it. It's not like I've been using a lot recently, so I would think about it. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Louisville still down 16 points now with 13 minutes to play. Sean Martinez comments on YouTube. Trash Louisville already. Looks like I'm losing my house. Oh, no. Oh, no. Man, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. That's why it's so dangerous. You can't gamble this time of year, you know? Yesterday, there was some video that I guess that they had been playing before the tournament that said, like, hey, you're a loser if you go after student athletes for your gambles not paying off, which I agree with. And apparently there's an article in the Houston Chronicle as well where Houston Cougars players are talking about all the ways that they avoid, the terribleness of social media. And they discovered the mute button. How about that? The mute button is key, in my opinion. It's key. It doesn't give somebody the satisfaction of a block. They still will have the ability to shout at you, but they're just shouting to the void and you don't end up seeing any of it. Mute button is very key in life. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, live at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Cougs game's tipping off in about 17 minutes or so. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots all game long. All day long. So join us for an all-day happy hour. And, of course, Saturday, they're going to be teaming up, Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio, with your favorite Edo barbecue cookers for a brisket and ribs showcase. You can purchase a ticket from the link in their bio on Facebook and on Instagram. Each ticket comes with 3 food samplings, drink tickets, and a voting ticket for your main plate. Upgrade to a VIP ticket for shuttle service and a private concert at J Bar and Barbecue after the cook-off with live music and DJs, vendors, giveaways, and more. We're live here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Come out and join us to watch the Cougs. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
So there you go, guys. You got an injury in Louisville Creighton. Not 100% sure who's down on the court right now, but it looks pretty bad. And considering Creighton is up 65-52 with 11:37 to play, definitely not ideal for the Cardinals, and definitely not ideal if you pick the Cardinals in your bracket. The other games in progress right now, and we're watching them all live on the very many TVs here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio. You got a couple more games in progress. I think the second half is just about to get started. Purdue's up 37-27 on High Point, 4 seed versus a 13 seed. And 3 seed Wisconsin leads 14 seed Montana 18-13 with 11:11 to play in the first quarter. We touched on the Astros a little bit earlier and where they're at. Jose Altuve had another error on a routine pop-up with a runner on third base. 2 games where he has made that mistake. But Cam Smith hit a home run. We also have some rather troubling news for the Astros because Luis Garcia was shut down with elbow soreness and will be seen by team doctors. Garcia's been trying to rehab from Tommy John. He was shut down after a rehab start last summer, and he was shut down after facing hitters in the fall. Now we've got this. So now you got to wonder if that's it. If this is the end of Luis Garcia. It's a bummer. I mean, the Astros have had all sorts of issues when it comes to, health, elbows, and specifically with pitchers. There's been lots of guys who have been finding themselves getting injured. And now this is another guy who yet again is going down with an injury. He was scheduled to throw a live batting practice at some point today, and instead we have this. So that's a bummer, especially considering you did get Lance McCullers back. But now Luis Garcia, he's going to have to get shut down again. Paul Gallant Show, we are live again out here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio. Make sure you come out. We got $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots with the Cougs watch party starting in just about 10 minutes when the Cougs tip off their tournament against 16 seed Southern Illinois University Edwardsville, the Cougars, SIUE. CUE. Cougs are 28.5-point favorites for a game that'll be broadcast on TBS. You also have another Astro pitcher getting hit. Ronel Blanco got drilled in the chest, and a ball grazed his wrist as it drilled him in the chest. Yikes. I mean, Astros pitchers are going through it right now. This is one of those ones where, since it wasn't televised, we don't get to watch what actually took place. But this is what Chandler Rome wrote home about. Ronel Blanco took a hard Francisco Lindor line drive off his upper body to end the third inning. He gave a thumbs up to both Lindor and catcher Yainer Diaz afterwards. There is now action in the Astros bullpen after Ronel Blanco, Joe Espada, and a trainer huddled in the dugout. How long is this going to keep him out? A good question. It seems that the trainer, who did not come with him to the clubhouse, is a sign that there's no discomfort, but it grazed his wrists. He came out because he'd reached his pitch count, and we'll see if Ronel Blanco is also going to miss some time. But listen, the Astros are dealing with some injuries. Lots of injuries on the pitching side of things. And guess what, guys? I don't like that kind of thing. And you shouldn't either, because it's bad. It's bad when guys get hurt. In case you were looking for a different kind of analysis from another show, I'm just going to tell you how it is. And injuries are bad, very bad. And they certainly aren't good. But that's the latest that's going on with the Houston Astros in spring training. We were a week away, and I would just like us to get to opening day at this point. Let's get to opening day. Let's just see Jose Altuve playing in left field on a regular basis and pray to God that he doesn't biff another ball that's hit directly to him in a pop-out style. Let's see if Cam Smith makes it on the opening day roster. I mean, he is the Astros' best hitter this spring. Let's see if any of these pitchers for the Astros are going to be back in the near future. It doesn't look like Luis Garcia will be, but maybe Lance McCullers will. I just want to get this thing started because now I think we're getting to the point where, like, the more games that are played before the end, the more likely it is that some guy's going to suffer some sort of stupid injury and be out for a while. Let's just get to the start so we can see Christian Walker finally at first base. When he comes back from that oblique injury, we can see Isaac Paredes at third base, hitting in the Crawford boxes at a place where he projects very well. All of those things, that's what I want. We need the Super Sim feature in sports. Super Sim. Bring it back. Make it a real thing. And hell, then we could just Super Sim to the playoffs because baseball's regular season, honestly, it's just so good. I just want to get to the end of it, It's so good that I just want to be at the very end of it right before the playoffs. So what is that, 6 months? Oh, well, crap. It's 6 months from now. But, hey, baseball, it's a sport, and the Astros, they play it. Opening day next week. Let's go. 713-780-3776 to call in. That's how you text in, too. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 409. Seems like I've seen this Luis Garcia thing before. Yep. I mean, the guy's just had some crap luck. And at a certain point, you wonder if it's even possible to overcome. And I would say at this point right now, probably not. Probably not. I mean, we're talking about 3 pauses in rehab over the course of the last, 6, 7, 8 months or so? That's a lot. That is a lot. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Louisville, I guess, has cut the lead a little bit. It's 71-57 with 7:52 to play. Purdue is starting to run away with their game against High Point. 43. Actually, check that. I can't read the scoreboard. It's 43-36 Purdue over High Point right now. It's 16:52 to go in the second half. Purdue, one of those teams that notoriously disappoints in the tournament. So we'll see if this year is any different. They are a 4 seed this time around. And Wisconsin is a fun 3 seed. Is up 21-13 on Montana with 10:04 to play in the first quarter. So there you go, guys. There you go. That's the latest that's going on with March Madness as we watch all of the games right here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. More and more people popping in for our Cougs watch party with an all-day happy hour here. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. And on top of that, Saturday, Texas Tailgate Sports Bar and Patio is teaming up with your favorite East Downtown barbecue cookers for a brisket and ribs showcase. You can buy a ticket from their link in their bio on Facebook and Instagram. Each ticket comes with 3 food samplings, drink tickets, and a voting ticket for your main plate. You can upgrade to a VIP ticket for shuttle service and a private concert at J Bar and Barbecue right after the cook-off with live music and DJs, vendors, giveaways, and more. And on top of that, guess what? You're finally going to be able to see it on the stream soon. I'm about to put on my beloved Cougs hat. Hell yeah, man. My beloved Cougs hat is about to be donned for the first time in the history of me, Paul Gallant, host of the Paul Gallant Show, noon to 3 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You'll see it on the other side. Stay with us here. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are back here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio all day with a happy hour, $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. We got some awesome people roaming around. I believe I've been offered free beverages. Hell yeah. And if you're watching this right now, which you should, at ESPN 975 on Twitch or on YouTube at ESPN Houston, you will see the greatest hat that you have ever seen in your life. I was on Amazon.com and I looked for a cougar hat, and I found a knit hat that literally is a cougar's face with those little tie things at the very bottom. And now I've just been presented with a wonderful bit of Shiner beer. Thank you so much, sir. Hell to the yeah. Let's take a sip. Good stuff. Because you see, our Cougs are about to do battle. Our beloved Cougs are about to take on some directional Illinois school, of which there are apparently 2 Southerns. I had no idea about that until literally today. Am I overlooking the fearsome fraud Cougars of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville? Yes. Yes, I am. And we will all be overlooking them today, assuming that the Cougars can, do what they're supposed to do, cover a 28.5 point spread. That's it. Just 28.5 points. That's not that much. Not that much. So we're going to be out here at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio all day. Come out and join us. The Cougs game. It's about to tip off. They hiss too, Cougars, from what I understand. Most of the Twitch likes this. Mega, as always, believes that I'm being a poser by putting this on, and also says that I identify as a they, them feline. I'm a furry that's going to have to use a cat box for kicking while on Twitch. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not allowed anywhere near a Texas school, I think, anymore, after a couple of sweeping executive statements, I believe, here in the Texas state government. Anyway, guys, Cougs game is now officially on all the TVs. Who do you think would do a better job calling the Cougs game? Jeremy Branham or me? I think me. See, like when SIU misses a 3-point shot like that, I'm just going to say, like, they suck. SIU sucks. It's absolute fraud university. And look at that. Our beloved Cougs running the lane and hitting a 2-point shot. Game over. It's 2-2. Should have won while you had the chance, SIU. See, you think Jeremy can do that? He can't. He can't. He's paid to root for the Cougs. I chose the Cougs voluntarily.
It feels like I'm there at the arena.
It does.
Call. Yeah.
It does.
It really transported me.
Thank you very much. I did go to Syracuse after all, which is, the premier broadcasting school, flexing a little bit. But I abandoned Syracuse because I am a front-running fraud and or bandwagoner for the Cougs. Because, what have Syracuse done for me lately? They haven't made the tournament in 4 years. Oh, the Cougs just go all the way pretty much, except for winning the title every single year. So it's a 4-4 game. We'll keep you posted on what's going on in that game. Come out and hang out with us. I'm a little concerned about something that the Houston Texans are doing. Yesterday, at the very end of the show, we learned that they had signed Cam Robinson, a left tackle who had played for the Jaguars last year, who had played for the Vikings last year, to a 1-year deal worth $12 to $14.5 million. You see that deal handed out, and you think to yourself, this makes sense. I know who this guy is. I don't know who Laken Tomlinson is. I don't know who Ed Ingram is. I want a guy who I actually recognize on the offensive line. If they're going to sign somebody, give me somebody, anybody that I recognize. Because let's be honest, I don't have the time to do offensive line film study like all these dorks online now do who claim that they're football experts because they have some sort of recording software that allows them to take clips from NFL Game Pass. Like, I don't have the time to do that. Me, a sports talk show host who has a very difficult job. I mean, it's 3 hours a day. It's a lot. I don't have time for that. But I want the Texans to sign people I recognize on the offensive line. And Cam Robinson is a name I recognize. I took a look at some of the metrics and some of the stats online, and he didn't seem like he was very good last year. And there's a reason he probably only signed a 1-year contract. But I did not know that the guy struggled last season. I was of the opinion that he was mediocre, average. And then I saw this from at the 33rd Team FB, which is a football website of sorts. It's the one that has the St. Brown podcast and also has that Mick guy, Sam Monson, who talks about football in a rather condescending manner, considering he has an Irish accent. You know, listen, I love the Irish people, but I don't really trust your opinion entirely based off of that. And then it also some guy named Steve Palazzo. So anyway, the 33rd Team website put this out about Cam Robinson, and this is a little concerning. Not a single offensive lineman allowed more pressures than Cam Robinson last season. Jesus! Not a single one? Not a single one? Oh, my God.
So he's worse than Kenyon Green?
Yes. Yes, Brian McDonald here. Yes. He ranks dead last in eligible offensive linemen. He is 560th out of 560. So he's worse than Kenyon Green. He's worse than everybody.
Doesn't it kind of feel with this signing, with the trade for Ed Ingram, with obviously the signing of Laken Tomlinson, it kind of feels like Nick Caserio is entering his Daryl Morey era where he just keeps collecting busted first-round picks. Now, Cam Robinson was the second-round pick, but 34th overall, so pretty close to a first. But it feels like Caserio is just starting to collect the random first-round busts that Morey went through towards the end.
Either he's doing that or he thinks that Nate Tice, who covers football for Yahoo Sports and the NFL Network, he thinks that Nate Tice is the biggest idiot of all time. I say that because Nate Tice in a couple of days has put out the following posts. This is from March 13th. The Texans jettisoned the guard that allowed the third highest one-on-one pressure rate among all guards, Kenyon Green, and now have acquired the guards that ranked first, Ed Ingram, and fourth, Laken Tomlinson. So those guys suck, per Nate Tice. Nate Tice also said this: Cam Robinson allowed the highest one-on-one pressure rate among all offensive tackles last year once he became the starter in Minnesota. 17% from week 9 onwards compared to the league average of 9.8%. Oh, great. So they've brought in 3 offensive linemen who are among the worst at their position based off of this specific metric, and you're trying to make your pass protection better, and these guys one-on-one are bad at blocking? Good googly moogly. Now, if you want to make a devil's advocate argument for Cam Robinson and maybe even Ed Ingram, there is a Redditor who is a Vikings fan who thinks that Cam Robinson's numbers inflated due to Sam Darnold. Writes this Vikings fan: we gave Darnold the second most time in the pocket all of last season, yet still gave up 1 million pressures. That tells you who is to blame, and it's not our offensive line. Darnold's slow processor to accompany an offensive system that has lots of intermediate passing led to massive amounts of pressures. Our line was near the top of the league in pass block win rate, and the time to throw Darnold had shows that. Cam Robinson was quite good. People have to wake up on this. Our offensive line did a great job in pass blocking this past year. They were downright pathetically awful in run blocking, though, and that's why we need to upgrade our interior, not because of pass blocking issues. So this person's talking about the Vikings side of things. The Vikings did improve their interior, but did the Texans improve their offensive line by adding Cam Robinson, trading for Ed Ingram, signing Laken Tomlinson? Based at least off of some NFL minds and some NFL metrics, these guys are towards the bottom of the league in terms of what they do.
Now, I don't know if this will make you feel better, Paul, but it kind of goes to what your initial thought was, that he was just average but not terrible. His pass block grade by PFF this last year ranked 49th of 141.
We read that yesterday.
Dead square average.
So that's in the middle. And I would take that. So we read that yesterday, and I was like, great. But now I've seen Nate Tice, and it feels like the Texans are fading Nate Tice, because Nate Tice basically thinks that all the guys the Texans have signed this offseason have sucked, and he has facts to back up their suckiness. So you want to weigh in on that, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. HTX Rhino comments on Twitch. It's okay. They have a Popovich to right the ship. Yes, Cole Popovich, who supposedly didn't see eye to eye with Bobby Slowick last year. Great. Hopefully Bobby Slowick was the biggest dolt of an offensive coordinator ever. Hopefully Chris Strausser was the worst offensive line coach ever. And hopefully Nate Tice is the biggest boob ever. That's what you're hoping for right now. That's what we're looking for and thinking to ourselves, hey, this is something that could be better. This is something that has to be better because those guys couldn't be any worse, and that analyst doesn't know what he's talking about. Not an ideal place to be. They're going to have to draft somebody. Hopefully there's more offensive line acquisitions to be made the rest of this offseason. But given that they've done a bunch of restructures and extensions recently, I would imagine that a lot of those were done with the idea of bringing in a guy like Cam Robinson to play on the offensive line. You want to weigh in on this, you can at 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston as well. From the 409, sounds like they're trying to wreck C.J. Stroud. I mean, not intentionally. The 409 texter continues. CJ's exit meeting with the Texans said they wanted him to improve his mobility, so they solved his offensive line to help him achieve that goal. Maybe. I think they want him to improve his strength as well, which is something that Warren Moon said that he had told him he needs to work on this offseason. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show. We are live in East Downtown at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Cougs game is on the TVs. All the TVs are on the Cougs game right now. They lead SIU Edwardsville 17-6 with 13:31 to play in the first half. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Paul Gallant Show, live at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. We're live here for a Cougs watch party. Cougs are up 24-8 on SIU Edwardsville in Wichita, Kansas. Great start for them. Other games in progress right now with March Madness tipping off this morning. Creighton leads Louisville 81-66 with 2:03, now 1:58 to play. Purdue's up in the second half on High Point University 56-48. And Wisconsin leads Montana 40-32. To this point, Creighton over Louisville would be the lone upset, but it's a 9 versus 8. Rather chalk outside of that. So you want to come out, watch the Cougs in East Downtown. Come on out here. It's a beautiful day. Really is. And I'm not dying. The pollen isn't killing me today. Did the allergy medication finally take hold? Did somebody go out there and murder all the oak trees like I suggested? George Washington style? Chop, chop, chop. Maybe. Maybe. The Houston Texans made another move yesterday, by the way, in addition to signing Cam Robinson. They gave Danielle Hunter an extension. 1 year, $35.6 million. He had signed a 2-year, $49 million contract with Houston last offseason. He's going to get a $12 million raise this coming year, so his salary will be $32 million, and he'll earn out the remainder of the extension in 2026. He was fifth in the NFL. Houston was fifth in the NFL in sacks last year with 49. Hunter was tied for fifth in the league with sacks while recording a pressure rate of 23.9%, which is second most among all players with at least 200 pass rush snaps because of Hunter, as well as the ability of his fellow defensive linemen to sack and pressure opposing quarterbacks, writes DJ Bieneme. The Texans forced a lot of turnovers in 2024. Houston snagged 19 interceptions, second most in the league, finished with 29 takeaways overall, fifth most. Good move and good for Danielle Hunter. Hunter played his ass off, and Hunter's extremely vascular, massive biceps are something I envy. I want those biceps. How can I get them? Really, the only way I could probably get them is steroids. If you're watching on the stream right now, definitely lost a little bit of weight over the last couple of weeks. Haven't been going to the gym as much. Been going to the rodeo a lot. Been dealing with allergies. Blah, 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 blah. Solo show now. Joe still works at the station, by the way, in case you didn't know that. Just taking a step to the side into an upper management role, but he's also taking time away for his family. I feel like I have to reset that just about every single day. But Danielle Hunter, I want those biceps. Evan Gaddis, I wanted those forearms. And insert just about every athlete that exists, I want their calves. Because at 185 pounds, it's nice up top. It's nice in the donk. It's nice in the quads. And I do not have a belly. But I need some glamour muscles. And I can't get it because of my spindly Irish frame. It's just not going to happen. But congratulations to Danielle Hunter on that. And the Texans are rewarding their best players this offseason. They gave Derek Stingley that extension. We heard Derek Stingley at his press conference yesterday to announce the extension he'd signed. He's adorable in that he just has no desire to talk at all. He was asked, hey, so how'd you celebrate? Oh, some crawfish. He's a man of very few words, and I like it. I just like that there's a corner out there who doesn't just yap, 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 like Sauce Gardner does. He's the complete antithesis of Sauce Gardner, the guy who was taken right after him. And he is, I think, now the consensus better player between the two after an incredible season that he had last year. So that's all good to see. If you're just tuning in, we open up today's show talking about the Rockets making the playoffs. Technically, do we acknowledge the play-in tournament as the playoffs in the NBA? I do not, personally. But I think that it's worth celebrating that the Rockets are officially, at the very least, if their season falls apart, they will be in the play-in tournament, no matter what happens the rest of the game. That's because they have 12 games left, and they have a 12-game lead on the Suns and the Mavericks, both of whom are tied for the 10 spot in the West. That's the final spot in the play-in tournament. Houston has a tiebreaker over both teams, so the Rockets cannot fall below either one of these teams, no matter what happens down the stretch. So the NBA doesn't consider this an actual playoff berth, but the Rockets have accomplished at least half of their goals this season. And I think that really their main goal was to outright make the playoffs, but the play-in tournament I would have accepted. Last year, that was the goal, and they didn't quite get there. They were close, 500 season, but now 20 games over 500. The schedule does get a little bit difficult in the next couple of games, but they also have a 5.5 game lead in the tiebreaker over the 7-seed Clippers. So, I mean, it's hard to imagine the Rockets falling lower than 6 in the West. And they deserve a lot of credit for that. I think buying into Ime Udoka as quickly as possible, especially considering how lackadaisical and loosey-goosey things were with Steven Silas. That, I imagine, took a lot of patience for these young Rockets players who were getting patted on the back after 30-point losses by Steven Silas until Silas had that one little outburst towards the end. And then you go to having a guy in Ime Udoka who's calling you out, like, if you're Amin Thompson, for allowing a point. I mean, it's a massive difference. And they've accepted it. Not many teams would. You get that loser juice fermenting a little bit too long. Some hardo comes in as your head coach. Not everyone necessarily is buying in. Now, I think the good thing for the Rockets is it's not like there was anybody here who's so talented that you would look at him and say, hey, man, you're above the law. You're, sorry, I had to do a double take for a second. Jesus. What was I talking about? Rockets basketball?
Yes. I noticed your distraction. You were Rockets basketball.
There's a strong, powerful, independent woman that just walked by, and just gotta give her credit for being a strong, powerful, independent woman. Just like I gotta give the Houston Rockets a lot of credit being a strong, powerful, playoff-bound basketball team. It's not easy.
I thought you were going to say independent, which would be a stretch.
Yeah, they're not independent.
Corporate owned.
They are owned by a corporation. And yep.
Distracted again?
I'm distracted again.
Okay.
Listen, there are some scenic views here. Okay. So there you go. There you go.
TVs, Paul. TVs.
TVs. Yes. The Rockets, they're a basketball team. The Houston Cougars, they're a basketball team. And we're having a watch party right here in East Downtown at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. And our beloved Cougs, have a 28-11 lead on SIU Edwardsville. How do you like that? You know what? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And I feel like they're going to be able to run away with this one pretty easily. I mean, SIU's doing some really dumb stuff right now. I just saw a pretty embarrassing lane violation by them. They were just trying to inbound the ball, and a guy had his foot out of bounds while he was inbounding it and receiving the ball. Like, they're just not good. They're not good, which is nice. I don't want to stress over the 16 seed. I don't want to stress over the 8 seed or the 9 seed either, and I mean, that's who they end up playing next. I generally want to just not care at all about who the Cougs are playing. I want it to be easy. I want it to be simple. I want it to be a safe blowout. And I think that's what's going to be. 28.5 points is the line. 28.5 points. That's the line. So the Rockets are in the playoffs. The Cougs are kicking SIU Edwardsville's Heinies. And you got some Astros questions on the table right now. Jose Altuve had another error on a routine pop-up yesterday. And the Astros have shown no possibility of perhaps moving on from Altuve in left field, putting him back at second base. They're not even considering it based off of what you heard from Joe Espada yesterday. And I know Altuve's going to try his hardest to make it work in left field. And he said after the second drop in 2 games that they don't reflect how far he's come this spring. Quote, I've been in tough situations before and I overcame that. I'm ready to go out there and play a good left field. I promise I'm going to keep working hard and be a great left fielder. Obviously, I'm not really happy about today or yesterday, but one thing I know for sure is when I want something to go my way, I'm going to do everything I can to do it. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to be playing good left field. All right. Awesome. All of those things are great to hear. But when you are seeing routine errors get made, and it's the same exact kind of error that was made the day before, like, isn't that supposed to get cleaned up by the next time you face a situation like that? Because both of these have been pop-ups right to Altuve, where there's been a runner on third base, and he is seemingly pressed, and the ball has bounced off his glove. One time it bounced right in front of him. That was yesterday. 2 days ago, it bounced to his left and over the foul line. Easy runs home each time for the runner who was about to tag. He's just got to catch the ball. Can we do the very simple things first? It is spring training, and I get that he wants to show everybody that he's got an arm in left field, because that's really, I think, what everybody's questioning. He's still got some athleticism and speed, and he's made some nice plays in left field, but he's also made some bad ones, and it really does feel like this is more likely than not to be a disaster than it is to be good. But for now, Altuve is the left fielder. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in, you can at 713-780-3776 to call to text, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar and Patio. We're going to be here all afternoon. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, $5 shots, a UH watch party in progress with our beloved Cougs taking it to SIU Edwardsville. 32-16, they lead with 6:47 to play in the first quarter. They're also going to have a huge event on Saturday, the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio. They're teaming up with your favorite Edo barbecue cookers for a brisket and ribs showcase. You can purchase a ticket from their link in their bio on Facebook and Instagram. Don't go anywhere. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. Texans wide receiver, no more, Stephon Diggs. He's a free agent, and the Texans are unexpected to bring him back. Is in, get this, New England, visiting with the Patriots. Ooh. Look, I don't think anyone expected Stephon Diggs to return to the Texans, especially coming off of a torn ACL. He did pretty well in the first half of last season, but he wasn't spectacular by any means. And while he did fit in really well, I think, with the Texans locker room, he will be elsewhere this coming season. Where he ends up signing, that's the question. I mean, could be New England. Could it be Dallas? Could it be somebody else? I guess we will see. Meanwhile, there is an offensive lineman available theoretically for the Texans, David Andrews. We've talked about him before. David Andrews was their starting center for a very long time. He's coming off a serious shoulder injury. And of course, Mike Vrabel is the new head coach. Some people believe that Andrews might retire, but he finally was asked, hey, what's up? He was not planning to retire and said he is a little shocked because he thought there were some things that he could do to help and provide value for the Patriots. Well, considering he started 131 regular season and playoff games and won 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots after signing there as an undrafted free agent in 2015, if the Texans are looking for options to play center or at least compete on the interior offensive line with Laken Tomlinson, and on top of with Laken Tomlinson with Ed Ingram and with Cam Robinson, all of whom do not really grade on so well per many of those football analytic websites, this is an option. I think the Texans should at the very least make a phone call. We'll see if they actually go and do something like that. 10-minute drill continues. There's been a series of rule change proposals. The Packers formally proposed to ban the tush push / brotherly shove. Some other rules that have been proposed. And that one, it's pretty funny that rule is in effect because it used to be, I don't know when it stopped being this way. It used to be illegal to shove players forward, but it stopped being that. And then the Eagles have taken advantage of it in a way where no one else can stop the play. So Green Bay's proposing getting rid of it. Detroit is proposing a rule that would eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact. I like that because it's a 5-yard penalty for illegal contact. And sometimes for defensive holding, okay, it could be 3rd and long. It's a 10-yard penalty, but it's an automatic first down. I like that one. And Philadelphia is proposing a rule change that would apply the current postseason overtime rules to regular season games. For those who don't know, in the regular season, if you score a touchdown, that's it. Each team gets a possession if the first possession results in a field goal or no touchdown. And on top of that, in the postseason, overtime is 15 minutes, and each team gets at least one possession. I think that you could go halfway here. I think that the regular season overtime should be 15 minutes. I think 10 minutes is too short of a time because the first drive of that overtime could take too long, and I hate ties. I think they look ugly in the scoreboard or in the standings at the end of the year. So these are some rule changes that have been proposed. There you go. Derek Stingley had a press conference yesterday announcing his new contract. Here's what he had to say after the extension that he signed, 3 years, $90 million, $89 million of it guaranteed. Quote, "It means a lot that they allowed me to go out there with my coaches and they taught me this game and at this level. They believe I can be somebody to teach the younger people on the team. I'm not going to talk in front of everybody, but I know how to be a great teammate. I guess they believe in that, and that is what I believe in. I'm not going to do anything different. I'm just going to keep being me. It's time to play football. I'm ready to get back into it. That's really it. I don't think about the contract. I would think about the contract. $89 million guaranteed. That's pretty dope. I'm honestly very jealous. should have played in the NFL. Alas, earwax might be a little bit too late. This is a very interesting lawsuit in the NFL. It comes from the Cleveland Browns. So 30 years ago, the Browns moved away from Cleveland because they couldn't get a new stadium. This led to a law being put in place to keep the Browns from leaving Cleveland to get a new stadium. It's called the Art Modell Law. It's aimed at preventing a repeat of the team leaving town. The Browns are suing this. So the Cleveland Browns are suing a rule that would keep the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland forever. Man. I mean, if you didn't have enough reasons to hate Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, bringing him in, how ridiculous that's been, the way that the Browns handled this back and forth with Myles Garrett this offseason. I mean, this is another one. Because I don't know that Jimmy Haslam is going to uproot the Browns from Cleveland and move them to another metro area altogether. But you could 100% see him moving them out of Cleveland, the city. And, I mean, would you want that if you're a Browns fan? Would you want a team that's in the suburbs or something like that, a pain in the ass to get to? There's enough stadiums in the league that are a pain in the ass to get to. You don't want that. So that's a fun one from the NFL. The Cleveland Browns are suing a rule that would keep them in Cleveland forever. What else do we have going on in the NFL? It's a rather slow day. Rondale Moore, remember him? He was a fun receiver with the Cardinals. Rondale Moore signed a deal with the Minnesota Vikings, who have been very, very active this offseason. We touched on this earlier this hour. The Houston Texans gave Danielle Hunter an extension. They signed Hunter to a 1-year and $35.6 million extension. So the Texans pass rusher, who had 12 sacks last year, which was tied for 5th in the league, and a 23.9% pressure rate, will get a $12 million raise for this coming season, meaning he'll make $32 million, and he'll get the rest of that extension during the 2026 season. Good for him. I like Danielle Hunter. He and Will Anderson proved to be quite the tandem at defensive end. And it helped the Texans get a lot of sacks this past season. And the strength of the Texans defense, it starts with what they have on the defensive line. It's a damn good defensive line. So there you go, guys. Slow day in the NFL. Here's what's going on in the NCAA tournament. First off, the game that we are all watching right here as we hang out and throw a few back at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio with $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. Our beloved Cougs, with 3:50 to play in the first half, are up 42-20 on SIU Edwardsville. That's Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. To be specific, they are also nicknamed the Cougars. They are playing fearsome defense. And on top of that, the Cougs are hitting their threes. They're shooting 54.5% from outside, 6 of 11 total. And that's a great sign, because if there's anything that I think in years past that we would point to as reasons that the Cougs can't win a title, it's because their shooting, it's not very consistent. But take a look at the numbers. Milo Suzan is 6 of 7 from the field, 2 of 2 from outside. He has 14 points. LJ Cryer, 3 of 8 from the field, 2 of 5 from outside for 9 points. Emmanuel Sharp, 2 of 4 from outside. All of those shots from outside with 6 points. So they're 6 of 11 from three-point land, and they are crushing the rebound game. 17 rebounds to 4 for SIU. So this is just a complete mismatch as far as that game goes. Other games, earlier today, Creighton beat Louisville 89-75, 9 seed over an 8 seed. In the second half, with 2:50 to play, Purdue is up 67-58 on High Point University. And with 16:38 to go in the second half, Wisconsin leads Montana 49-40. So there you go. That's all that's going on in the NCAA tournament. Other games set to tip off soon. In about 10 minutes, Auburn will play Alabama State. And a little bit after that, you will see Clemson tip things off against McNeese. So there you go. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Again, we are live here for March Madness at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. Come out, hang out. You heard all the deals: $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. Also, they're teaming up with your favorite Edo barbecue cookers for brisket and rib showcase. Purchase a ticket from the link in their bio on Facebook and Instagram for this cook-off, which takes place on Saturday. Each ticket comes with 3 food samplings, drink tickets, and a voting ticket for your main plate. You can upgrade to a VIP ticket for shuttle service and private concert at J Bar M Barbecue after the cook-off. Stick around on the Paul Gallant Show. We're getting closer and closer to Astros opening day, just a week away. Our countdown continues next. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
Coming out, watch the Cougs with us, or just watch all March Madness with us. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots all day long. I just down to Shiner Light Blonde, thanks to our friends here at Shiner. The Cougs just bombed a shot from half court to close out the first half. They lead now 52-24 over SIU Edwardsville. Okay, that wasn't from half court, but it was a buzzer beater. All I heard was the loud noise in the background and some Cougs fans getting up and getting excited about it as I wear my amazing Cougs hat. Yep, he definitely got that off in time. So the Cougs are just bombing it from outside. I imagine they'll review this, but that is 100% good, which means the Cougs now from outside are shooting 8 of 13, 61.5%. They shot 19 of 31 in the first half, 61.3%, and they have a 20-6 rebounding advantage. Yeah, this one's going to be ugly. So good job by the Cougs in the first half. Hopefully they can keep it going in the second half and get that elusive 28.5-point spread. They are very close to it. They currently have a 26-point lead, and it's halftime. The other games that have gone down today in the tournament, Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. You've also seen Purdue and High Point. Purdue's about to win that one with 38 seconds left. They lead High Point 73-63. And Wisconsin is up 54 on Montana with 14:36 to go in the second half. Auburn and Alabama State are about to tip off as the next game, a 1 versus 16 matchup. So now you know the rest of the story. Guys, we are officially a week away from the Astros opening their season at Daikin Park. Give me that bone. So the most exciting thing that happened yesterday for the Astros is that Cam Smith once again went yard. He is killing it in spring training. His numbers, 13 for 31 for a 419 average. He has 4 homers, 11 runs batted in, and an OPS of 1.371. This is Astros manager Joe Espada talking about Smith's performance and just how difficult it's going to be to make a decision about whether he starts the season in the majors or in the minors.
You know what? I like the fact that he pulled that one, and then the single to right. So he continues to hit the ball to all fields with power. Swing decisions are excellent. And he made a couple of plays down the right field corner there where I thought he handled himself really well, and he continues to push the hand on us. He's putting himself in a really good position. So we'll continue to evaluate him.
It's going to be hard to evaluate him saying, yeah, he shouldn't be on the opening day roster. I just don't know how you do it with how he's hitting right now and with what your options are in the outfield, given how poorly Chas McCormick has played this spring. It probably does make more sense, I will say, to start off Cam Smith hitting against double A pitching as opposed to major league pitching. There's always the chance that you bring a guy up too early, he faces major league pitching, his confidence gets shot. But I am a big believer that iron sharpens iron. And if you want to get this guy to be the best he possibly can be, facing major league pitching with his approach, that Bob Marley he listens to, his meditation and all that, I think he'll be able to handle it. I think he's got the right mindset to potentially deal with failure. And that's huge. I mean, that's really the biggest thing in baseball. You're going to fail a lot. How do you handle it? Do you get mad? Do you get down? Or do you shake it off and just continue to be the guy that you know you can be on a day-to-day basis and trust your process? So, tough decision again for the Astros to make, and Cam Smith continues to make it difficult. That's a good thing. It is a good thing, but it will be interesting to see if the Astros decide that they're going to have in both left field and right field guys who are primarily positional, who are primarily infielders. Because, yeah, Cam Smith's a third baseman. Jose Altuve is a second baseman. And Altuve yesterday in left field for the second straight game had a pop-up right to him with a runner on third base. And instead of catching the ball bounced off of his glove as he was thinking about taking the ball and throwing it to home plate to try and stop the runner from getting home. Twice in 2 days in the same exact way. I mean, you can't help but be concerned. And I'm really curious if there's anybody out there who thinks that Altuve is going to be able to make this work. Because right now, what reason would you have to believe in this? Really, what reason would you have to believe that Jose Altuve is going to successfully make the transition to left field? He had a couple of nice plays in the gap. So he's got the athleticism, but, I mean, this is a basic thing. And it's been a problem in back-to-back games he didn't learn from it the game before. Like, how many times do I have to keep saying the same thing over and over again, you know? Because the same thing is happening over and over again. I'm concerned about this. And the Astros are pretty gung-ho about keeping him in left field. All right. Best of luck, I guess. We also saw the official release of the Astros' new City Connect uniforms. There was a video that was done that explained all the elements of the jersey. There's a patch on the side that pays tribute to the train station nearby. There's a quote by John F. Kennedy on the jersey in a certain area. And, you know, it's the first time that they've ever worn a uniform that calls them the Stros. Like in the song in the background, the trombone version of How About Them Stros. This is a shirt that I bet Paul Wall and company wishes that they were wearing during that music video, famous music video that I believe was shot not too far away from here because we're hanging out in East Downtown, the Texas tailgate. Again, the deals here are fantastic. If you haven't seen them already, you got $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots as we continue to watch the Cougs. It's halftime now, and the Cougs are smoking. SIU Edwardsville, also the Cougars, after hitting a halftime three-pointer right at the buzzer. So that game will be back in action. Come out and hang out. A lot of Cougs fans out here hanging out on the patio. It's a beautiful day. So much sunlight. Nice little breeze. Not too hot. Not humid. Hopefully the pollen counts down a little bit. I don't notice it as much today. That's for damn sure. So that's been nice. That's been very nice. Because in case you've been listening the last couple of days, I've been hacking up a lung, blowing my nose every 5 seconds. Oof. Also in the tournament, by the way, since we are watching all these games here and wrapping up our countdown talk, Creighton beat Louisville today, 89-75. Purdue officially beat High Point, 75-63. Wisconsin's up 61-50 on Montana. And there were other games yesterday in the NCAA tournament the last couple of days. These are the play-in games that are, let's be honest, bogus. But Mount St. Mary beat American 83-72. And Xavier beat Texas 86-80. Rodney Terry, head coach of Texas, his job is in question after that loss. I don't think that it's been officially announced, but most people are under the assumption he will be fired. The Tuesday games, North Carolina beat San Diego State 95-68. And St. Francis and Alabama State won 70-68. And that gave Alabama State the chance to play Auburn, a game that has just tipped off. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Again, we are live at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. we're going to be here until the end of my show, and the Killer Bees are going to be here too. 713-780-3776 to call in or text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, $5 shots, and a pounding by the Cougs of some directional Illinois school. He will be forgotten forever after this one is done. Houston leads the SIU Edwardsville Cougars 52-24 at halftime. They have been shooting the lights out. And while it stands to reason that shots won't come as easily in this game as they are today, the fact that our beloved Cougs are shooting 61.5% from outside and 61.3% total. It's pretty awesome to see. It will, again, not be this easy in any other game this tournament. A tournament we are hoping the Cougs are finally able to go all the way and win a national title, which they have yet to do. They've been close very many times, but they have been absolutely destroying from outside. Other games in progress right now. Wisconsin's also doing pretty well. They lead 68-52 on Montana with 9:44 to play in the second half. Creighton smoked Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. None of these games have been close to this point. There's only one close game right now. It's Alabama State and Auburn. And that's because it's 3 minutes in and it's 5-5. So lots of blowouts to this point, and hopefully that changes, but no upsets and no blowouts, at least through 2:02 Central Time here in Houston, Texas. If you're watching along on YouTube or Twitch, you can see that I'm wearing the coolest hat ever. I did get it at Amazon.com. It is a Cougar hat. It's a beanie, and the hat looks like a cougar. You know, he's got a little pink nose, a white snout, you know, the general brown coloring of a cougar. There's some ears at the top, too. Some have been saying that I look like a furry. I reject that notion. I am not a furry. I reject that. I say that as somebody who just had to change his cat's litter box today. No, I am not doing that for myself, too. It sucks enough doing it for an effing cat. I love my cat. Changing a litter box is terrible when you actually have to change the whole thing out. And when the litter bag has a little hole in it because my cat loves to dig because she's a disgusting little beast. An absolutely disgusting little beast. But she's cute. And that's why I keep her. I still love cats. I'll never stop loving cats. But yeah, the NCAA tournament is underway. Now you guys know. Now you guys know. HRW713 asks, are you slandering people from the Heartland, Paulie? Yes, that's all I ever do. The Heartland? GTFO. I'm here for the real Heartland because home is where the heart is, and the Heartland that we know, it's called Houston. You know what has an H? Heart. You know what has an H? Houston. Go Cougs. Paul, can you stop filibustering and get back to talking about how bad Jose Altuve is in left field? What do you want me to say? I don't know what I'm supposed to say anymore about Altuve in left field. I really don't. It's not good. And the Astros seem okay with that. It really is a bad plan. Just based off of what we've seen, it's a bad plan. Could it get better? I guess. But I wish I could say something stronger than I guess. Because we're talking about an outfielder who shouldn't be getting the ball hit his way that much, but can you like catch the ball and not have a little conniption and throw it to the right base? Hell, could you just catch the ball so you can get the one out? And then maybe you take the ball out of your glove and you throw it into the infield. And I hate that I'm being condescending talking about Jose Altuve in left field right now. I really hate it, but the Astros are making me do that. And okay, maybe the regular season starts and this isn't an issue at all. But goodness gracious me, oh my. I really, really need to see something promising that comes out of a simple situation like that one. Because that was a very simple play. The ball was hit right to him once and twice with a runner on third. Back-to-back days. And he dropped them both times. I mean, do you think he's going to improve from this second iteration of this? What's more likely? He improves, he gets better, he learns from that experience, or this happens again because he gets in his head? Like I know Altuve's been there and done that and all those things, but it stands to reason the second thing might happen again. So I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. I don't know how this turns around, and no amount of Cam Smith home runs is going to make me feel better about what's going on in the Astros outfield right now. Nothing. 713-780-3776 to call in or text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Eric the driver asks, the Heartland? More like the Fartland. Haha. Yeah, I agree. Another text from the 281. Damn, this is an indictment. I bet Jim Crane would hate hearing this. How did the Astros go Al Davis in the end so fast? Al Davis? I mean, that's a damning accusation. Al Davis really lost his mind. And look, you could maybe argue that Al Davis was always cool more than good as an owner. And sure, the Raiders had some success in the 70s. And I think in the 80s, they had that Super Bowl win over the Eagles. But Al Davis is, I think, a bridge too far. I don't know that Al Davis, I don't know that Jim Crane is doing the kind of stuff that Al Davis was, which was just like, hey, is this guy athletic? Oh, yeah, we'll draft him. Is he the fastest man alive? We'll draft him. Is he good at football? Doesn't matter. He's the most athletic man alive. We'll figure it out. Because that was the thing that they got into. Al Davis isn't fair. But this plan does feel crazy. And the early results are not changing anyone's mind on that front. They're not. He has to make simple catches, too. That's it. That really is all it would take, and that's just not happening. Ugh. Anyway, so that's what's going on with Jose Altuve in left field. You've also got Cam Smith hitting another home run in spring training. So that's cool. Cam Smith is the best hitter for the Astros in spring training. He's got a 1371 OPS. He has 13 hits and 31 at-bats, 4 homers, 11 runs batted in, and a 419 average. I'm very curious at what point the Astros will make a decision about opening day and whether or not Cam Smith makes it. I know they want him to make it. With everything they've been saying, it does feel like they are trying to make it happen. But that can't make me forget what's going on with Jose Altuve in left field. And what can I use to forget what's going on with Jose Altuve in left field outside of not watching the Astros ever? Like, what can I do? Shetty asks on YouTube at ESPN Houston, what left field free agent would you sign now? By now, it doesn't matter if they can hit, as long as he or she can hit the ball, catch the ball. But that's the problem. That's the problem right now. If we're talking about just catching the ball, then don't you just put one of the guys that you already have in left field? Because, no, the problem is the Astros outfield can't hit. And maybe having Altuve as a disaster in left field won't be an issue, and at the end of the year, he's fine. By playoff time, he's fine. But the reason they're doing this is because they have so little faith in their hitters as a whole. Like, Mauricio Dubon is the most consistent hitter of the Astros outfielders on paper going into this year after they traded Kyle Tucker. Period. Not Chas McCormick and not Jake Myers. So, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? I don't know. I really don't. I don't think there's any name out there, though, that's necessarily going to be an upgrade, We have another text here, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 747, Key from LA gloats. The Astros run is over. Sorry, guys. Hey, that Shohei Ohtani homer didn't count. Didn't count. If he breaks the record, asterisk. Much like there's an asterisk on the Dodgers Bubble World Series. But yeah, we're reaching out. We're reaching out at this point in time. We're grasping at straws, trying to find ways to make ourselves feel better about things. All right, guys. It's the Paul Gallant Show. In case you didn't know already, we are live in Edo at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. A bunch of people here watching the Cougs out on the patio. If you come here, we highly encourage you go out on the patio. It's beautiful outside. It's a very nice patio. Also, on Saturday, The Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio is teaming up with your favorite Eastern downtown barbecue cookers for a brisket and ribs showcase cook-off style. You can buy a ticket from their link in their bio at Facebook and Instagram. Each ticket comes with 3 food samplings, drink tickets, and a voting ticket for your main plate. You can upgrade to a VIP ticket for shuttle service and private concert at J Bar and Barbecue after the cook-off. Live music and DJs, vendors, giveaways, and more. It's all at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio, where we are right now. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call into text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you have any suggestions on what the Astros should do in the outfield, not named Jose Altuve, someone else in left field, stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
NCAA tournament is underway. Our beloved Cougs are smoking the Southern Illinois University Edwardsville Cougars 58-30 with 15:40 to play in the Cougs' first game of the tournament. Take a look at the numbers for the Cougs. I mean, they're just shooting the lights out. but things have gone back a little bit from where they were earlier. They're now 8 of 17 from outside. They were shooting 61% from three in the first half, now 47% in the second. But still a stranglehold in this game. And all they got to get to is a 29-point lead, and they will cover a 28.5-point spread, and the game's not even done yet. We saw earlier today an upset, he said in quotation marks. Number 9 seed Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. We also saw Purdue beat High Point 75-63, a 4 seed over a 13 seed. Wisconsin leads Montana with 5:10 to play, 74-62. And with 11:44 to play in the first half, Auburn leads Alabama State 18-8. So to this point, a lot of disappointment. And I guess the hope is the first 12-5 seed matchup of the day, McNeese and Clemson, which tips off at 2:30, will finally give us something close and maybe an upset. Because if you do pick a bracket, you got to give it yourself at least one 12 seed over a 5 seed, if not more. And who would hate to see Clemson go? Not me. F Clemson. You know, we joke about the Aggies being a cult, but who's the real cult? Clemson. Clemson is a cult. Anyway, guys, most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Lance Elsner suggests Alex Verdugo, most recently with the New York Yankees, as a potential signing. And you've also got, I don't know, some other players that you theoretically could add in. But I do not think the Astros are thinking about anybody else. I think right now the Astros are looking at themselves and they're thinking to themselves, hey, man, we're going with Altuve, whether it works or it doesn't work. Burning the boats, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. I'm throwing a lot of nautical references here. Burn the boats was Hernando Cortez with the Aztecs when he landed with his conquistadors. And they're like, yeah, we're not turning back. And luckily, the Aztecs were a bunch of a-holes to pretty much everyone in the region. And the Spaniards got the Aztecs a bunch of enemies in really rapid succession. They all teamed up and they took them down. R.I.P. Aztecs, who were some major douches from what I understand. And Spain also douches, but like, hey. Everyone was douches back in the 1500s, you know? Anyway, more comments here. 75 Court Jester on Cam Smith and his performance this spring says Cam Smith will not be on the roster. They aren't starting his clock. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he's got a shot. Keith from LA texts in, meanwhile, after talking about the Dodgers bubble championship with my little defense mechanism a moment ago. Hey, we got a bubble World Series and the Astros have a trash can World Series. Touche. Yeah, but like the Dodgers are doing stuff in that World Series too. I know this because I talked with Lance McCullers, and he talks about that Game 7 and all the miscommunications that was taking place in that game. And guess what? All that miscommunication led to some confusion, some wild pitches. It was a both-way thing. The Astros were paranoid the Dodgers are stealing signs, and the Dodgers thought the Astros are stealing signs. But there was stuff going on both ways in 2017. Anyway, you want to jump in, you can, on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call. To text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I saw this story a little bit earlier. This is a bit of a bummer for a lot of the community, I would imagine. But the Texas Senate passed a hemp ban. Damn. So it seems like sports gambling in Texas is perhaps on the horizon, but the old Oski Woski, you know, ripping, that's not coming in the near future. It just was banned. So basically, if you got a business in hemp, it suck, I guess. Brutal. It's like $8 billion lost. I don't get it. Why are we so draconian? Why are we so old school? Some of these rules. What's weed harming anybody? Just set a limit for like 21 years or something like that. Hemp ban, guys. Unbelievable. Not cool. Not cool, man. Hey, man. I just want to watch my Cougs, man, and my Astros, man. Just like go on my back patio, man, and, rip a bong, man. I just want to be able to smoke a little reefer, man. Some ganja, man. Some marijuana, man. So I don't know why we're getting rid of that, but that's where we're at right now. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in or text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also the Sam Houston National Forest is on fire. That's bad. That is bad. I guess you got to evacuate if you're up nearby there. That's not good. Certainly not good to be around a fire. Anyway, keeping an eye on the Cougs right now. Cougs lead 58-30 with 14-19 to play. They got the ball. Is this how Jeremy Branham does his play-by-play? Cougs drive, shoots it towards the hoop, and it bounces off the front iron. And now the other team's going the other way. It's Cougar on Cougar crime. Yeah, I don't know how that goes. What else do we have to dive into? I know it's not a slow day, and I'm a little distracted by the Cougs game that's on in the background. Our beloved Cougs, guys, are playing with a chance to advance to the round of 32. It's a big old match. A battle for Cougar supremacy. We've got to see them advance to that next round. And I think they're going to be able to do it, guys. I really think they will. I think it's going to be great. As far as the Astros go, we talked mostly about Jose Altuve today, and we've also touched on, in addition to Jose Altuve, we have touched on Cam Smith and his play, but we did have some bad news for the Astros. So Luis Garcia was shut down with elbow soreness. He's going to be seen by team doctors. This is the third time in the last calendar year that he has been shut down in the midst of his rehab assignment. And it stands to reason that this might be it. It stands to reason that this is not going to happen now. That's a bummer. You take a look at his attempt to get back out there, and I know that he has been doing everything he can, but if you just continuously have setbacks, do you blame bad luck? Do you blame the Astros medical staff like a lot of people do? I don't know. I don't know what you do. But this sucks for Luis Garcia. And, I mean, you take a look at the Astros pitching, and there's a lot of depth conceptually. Say everyone ends up healthy by the start of the year or at some point during the year, by the end of the year. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen with Luis Garcia. So now you hope that Lance McCullers' rehab continues to go according to plan, and you wonder if there's any chance for Christian Javier. It's really difficult to imagine that things are going to go so well for any Astro pitcher that's trying to recover. I got a bunch of actuallys. I guess Alex Verdugo signed with the Braves. Cool. From the 832. You sound sad. Is everything okay? Yeah, the Cougs aren't winning by 40. That's what it's all about. You want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. The SIU Edwardsville point guard looks 14, writes 75 Court Jester on our Twitch at ESPN 975. Yeah, he does. Doesn't look great. HTX Rhino asks on Twitch, over under for Altuve errors at 45.5. 45.5. That's like one every 4 games. A little more than one every 4 games. Oof. That would be bad. I hope it's not that bad. I mean, I think generally the most errors a fielder has over the course of the season is like 18, 19, 20 or so. 45 and a half. That's an insane amount. Completely insane amount. If he does that, like he won't, if he's on pace to get 45.5 or 45, he won't last much longer. Anyway, guys, you want to jump in the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are live in Edo at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock watching all the games in the NCAA tournament. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, $5 shots. It's a whole lot of fun. We got a Cougs watch party in progress right now. Lots of Cougs fans out here. I saw a couple of people wearing the brand new Space City Connect jerseys that the Astros have. They look really great. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
Guess what, y'all? Our beloved Cougs, rah, 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 they are putting the C in cover because they lead SIU Edwardsville, also the Cougars, some bitch-ass Cougars, 61-30. Spread for this game, 28.5 points with 11:16 to play in the first round of the Midwestern region of the men's NCAA basketball tournament. How about that? Now it's 64-30. Cougs can't be stopped. Although the Edwardsville Cougars can be stopped. They are being very, very stopped. This is what happens when, an apex predator runs into a hunter with an AK-47. Or I suppose some other sort of high-powered rifle. Anyway, that's the score of that game in the Midwest region. Other games in progress right now. Auburn leads Alabama State 28-22 with 6:10 to play in the first half. Clemson is up 4-2 on 12 seed McNeese with 16:48 to play in the first. You've also got three games that are already done. You've got Creighton, who beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. And Wisconsin, they took down Montana 85-66. So all the games today have sucked. They've sucked. Maybe the games as the day progresses will be better. But as far as the, witching hour, the crazy things that you see at the end of the games, buzzer beaters, we haven't seen anything even close to that to this point, which is a shame. Just a crying shame. You want to get in, you can. It's 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. We are live hanging out in Edo at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar patio. It's on Texas Avenue in Edo. I don't know why I said it so strange. It's right by where the Dynamo play. So a little bit past the highway. It's a nice spot. Beautiful patio. Beautiful weather outside. You can watch all the games and get $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. Let's take a look at what's going on the text line, the Twitch line, and all that jazz. From the 832. Since Altuve wants to play outfield, why not sign Joey Gallo to pitch for us? That's Chris and Humble. I mean, Altuve volunteered to play outfield. I don't think he actually wants to play in the outfield. I think he's just doing what the Astros are telling him to do. And I mean, he volunteered that, but I imagine that they approached him first. I know that there's been some stories about that in the past. Altuve, I feel like optimally would be playing second base. Is this something he suggested to do if it would help the Astros bring Alex Bregman back? They didn't bring Alex Bregman back. So there you go. All right, guys. It's time. It's time to time. How far is too far? The hit game that's sweeping America. I don't know how many people are familiar with comedian Sam Morrill. He's one of my favorites. Sam Morrill is probably best known for going out of his way to ruin interviews with local television stations that happen early in the morning. Like, he goes on and he just completely bombs them on purpose. And it's gotten to a point where I think a lot of TV stations are now aware of his act, but some aren't, and they bring him on, and he does some very funny yet messed up stuff on TV that makes these anchors chuckle extremely nervously. But the guy also knows his sports. He was on with Dan Lebitard and went on this tangent about Draymond Green, and I want you guys to tell me whether this is too far.
Draymond bothers me. And you said he apologized. He didn't apologize. He gave a Draymond apology. He bothers me. The podcast he has bothers me because he brought in Baron Davis to make himself more likable. He's not likable. He's terrible at broadcasting. He lacks charisma. The way Shaq and Barkley ball bust, Draymond can't. He's not able to do that. He's like the kid who thinks he can ball bust, but then says like, "Your mom has cancer," and you're like, "That's not a joke. That she actually does have cancer." That's like his sense of humor. He sucks, and you think a guy like this, like, is he a Hall of Famer? Of course, he's a great player. He's a great defender. He's mentally ill. If he was a football player, he'd be Antonio Brown by now. He's unhinged. He has like the ego of like, it's like if Ringo Starr was the biggest dick in the Beatles, you know? Like, it's weird that Paul, George, and John are nice, and then Ringo's a dick.
I don't think you can just accuse him of being mentally ill. I think that's a bit irresponsible.
So there we go.
He's got all
that's
his
the
marbles.
part. That's the part I want to focus on here. Because Levitard's like, whoa. I don't know if you can call Draymond Green mentally ill. But a serious question. Is he? I mean, the guy throws temper tantrums on the court regularly. The guy is shoving people, punching them in the nuts, kicking them in the nuts. The guy has clearly some anger issues. As Sam said, he's not very funny, but his sense of humor is mean, and he continues with it, even though people have probably told him, yeah, dial it back a little bit. How far is too far? Is it too far to say Draymond Green is mentally ill? I don't think it is. Personally, I don't. We're all a little mentally ill when you think about it. I know I'm mentally ill. Draymond Green's not mentally ill? Is that too far? I don't think it is. I think that was a great take by Sam Morrill. And now I want him to come on my show. Sam Morrill, next time you're in town, and I know he was in town recently, please come in studio. You can do all the terrible things that you do to those TV interviews. Seriously. I'll roll with it. I can handle it, but I don't think that's too far. How far is too far? What else do we have? And how far is too far? $89 million guaranteed for Derek Stingley Jr. on a $90 million total contract. Is that too far? I don't think it's, honestly, they could have gone further. I feel like it would have been perhaps too far if they ventured into the $100 million territory. That contract, at first, when you don't think about how it's basically just added on to the current 5-year contract, rookie contract that Derek Stingley is a part of, it is truly a steal for Nick Caserio, much like the Nico Collins deal. And, you know, goes to show you that if you're Nick Caserio, you pay these guys early, they're going to sign it. So maybe it stands to reason that you try to do something like that with CJ Stroud. So I actually don't think that number is too far. I'd also say the same thing for the Danielle Hunter extension. I mean, Danielle Hunter was one of the best pass rushers in the league last year. So you're bumping up his salary. You're giving him a raise to $36.5 million. Hell yeah. That makes complete sense. How far is too far continues. What else have we gone too far in? Let's say this. Is it too far for me yesterday to have gone on a rant saying I will kill every oak tree in the city of Houston? I don't think it's far enough. Every oak tree in the United States of America? Yes, every oak tree. Every single oak tree. Is it too far to say that about every oak tree in the world? Nope. We need to kill every single oak tree before it's too late. And while my allergies are a little bit less today than they were yesterday, I still maintain that same passion. I'd burn them. I'd chop them down. I'd bazooka them. I'd AK-47 them. I would nuke them. I don't care. I will kill every oak tree I can if I have the ability to do it. If it were illegal, it would be a lot better. Way, way, way better. Corchester says, say that in league setting, you can go to jail. What, about oak trees? I can't say that about oak trees in League City? Come on now. That's crazy. Crazy. Oak trees are terrible. No one likes them. Burn them. Burn them all with fire. Let's make the biggest bonfire the world has ever seen. Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up this edition of How Far is Too Far. Our beloved Cougs have a 70-32 lead over the SIU Edwardsville Cougars. Some of the Cougs fans are still hanging out here, watching the aftermath of this bloodbath, and it's exciting. It's super exciting to watch the Cougs do this to another variant of Cougars. The other games in progress right now as we are watching March Madness. Auburn's up 29-26 on 6th seed Alabama State. An actual close game. 3:58 to go in the first half for that one. Clemson and McNeese are tied at 6 with 14:07 to play in the first. That, of all the games on the docket, looked like it might be the first one that could be competitive. Creighton's up 89-75. Excuse me, Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue topped High Point 75-63. And Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You want to hang out, you want to chime in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you can. We're live here for one more segment before turning things over to the Killer Bees here on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Here at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio with $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, $5 shots in the midst of this UH game watch party. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Our beloved Cougs are murdering the bejesus out of the SIU Who Gives a Crap Cougars, 72-37, 4:12 to play. Run up the score. That 28.5-point spread ain't safe. Run it up. Run it up. Nothing quite like a little murder between a 1 seed and a 16 seed. Man, this team is just so completely hopeless. The Cougs just are bombing threes and getting every single offensive rebound after shooting them. They have a huge size advantage on these guys. They're clearly a far better team. Bless their hearts for making it to the NCAA tournament. But, yeah, this thing has been over for quite some time. It's not been a fun open to the tournament. I mean, this is fun. I like it when the team I like blows other teams out. But the Cougs, by the way, they have this 72-37 lead. They've missed 14 of their last 15 shots, and they're still winning. They just showed that graphic on the screen. That is really embarrassing. If you're SIU Edwardsville, you can't claw back at all. If the Cougs have missed 14 of their last 15 shots, oh, damn. And some SIU guy just went up for a layup and got absolutely Jordan rules by some guy on the Cougs. Woo! Yeah. Kelvin Sampson's frowning as his team leads 72-37. Hell yeah. The championship medal is here, baby. He's pissed off about being up, and I can't even do math on this one, but what is this? A 35-point lead? Not enough. 28.5 is the spread. There's still 2:53 to play. I'm going to need the Cougs to, throw a little bit more on top of this absolute burnination of SIU Edwardsville. And every single time I have to look down at the screen or at my computer screen to remember what their name is. We're live at the Texas Tailgate Sports Bar and Patio. $4 beers, $4 wells, $5 margaritas, and $5 shots. The tournament is underway. It's been a very boring day. Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-65. 66, my bad. And a couple of games in progress right now. Auburn and Alabama State. It's, closer than you would think considering it's a 1 versus a 16. Auburn's up 37-31 with 48 seconds to play in the first half. And then you got McNeese leading Clemson 10-6 with 11:55 to play in the first. We have a story that it has to do with the tournament and one of the 1 versus 16 games. Norfolk State coach Robert Jones is angry. Why? Because his Spartans are 28.5-point underdogs against the SEC champion Florida Gators, according to BetMGM. Here's what he had to say. Quote, I know Florida is really, really good, and they run a great program, got great players, but are we that bad that the point spread is like that? I'm a little angry, and like I said, I'm a little bit more focused and play better when I'm angry. Well, sir, you're the coach. I don't think you play better. He continued saying, I think the players play better when they're angry. This is good bulletin board material if you want to use it, but I think you're reaching a little bit here. Jones continued, we're trying to show that it's more than just the MEAC. It's more than the HBCUs, whatever it is. We're trying to show that we're truly one of the best teams in the country. So I think there's a different level of focus and intensity that we bring. And he added, no one in that locker room is scared of playing Florida. He also calls himself a New York City guy. And man, he just kept going. This is borderline bravado in a 1 versus 16 matchup, Jones. What you doing here? Now, if you win, I will give you a lot of credit for having the balls here. But you're playing a 1 seed. They don't even think twice about you. This guy continues, quote, there's doubters in the world because people think that, oh, he's just doing it in the MEAC or he's just doing it in the HBCU. And that's a damn lie. We do it all across the country against some of your favorite coaches. They've lost to Norfolk State. It's just another opportunity to go out there with a chip on our shoulder or my shoulder too and show the world that it's different than what they think it is. All of this over the 28.5 point spread, which, let's be honest, will probably be a very accurate way of putting a number on this game when it's all said and done. They're angry. I don't see why you even talk about this. You talk about this privately. You talk about this behind closed doors. You're going to do a media session, an interview about this and say, I can't believe we're 28.5 point dogs. Come on. Come on. Amateur hour here. All right, guys. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's time for some garbage time before we get out of here. Some funny texts about oak trees from the 713. LOL, Paul. Now every oak tree in San Jacinto County is burning down for you. That's right. That's right. There's a fire at the up in the Sam Houston Forest. No bueno. From the 832, Oakwood is good for barbecue. If I had an AK to choose between you and the tree, ESPN would need a new host. Damn. Well, if you cut down all the oak wood, you can use it for yourself. Right? Right? What? You can't use other wood for barbecue? Wood is wood.
I would like to know what other types of wood people would rank ahead of you, Paul. I mean, where do you, like, if we put you in a ranking of just wood, is only oak wood ahead of you, or we have more? Like, is cedar ahead?
The only wood ranked ahead of mine would be my wood. That's it.
Okay. All
Boom.
right.
Well,
I walked
that.
you right into that one.
You walked into it, yeah. Another texter from the 832. Oak trees are the preferred species for 4 flannel moths to lay their eggs. These eggs turn into caterpillars, the most venomous caterpillars in the United States. Damn. Let's kill them. Kill them with fire.
Shout out to the caterpillar.
Shout out to that caterpillar. Yeah, it's born in the heart of the worst tree ever that should be shot in the head. Although trees don't have heads. But if they did, I would shoot them. I would shoot that oak tree in the head. I would murder an oak tree, and we all would. We all would if we really think about it. Barbecue. No, we would kill them all because the allergies that they create. Terrible. So some guy named Sandro Mamakalashvili
nailed it.
Scored 34 points in 19 minutes for the San Antonio Spurs. He said this after last night's 120-105 win over the New York Knicks. Quote, I don't know what effing happened. I don't know what effing happened. This article continues, and this guy is something else. With good friend and rapper Flavor Flav hyping a crowd of 18,521 that gleefully flooded Frostbank Center with MVP chants, Mama Kaleshavili made NBA history, scoring the most points, a career-high 34 in a game while playing fewer than 20 minutes since 1951 to 1952, when minutes became official. Been waiting for this day for a long time, he said. I just can't explain how I feel right now. I feel like I'm in a dream. I manifested and prayed for it. This specific one, 34 points in 19 minutes. I'm going to try to say his name one more time. Sandro Mamukaleshavili.
You say he's friends with Flavor Flav?
He's friends with Flavor Flav.
How did Flavor Flav become friends with an NBA player that random?
Good question. A very good question. I don't know.
As I struggle with my own voice, I need to murder the oak trees.
Drugs? Like I mean,
well, that's quite a reach, Paul.
That is a reach. I'm trying.
That borderlines on slander.
You know what? Like I'm just asking the questions. Like Flavor Flav, is he a weed guy? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Anyway, Starburys, they're back. Stephon Marbury plans to relaunch his affordable $15 Starbury sneaker that he dropped in 2005. Hell yeah! Are they going to still go for $15 though? Because I bet for inflation, they're probably going to be a little bit more.
Was
Also,
anyone asking for Starberries to come back?
I would buy $15 basketball shoes. Yes.
All right.
If I were ever to play basketball again, I don't want to pay more than like $40 for basketball shoes. One last one before we get out of here. The Boston Celtics are the most valuable franchise in all of sports. I mean, not a surprise, all the championships, just dominance, but they were sold for $6.1 billion to some masshole on the North Shore who's apparently been a lifelong fan. No idea how that guy afforded the team, but hey, hell yeah. Yep, could be. Could be. Whether it's pharmaceuticals or, this man is a regular Walter White. Anyway, guys, it's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to BMAC out here. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and everyone else who listened. And big thanks to Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio. We're going to be here all day. $4 beers, $4 wells, $4 margaritas, $5 shots. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and if you're in the neighborhood, we would absolutely love to see you. We are having a great old day. Brian McDonald is in, by the way, for Jeremy, because Jeremy is doing less important things like Cougar basketball in March Madness in the tournament. But we are having a great old time, and BMAC, always good to have you along board for the next 3-ish hours as we recap everything tournament and otherwise. What's going on, man?
Oh, man, I love this place. I was telling Juan, who I don't know what his technical
Juan owns the joint.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he was manager or owner, but I was telling Juan when I got here, this place used to be like a barbecue place years ago.
Okay.
But anyway, me and my buddies before Astros games would come in here because if you ate, they would let you park for free. And I asked Juan, hey, is that still the deal? Apparently it is. So not only do you come out today and watch us, watch the March Madness, but come out before Astros games. You come in, have a drink, you park for free, and it's just, I mean, Minute Maid or not, Dyken Park now is what?
The Dyke is a couple blocks away.
Like a half a mile down Texas Avenue is nothing. So great spot to come out today, but also during baseball season.
Texas Tailgate. It is officially 2401 Texas Avenue, but I'm telling you, literally, I'm looking at the Dynamo Stadium as we speak.
Yeah, we can see it right now through the window here.
And as we are watching a multitude of televisions, having a good old time. The weather's beautiful. The outside patio is a perfect place to be. They got food trucks outside, so there's lots of food as well. They've got happy hour till 7 o'clock. You're going to have a good old time, and we're going to be out here all the way through then. So stop on by, hang with us, and have some fun. And, oh, by the way, the Cougs already won. So your Thursday, hopefully, and your brackets are not ruined, and you've got that first one out of the way. And they took care of business rather easily against
38.
SIEU or SIUE.
SIUE. I mean, what's the saying, Joel? Good teams win, great teams cover. I believe the spread of this was like 28.
Like 20 and a half, I think.
28 and a half, and they won by 38. And probably could have won by more, but they obviously started pulling guys like at I think by the 12-minute mark in the second half. A lot of the guys starters were on the bench.
Mr. P got in, Masterpiece Kid.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I must have missed that. But you look at the minutes for your starters. I mean, Tugler got 17 minutes. Jawan Roberts, not surprisingly, only played 20. The highest among the starters was Sharp at 25 minutes. So these guys are obviously usually over 30, so a good amount of rest for Kelvin Sampson starters.
I'm going to tell you what the best thing about this was, Brian, you kind of touched on it. I almost didn't want to play Roberts in this game.
I didn't either. They didn't need him.
But I do know that stranger things have happened, right? And
sure.
The Maryland-Baltimore County upset.
It's happened twice,
which would have everybody on, panic alert that you can't take anything for granted. So I get that Roberts was going to get some time, but this was the blessing that you needed. This was the massive blowout in which he doesn't have to, risk getting hurt. He got a little burn in, checked his cardio out, didn't do too much. They did a ton and got them what they needed to do because, I mean, as much as we have talked about the matchups, the brackets, and who's got a tough bracket, I think U of H might be facing one of their biggest challenges in the next round, depending on who wins the Georgia-Gonzaga game. And we had Reed Geddes on the other day, and he was the only guy that I've heard that basically was dismissive, going, I mean, Gonzaga in this discussion? I'm going, well, as Jeremy and I discussed, Georgia's got an NBA lottery-type pick player on their roster. Gonzaga went to and if you're not familiar with Gonzaga, one, they're extremely well coached by Mark
Few. You live under a rock if you're not familiar with Gonzaga.
We know what they do every year in the tournament. We know what they do quietly every year on the West Coast. But the biggest thing was they made a change, much like the Rockets did a few weeks ago, where they flip-flopped and went to a big lineup where they go two bigs that are about 7 feet tall, and it opens up the floor. Since they've done that, they have been even tougher. And if U of H faces Gonzaga, that is going to be a tough game for the Cougs. I pick them to win it, but I want Georgia to win tonight.
Yeah, I would go with that as well. I mean, I think you can make the argument that their toughest test to get out of their own side of the bracket into the Final Four might be in the round of 32 against Gonzaga.
That's basically what I was insinuating. Yes.
I mean, the other side, if things go, according to chalk, Tennessee would be their opponent in the Elite Eight. And obviously Tennessee is a good team, had a great year in the SEC, but I've got my own bias against Rick Barnes. I know what his tournament history is as a Longhorns fan. And I really think styles make fights, and Tennessee also being a defensive style, I don't think it's a team that's going to push Houston. We saw what a great defensive effort they had today against obviously an overmatched team, but they held SIUE to 2 of 24 from behind the arc. I mean, I think Houston would beat Tennessee, handle them easy. If they get past Gonzaga, and I agree with you, I think they will, but I think it's their toughest test. If they get past Gonzaga, I think they're going to the Final Four.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I have them in my Final Four. I do have my biggest concern, as you mentioned, as I was saying it. I have my biggest concern about the fact that this second round matchup is as tough as just about anybody could ask for as a 1 seed. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play, because the one thing that you can take away from today as well that was a huge thing is what I've been harping on all year, and that's defense travels. And I think that, a lot of times when you get teams that are up-tempo, that play a style that, you play a very high-seeded team, but they're not used to playing up and down basketball. Well, it's like pickup basketball. At a certain point, when you play up-tempo and you can run a team off the floor. And I think that what U of H does, because regardless of what you think of their offense, and their offense is elite, but the fact that they can go in and just strangle you from the minute the ball goes up defensively is going to translate so well for them against Gonzaga, Georgia, whoever they play. And it really showed right from the jump today, as you mentioned. They just basically shut down anything and everything defensively.
Yeah, 2 of 24 again from SIUE from 3-point line. I think even more impressive, not only was the what they shot, but the fact that SIUE only got up 49 shots to begin with to UH's 66. Obviously, as a team trailing the entire game, it shows what a great defense Houston is, if they can not only force them into bad shots, but prevent them from getting shots up, period. And as you're talking there, obviously, I agree with your point, the defense travels, but I think what you're talking about with their offense illustrates another point that it plays in their favor as they make their way through March Madness. And it's that, unlike maybe previous, I know they've had good offenses in the past, but I think they have more shooting than they've ever had. And I think they're more variable in the ways they can beat you than they've been with previous Kelvin Sampson teams. So I do think that plays in their favor, as they obviously the script will change depending on the opponent. The style they have to beat these teams with will change depending on the style of their opponent. But I think this team, more so than the past teams, even the team that got to the Final Four, is more equipped to beat teams in different ways than other Kelvin Sampson teams.
I mean, look, I think in the past they've always had that defensive edge, which is a staple of what Kelvin Sampson coaches. But I think from an offensive perspective, you're right. I mean, they are one of the top 4 3-point shooting teams in the nation.
Right.
They're shooting 40+%. That's unheard of in a lot of ways, especially unheard of in the NBA. But for a college program, you're shooting better than 40% for 3-point range. You shot 36% today. You've got 4 guys that can score 20 points anytime they want.
For sure.
And that is a luxury that when we talk about the deepest teams, and yes, there are teams like Florida that can go 2 deep at every position, and they've got, a bunch of guys. But you've got 4 guys that can legitimately get you 20 at any point, and then you've got 3 bigs that can defend any big in the nation. And you play the kind of defense that you play. That's a formula for a long run and a lot of success. And like I said, a lot of teams, and you watch this, a lot of times with the smaller schools too, they play in smaller gyms. They get into these bigger environments. And as the tournament goes on, as they try and make deeper runs, the crowd, the depth perception, things that they haven't dealt with become bigger problems. You don't have these problems with U of H. They've played in every gym. They've played in every environment. They've taken on every Q1 in the toughest, if not for the fact that the SEC made a hell of a comeback this year basketball-wise, it's the toughest conference in the nation. And all they do is just run the table and win games. They are tournament tested, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, you could argue it. I mean, obviously they've been tournament tested. It's crazy when you look back at their history. Not that you don't know this, but like before Kelvin Sampson took over, they went from I think it was a 26-year period from 1991 to 2017, where they made 1 tournament appearance under Tom Penders. They got him with a miraculous run through their conference tournament at the time, obviously lost in the first round. A 26-year period, Joel, where they made the tournament 1 time. Now Kelvin Sampson, if you include the COVID year, where they would have made the tournament that year, it's 8 straight years. They've won at least 1 game in every tournament during that span. And now we're talking about obviously making the Sweet 16 4 years in a row, Elite 8, Final 4. They're definitely tournament tested, not only in the actual tournament, but you mentioned the strength of the conference they play in, only having 1 loss in conference for the entire season. You could argue that already proved before they even got to the tournament that they were tournament tested, going through that gauntlet in the Big 12 and coming out with only 1 regular season loss.
Talk about what else translates, Brian. Not only did they do what you said in terms of their overall conference record, they run the table on the road. I mean,
right.
When you talk about hostile environments, when you talk about dealing with the crowds and the negativity. What else can you ask for from a team to run the table in the toughest
They went
conference in
into
basketball?
Kansas and won.
One in Fogg Fieldhouse.
Went into Texas Tech and won.
Which you're not supposed to be able to do, and which Kansas holds their hat on as being one of the toughest environments to play in. That sets you up for a tournament team that has Juwan Roberts, who's on his 6th year. He's experienced.
Is it only 6?
I think.
It feels like 8
It
or
does.
9.
But when you look at like their starters and the experience that comes with that as well, and you get Uzan, who comes over from a program and he wants to take it to the next level, and now he's here. And because
same with Cryer,
coaching matters. You're right, and Cryer coming from Baylor, but the coaching matters too. And you got a guy that's been there, done that, and done it his whole career, no matter what school he's been at, to where nothing's going to surprise Kelvin. And Kelvin's going to be a guy we always talk about. Can you make halftime adjustments? Can you figure out things on the fly? Kelvin and his staff, I have no worries or qualms ever about the fact if they throw something different at him, they'll figure it out in 2 possessions. So U of H is set to basically be as good as any team in this country, getting to a Final Four and then winning a national championship. So you're right. I mean, I've heard people say, and I heard someone say this morning, Stephen A. Smith might have said, U of H, they've been on this run. Now they got to prove it. They got to show up, and they got to actually win it. You keep doing the things that they're doing, they're eventually going to win one because they're not going anywhere with the recruiting class they have coming in.
No, got a great one, yeah.
But anything can happen in a one-and-done tournament to where it's just a phenomenal year for Kelvin and the Cougs, no matter what happens and where this thing ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're looking at Stephen A's right. They haven't won the national title, but Final Four, Elite Eight, then back-to-back Sweet 16s over these last 4 years. And it's not like in these matchups where you're looking at it and it's not what I've crushed Rick Barnes for. It's like, oh, you're losing to a team that's 4 seeds lower than you. It's situations where they've dealt with injury, obviously, in Final Four. I mean, you can't kill a team for getting to the Final Four and losing. I mean, it's not like Villanova. I think it was Villanova who knocked them out in the Elite Eight. So they're not losing to these teams that are seated much lower than them. I don't know if I like the thing where they've got to prove now that they can do it. Like, I think they've already proven that they can do it. Just when you get to a certain point, it becomes a crapshoot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so we got plenty to do on this show today. We've got plenty to cover. We've got lots to cover out of Astros camp with all the news that have been happening, including the fly ball extravaganzas of Jose Altuve that everybody wants to talk about. A guy that I've been talking about a great deal, gives you plenty to talk about on a pretty consistent basis. He's doing it again. He's making a good fight for a roster spot. We'll talk about that. We'll break down the Rockets last night with another win. I think it's now 8 in a row for them. And you're always a part of the show. 713-780-3776. You can call that number, text that number, hit us on all the social medias, the Twitch, the Twitter, the YouTube. We're there for you. It's BMAC and Joel taking you till 6 o'clock on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Head back. We're having a good time out here. You should be too. I mean, this place is unbelievable. And if you've never been and you want to hang out, look, Edo is kind of like the new hot spot. You know, everybody's starting to hang out and you know, enjoy their food and bev close to all the stadiums. But the Texas tailgate's amazing. The location is fantastic. Kitty corner from the Dynamo Stadium, right nearby the dike. And you know, not that far away from the Toyota Center. But you need it to make your destination for anything sports. But at the same time, the deck outside today in the sunshine is phenomenal.
Beautiful.
The food trucks are out there to keep you well fed with great food. The drinks inside are fantastic. It's a great environment. We'd love to see you. We're going to be here till 6 o'clock. Yeah, and of course, with all the tournament games, this is like, and I heard people debating this on some of the debate shows, but like, I understand like the biggest sporting events, and for me as a golfer, I still love the Masters, and everybody loves Super Bowl Sunday.
Sure.
But the opening 4 days of the NCAA tournament is like second to none. I mean,
I agree. 100%.
No matter where you are. I mean, I see now, and I saw Quentin Grimes retweeting this, talking about shout out to the teachers that actually put TVs in their classrooms so the kids don't have to like try and sneak ways to find scores.
Did you have any of that growing up?
Well, first of all, I thought about this too.
Okay, I'm going to guess you're going to say you did what I did, but I was always conveniently sick as a kid, right around the middle of March.
Sure, but here's the other thing.
Okay.
Depending on how old you are, right? The thing that aggravates me, but it's beautiful for us now, is we didn't have True TV and TBS and TNT, and we didn't have the ability, even if you had, even if you had cable TV, you got the scores on whatever boring ass game in the opening round was a blowout.
Not only was but I'm sure you remember, but they put the bug in the upper left hand corners how they used to do it, and it was tiny too. Like it's not now where it kind of takes up most of the top part of the screen. But yeah, you only had CBS. Now we're really aging ourselves.
And it would just roll, and you're like, come on, I need to see how, what's the score of the game that I'm concerned with. And instead, the main game was probably a blowout because it was the opening round. But there were 3 really close games going down the stretch. You're like, I can't see them. I just got to watch the scoreboard and hope I find out who won. Now, at least, thank God, you can go anywhere, including in your own home, and you can watch every game that matters, and that's what makes it even better. This is the best time to be a sports fan.
I think one of the more frustrating times I had trying to follow the action back in the olden days when it was only CBS was that first year that Butler made a run. Because I know I picked him in my bracket and got a bunch of grief from my boys. And it wasn't the game that was on here locally, so it was just the upper bug. And there was a 1-point game. They were trailing, and they hit a buzzer beater to win the game. But the last time the bug came up, it just showed them down by 1 second and then went away. So I had to wait for it to come back up, and then obviously they ended up winning by a point. But yeah, thank God for the not only True TV and all that, but now you can also watch it on Max as well. So the options are limitless. But the best option though is out here at Texas Tailgate, because not only do they have a bunch of TVs, that TV out in the patio is huge,
massive.
It's a massive TV. So
bunch of Cougs fans were here watching the Cougars easily get to their first victory. A lot of games going on right now. The big shocker right now is McNeese State is actually taking Clemson to the woodshed. Some people thought that would be a huge upset, but I don't think anybody predicted that in the process, Clemson would score 13 points in the first half. That's not 13 points, as Paul eloquently put it in the first quarter of a game, because we don't have quarters. That was 13 points in the entire first half, y'all. That's not supposed to happen.
31-13 a half. I mean, Sean put it during the break. It's like a blowout in college football, this score right now. I mean, obviously game's not over. 18 points is not,
good luck with those second half adjustments.
I'd be curious what the live betting line is for that. But that's certainly, because I think the opening window here for March Madness have been pretty chalky. I mean, he technically had an upset with Creighton, but I mean, it's an 8-9 matchup.
Louisville, a lot of people thought was misseeded, but yeah, that was a big win for Creighton.
But other than that, it was completely chalky, and they weren't even close games. So, like, I mean, obviously not every game was a blowout like UH in their 116, but most of the games were all. I mean, Wisconsin won comfortably. Purdue, although they had some moments against a High Point where they end up winning by 10 plus. But finally, we have some madness here for the brackets with McNeese State again up 31-13 at halftime. just an embarrassing effort so far by Clemson.
Yeah, it's
which you hate to see a school that has Dabo Swinney have embarrassing efforts.
And a lot of people had them going a couple of rounds. Some people thought Clemson might be a kind of an underdog pick to make a run. Instead, they look absolutely terrible. McNeese State with a huge win. And that's
not
again.
Not yet.
They're going to get it. You want to bet me? I'll take. I'll take McNeese State.
You're
going to
have to give me some odds here. You're going to have to give me some odds. But I mean, let's not forget that could potentially be an opponent for the Cougars down the road. So that's not only is it shocking and fun as far as just following March Madness in general, but it's also potentially beneficial for the Cougs, as McNeese State could be an opponent here down the road for them.
Yeah, no doubt. And with that, I mean, my Wisconsin Badgers won by 20. I was happy about that because I was a bit suspect about the.
Not in this round, though, right?
No, not for this round.
But you're worried about BYU.
Yeah, I'm worried about BYU in the next round. If that should happen, it looks like it's probably going to happen. But for you guys last night,
oh boy, here we go.
You and my man Sean Mapes.
Yep.
Horns up, getting into the tournament. Horns up on the fact that you're trying to save Rodney Terry's job because you love him.
We weren't trying to save him.
But then kick down to the grapes as in more ways than one. You took one in the shorts last night. I actually turned it off. I thought you guys were going to win.
Oh, well, see.
And I woke up
through
the oh my God, what happened?
You haven't gone through the tournament like Sean and I did. And Sean, please jump in here in a second. But I mean, that the lead grew to 13 in the first half. I believe it was 9 at intermission, but it never felt safe. I mean, the Longhorns got hot, but you knew they were. I mean, the game was basically a home game for Xavier too, which is another part of it. But you knew they were one run from seeing Texas completely turtle up, and that's what happened. Overall, Trey Johnson was great, but some of his decision-making with the shots, and especially that sequence where when Xavier hit the three to finally take their first lead since 10-9 in the first half, Trey Johnson comes back down to the other, and he's great. He's going to be in the league probably next year.
Yep.
But he immediately comes back down, takes a forced fall-away, fade-away three, misses it, and is late getting back on defense, runs down, and gives this half-ass shove. Nothing's worse to me when a guy you don't commit to your defense assignment of getting back on defense. The guy beats you down the court, and instead of either letting him go or completely take him out so he can't get the layup up, he can just give this half-ass.
You wanted him to Fred VanVleet him,
push in the back, so they get an N1, and the game was just completely over at that point.
So there's a lot to uncover here.
Well, Rodney Terry's days are numbered.
Yeah,
he's got to be gone.
I said he was gone before the tournament last week started.
I thought he had a chance depending on what he did in the main tournament. I thought a Sweet 16 run, not that I'd want it, but I thought a Sweet 16 run would save him. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Now, there's a lot that's coming with this, and you guys as Longhorns, that's why I bring this up. Before we even get to the coaching aspect of this, I saw some of the criticism of the fact that from an NIL perspective, they were only willing to give big NIL money to one player who you mentioned.
Trey Johnson.
But that as a program, they're not distributing it to get the kind of team that Texas needs. So do you see that as a problem, as well as the fact that now, with all the facilities, with all the money, with the university that is the University of Texas, you would think that they should have their pick of whoever the hell they want, like they supposedly have had in the past when they've been trying to get Calipari in there. They've kind of wined and dined guys in the past. But is there a bigger problem in terms of with NIL and how the university and the boosters handle this? Or is it now everybody's going to be fed up to the point where, no, now we got football under control. Now we got to get basketball.
Yeah, I don't think money's ever a problem at the 40 acres. And they've obviously had, and I'll defer most of this conversation to Sean here in a second, but they've obviously had some transfers. Tremont Mark obviously coming over from Houston. Kaluma was a big transfer for them from Kansas State.
He's good.
So they've brought over some named players from big programs. So it's not like they're only relying on the guys that they actually recruit as freshmen. Yeah, weigh in here, Sean. But I don't really worry about the money being passed around on the 40 acres.
I worry about it on the super high end of NIL spending. They're not gonna spend with Duke and Kentucky and teams like that, just because when you're asking for a donation, a lot of times these NIL donations, you can put what you would like this donation to be for, what you want this money to be put in for. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say most Texas boosters want it spent on football, and that's kind of the way things are. I mean, someone sent me a tweet during the game where someone was talking about Kendall Weaver, one of the players on Texas, and the entire tweet was, man, Kendall Weaver would be such a great wide receiver 3/kick returner. And A, I agree with them. B, I think that's the problem with Texas basketball, is that the fan base watches the basketball game go, man, this guy's good. Imagine if he played football. That's kind of how things go with the Texas basketball program, that it does get put on the back burner. I mean, until 2 years ago, they played at the Frank Irwin Center, just this giant, dilapidated.
It was a dump.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
building.
Like, you're right, Sean, because I've heard forever and a day too. The Rockets, we used to have training camp in Austin, and one year we had it at the University of Texas, and all of our guys walked away shaking their heads, going, their facilities, their budget for gear and shoes and equipment is like double to triple what the NBA was. They had 2 full-size courts on in their practice facility. Why isn't this program the top of the national programs for basketball? And we were told, because there's not that much concern and care level for that the way it is football. And it's similar to me in that, we talk about Rice baseball. Well, Rice baseball was the only thing that Rice had going for it. And the ironic thing was they were like 2nd or 3rd in the nation in endowment. But most of the people, to Sean's point, said, we're going to give you money for a university. We just don't need this used on athletics. If you're using it on athletics, we're not giving it to you. That's why baseball was like this anomaly where they were still able to succeed. But other than that, Rice was never going to be good. I think Texas now, with the state of football, it wouldn't take much to get this program right in the top 10 again.
Yeah, especially since obviously much smaller rosters. So you increase the top level
Better
payouts
facilities.
from 1 to 3, and all of a sudden that completely makes over your roster on the top end. And it's why I remember hearing Colin Cowherd say this. I mean, this is 10 plus years ago at this point. But I agree with you, and it was kind of goes to a point you were making there, Joel. But Texas has a potential to be one of the elite jobs in all of college basketball, because not only does you have the recruiting base, you have the facilities now, especially with the improved arena. You've got the potential there for a lot of money, and because of what you mentioned with football and the priorities there that Sean laid out, and he's 100% right, you also don't have the same amount of pressure. I mean, Shaka Smart was mediocre for 6 years, and he still got 6 years. He won 0 tournament games, and he still got 6 years. Can you imagine if, how long would it take the Texas football coach to, not have winning seasons before he got fired? Far less than 6. Tom Herman got 3.
Yeah, I was going to say Charlie Strong is holding up 3 fingers right now.
Yeah. Charlie Strong got 3. Tom Herman got 3. Actually, Tom Herman, I think, got 4.
He got 4.
But yeah, but that's the point. I mean, Shaka Smart was extremely mediocre. 6 years he's there. He makes the tournament 3 times, doesn't win a game, and twice he loses to much lower seeds, double-digit seeds. But the most embarrassing one, the 3-14 matchup against Abilene Christian in his last season there of the 40 acres. So I think because of the expectations, that has a chance to be a really attractive job.
I would think
if
a
they
lot
put
of guys,
a little bit of, but maybe this is, like you said, maybe this is what gets the.
But don't y'all feel like Beard was that guy that they were actually going to recommit it? And
he
was, screwed it up?
But obviously what happened.
I think that's part of the reason the Rodney Terry thing went the way it did, is that the Chris Beard hiring was like a kind of chips in moment.
Yes.
And then once, obviously what happens. He gets the police called because he choked his wife and he's no longer the coach. Then there becomes a little bit more apprehension about giving all the same resources to a guy in Rodney Terry, who, yes, did make the one run when he picked up for that
it wasn't his
season.
run, right? It was the perfect storm.
Exactly.
It's like 7 games into the season.
And then other than that, his coaching experience is being an assistant for Rick Barnes and coaching at Fresno State and UTEP. That's not the same as Chris Beard, who played it or coached in a national title game in 2019. So I do wonder if this is a reset button, that maybe they do get that level of commitment again if they can get a name that gets people excited. But I mean, that's part of the thing, is that they did have the perfect hire in Chris Beard. It just didn't work out.
All right, I've got a candidate that I need to run by you guys when we come back, but I do want to give you guys some of the scores. Auburn right now has opened it up on Alabama State, 58-38. Clemson again still trailing at the half, 31-13. The game that we're all going to be watching is Gonzaga and Georgia. The winner plays U of H at 3:35. We'll keep you updated on that. Right now, BYU, VCU, 22 apiece. Go Rams! Because I'd rather play VCU as Wisconsin than BYU. But we've got a lot more for you.
Careful what you wish for.
hit us up. Keep us on your dial. We're going to keep going. NCAA updates continually throughout the show. But I've got a question for these horns down guys
come on
today.
now.
They're down. You're down. You lost. You're not feeling great about it.
Now.
Let's see if this guy's name will get you horns up to get ready for Longhorns basketball. We'll take a break, come back with more. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, we just said our goodbyes. Samantha's family reunion, part 6, has just ended. But we love having the family around. But Joe George is here signing autographs. He'll take a few selfies. But Texas Tailgate is where you need to be. If you're in the Edo downtown area looking for a place where you need to escape, where you can catch all the games of college basketball, hang out with us, enjoy some great drinks, happy hour specials till 7 o'clock, this is the place to be. It's perfect. It's nearby everything else. They're going to do their own version of the cook-off this weekend as well. Kobos Q is involved. J-Bar M is involved. So a bunch of our friends are going to be involved. You can get tickets via their going to their Facebook page and their Instagram page. But we're having a great time out here. And, of course, the number one topic that we're discussing is everything to do with the NCAA tournament and the fact that with the two gentlemen I'm working with, both being Horns, I have this question because I've heard this name multiple times now. And we were talking about before the break who is going to be the successor, because I think we all agree that the Chris Beard experiment was supposed to be what turned this Texas basketball program into a perennial powerhouse.
It was briefly.
And then,
very briefly.
As Sean put it, with his common law wife, allegedly, he did some things that caused some things
that Ole Miss didn't care about.
Got him, out of the way. And Rodney Terry stepped into the perfect storm to take this team deep into a run, get himself a contract. Now he's going to get himself fired. The name that I am hearing, and it is not big names of the past, and obviously Will Wade would have been a guy that I think that a lot of people would have liked to have on their list. And before he even got out of the tournament, after, and had done anything else, he's accepted the NC State job.
Right.
So I'm curious what you guys think of ex-Longhorn Royale Ivy, current Rockets assistant coach, because now I've heard this from multiple sources that Royale Ivy is going to be in the mix as the next coach at Texas. Your thoughts, boys?
I was a little hesitant at first just because it's such a big job and such a tough conference. I mean, the Longhorns made the tournament as a 13th. They were 13th seed in the conference and made the tournament. It's just an incredibly deep conference. So, I mean, I think the initial thought was this has got to be, big name hunting. This has got to be an established guy who's been there, done that, won in multiple places. Obviously, Sean Miller's been a name that's been thrown out. The guy that knocked Texas out yesterday.
He's a good coach.
He's already left Xavier once, went to Arizona, didn't work out. Now he's back with them. Sorry?
He went back to Xavier after the Arizona debacle with recruiting? No, I'm saying it's because he and his brother both coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he went back to Xavier.
So, anyway, so I think that's the initial thought, like big name. But I think I like the idea of Royale Ivy. And obviously, the pushback is going to be he's never been a collegiate coach. He's like you said, he's an assistant on the Rockets right now. But I mean, it wasn't that long ago when he was coaching for South Sudan in the Olympics and brought South Sudan to a 1-point game against Team USA. Yeah. So it's intriguing, and I think what is most intriguing beyond that, maybe he can coach. He's obviously spent time under Ime Udoka. He's South Sudan. That was really impressive. But I think this being a former Longhorn, being a 4-year Longhorn, not a guy that was a one and done, might be something that gets the boosters interested. Like bringing back the Texas X, the guy that was there during some better times. I think that could be something that would bring the boosters in and maybe rally the troops. Like, okay, let's get behind one of our own. And if they were able to get that money in, it may be, okay, don't send my money to football this time. Let's actually get an extra Trey Johnson instead of just the one. I think that could be something that would be big for the program. So it wasn't initially my first choice, and it still might not be my first choice, but I'd be fine with that hire.
Sean Mapes, your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of fall in the same bucket as Brian, where I think Royale Ivy, if you told me, tomorrow that it's going to be him, I just would like to know what the other candidates were because Chris Del Conte is a guy who's now hired a few different coaches across different sports. And, other than Steve Sarkisian, which has been the best hire so far, and he is a name hire to some extent, but everyone else, it's Chris Beard you're taking from Texas Tech, who coached in a Final Four.
The baseball thing was savage.
Yeah. You're taking Jim Schlossnagle from Texas A&M. Like he is making big moves, and a lot of times he is not firing the guy until he has the hire already lined up. He did that with Tom Herman, where he fired him after the bowl game, and 20 minutes later, or maybe it was 2 hours, had Sarkisian lined up. So I think that there will be some sort of there would be some big game hunting going on. And if Royale Ivy is the coach, that tells me that despite what they say at the introductory press conference where everyone's always the first choice, I don't think he would be the first choice in this situation. But I still think he'll be good because of how much more, I guess, NBA-ified college basketball is becoming with the transfer portal and things.
Well, but that's where I'm at, Sean, because my question then would be, yes, he's had coaching experience, but that didn't involve NIL, and it didn't involve the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And it didn't involve the recruiting efforts that are going to have to be done year in, year out to where college coaches are saying, hey, look, it's now 365. It's 12 months a year. It's 24/7. And you don't know what you don't know. Yes, you know he played there. Yes, you know he knows the game, and coaching is one aspect of the game. But the game is so much bigger now. It's how much money are you bringing in? It's how much money are you kicking out? It's, recruiting, and then after you recruit, can you keep it going? And I just have concerns that he doesn't have that kind of experience as opposed to maybe some other guys out there that have coached in college recently.
Yeah,
I guess. Oh, sorry, Sean. Just a second. I guess my answer to that would be, as the guy that was on that last Final Four team, alongside TJ Ford, I think his name in the fact that he was a part of the Texas's greatest success, of the last 50 years as a basketball program. I think if he's aligned with assistant coaches who could walk him through some of the NIL, some of the stuff he hasn't had to deal with as a pro coach, I think it'd be beneficial, not only because he's a great coach, or at least we think so from what he's done with the Rockets in South Sudan, but I think his brand name would help bring in some of the money, help bring in some of the recruits. And then if you partner him with assistant coaches who know the ins and outs of how college basketball has changed, I think that helps him get through that transition period.
Yeah, and just with the fact that Texas basketball is different than Texas football, where you're not in these giant recruiting battles all over the place trying to get huge big name guys. It's normally, they have one kind of one and done type guy and a bunch of older players, especially now the transfer portal era where every team is just much older than they were. I think it's going to be a good coach. It's a lot of talent identification and a lot of coaching those guys once you get them all together. And those are things that I think are more transferable from the pro game to the college game, because so much of the recruiting now is just like how much money you have, or can you sell me on the opportunity that I'll have here? It's less having to go to a bunch of high school gyms and watch 16-year-olds and make good relationships with those guys, with the high school coaches. It's much more, hey, here's how much money I have. Would you like to play and be my starting point guard?
Yeah, but okay, so here's the thing. I think from NIL money perspective and from booster perspective, I think that the weight will carry with Royale Ivy because, like you said, he played on the last Final Four team. I think where it's going to be challenging, and maybe the NBA experience can help, is the fact that from a recruiting standpoint, no one knows who TJ Ford is. So you're going to have to go into these kids' living rooms, and you're going to have to say, as much as the money's going to talk, so that's going to be key. But then what are you going to do? And it kind of goes back to the earlier discussion about, are you going to pay everybody, or are you going to pay 3 or 4 guys? Because of the fact that you're going to have to go into these kids' houses and tell their parents, not only I'm going to look out for your kid, but we're going to provide all this for you, and we're going to get multiple guys because we want to compete at this level. And that's where it's going to have to be an all-in with his staff. Like when Belichick hires, Lombardi to be his PR guy, his GM guy.
Right.
You almost think that they're going to need a GM guy that's going to have to dictate from a Texas basketball perspective, hey, we're going to do this differently. We're going to do it right.
You're right, but to kind of getting back to one of Sean's points that he made, I look, you're right. I think if you're going into the living room of a 19-year-old, there's a good chance he might not know who TJ Ford is. Like, he wasn't alive when TJ Ford was in the Final Four. That's a fair point. But getting back to something Sean said, I think what recruiting has now become with the transfer portal and NIL is less going to the living room and talking to mom and dad and developing the relationship. It's, we have $2 million. Do you want it? So I think if Royale Ivy, because of the name brand amongst the boosters, is able to bring that excitement to the program, and they decided to commit to it in a way that they haven't in years past, then I think if the money's there, that's ultimately all that matters. Because there was I forget the name of the kid. The best example I could think of, though, there was like a year or two ago in college football, a player who really, he said, like, man, I really wanted to play for Florida State.
Oh, no, it was the LSU. It was the LSU lineman coming out of Florida.
And he openly said, like, yeah, man, I really wanted to go to, Florida State or whatever, but, shrug emoji. LSU offered more money. And we saw
he didn't say that. Remember, he said on the signing day, he goes, yeah, we were really hoping to get touch base and have one more phone call. We didn't get it. So we're happy to be here. But, man, I wish I'd have played at Florida State. It's like, what are you doing? You're going to LSU.
He's signing with LSU, telling you his dream was to go to Florida State, but he went there for the dollar. What happened with Michigan and LSU with the quarterback?
$10.5 million speaks.
Exactly, $10.5 million. So I think that's what it is today. So I get that, people, the kids might not know Royale Ivy. They didn't watch him play, these 19-year-old kids. But if the money speaks, they'll be there.
All right, so let's talk about Royale Ivy's current team, the Houston Rockets. They've won 8 in a row. They won in the land of Disney last night. They got another victory. How are you feeling about this squad, currently the number 2 seed in the Western Conference? We'll discuss some Rockets next, right here on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are live inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texas Tailgate's the place you ought to be. Come out and see me, Brian. You can hear Sean. Here till 6 o'clock. Unbelievable atmosphere right here. Cougs fans were here for the big game and the big win for University of Houston earlier. Lots of games still going on. They'll be going on all night and all weekend here, and this is the place you should watch it. It's kitty corner from the Dynamo. It's a fantastic environment. They're going to have a lot going on this weekend with their version of a cook-off. They're going to have J-Bar M involved, Kobos Q involved. You buy your tickets, and that gets you 3 samples, gets you a vote in the best barbecue for the cook-off, gets you drink tickets, and get you this phenomenal Edo environment that's right here off of downtown. It's fantastic.
I don't think I could pick between J-Bar and Kobos.
It's tough.
Like I think I'll have to be soft and call it a tie. I don't know if I could pick my favorite barbecue between J-Bar and Kobos.
Seriously, they're both phenomenal. Fat Boy Texas Barbecue, which is out here with a food truck. They're going to be involved in it. There's going to be live music. There's going to be a shuttle for VIP tickets for a concert after the event at J-Bar M. So that you can check out all their information on the Texas Tailgate Facebook and Instagram pages. We're going to be here till 6 o'clock having a good old time. Tournament action. Auburn now has taken full control of Alabama State, 68-47 with about 7 minutes to play. Clemson doing their best to make it interesting.
It's still 21
McNeese
points.
State, 45-24, 12 minutes to play. BYU, 34-28 over
one.
VCU. And Gonzaga, look out, Cougs.
Yeah.
The Zags are still hot. They're beating Georgia 23-3. And if they win, that's who the Cougs play in the next round on Saturday. So beware, I warned you. The Zags, unlike Reed Geddes told you, the Zags are good.
Yeah, I didn't want to call them out when it happened.
I didn't either. I looked at Jeremy off mic going, oops.
I think Reed may have only watched that one game from Gonzaga and based his assessment on that. But yeah, 23-3 with 12 minutes still left in the first half for Gonzaga. I mean, not to say that the game's already over, but Gonzaga.
Yeah,
and
you better have more than
round.
one NBA prospect on your roster, Georgia. You got some work to do. So that's a big one to keep an eye on because the Cougs play the winner of that game. But we were talking about Royale Ivy as being a candidate for the University of Texas. Part of that is because he's doing such a great job as part of the coaching staff for Ime Udoka and the Houston Rockets. Rockets win their 8th game in a row. They're calling it the Cowboy, the mechanical bull run.
Okay.
Because Craig Ackerman vowed to ride a mechanical bull. He did at the start of this streak, and now they've won 8 straight. Love my boy Craig, so I'm giving him a shout out.
So what was the situation that
they dared him to ride a mechanical bull?
Like if it reached a certain.
No, he just said he wanted to at some point during the season.
Okay.
They were looking far and wide for a mechanical bull. They happened to find one, I believe, in New Orleans of all places, and they put it on social media. He finally rode the mechanical bull, and right after that, they've rattled off these 8 straight wins.
Okay.
So the mechanical bull run.
Undefeated since Craig Ackerman rode the mechanical bull. All right. I think we found the answer whenever they eventually lose a game then.
They beat a Magic team, but I'm curious your guys' thoughts. Brian and I specifically, not Jeremy, who loves him some Jalen Green. We've been hot and cold Jalen Green.
Yeah, because he's hot and cold.
Tari Eason played well last night.
He did. He was big.
Jabari has been playing better of late. I'm curious what your guys' takeaways from a Rockets victory in Orlando last night.
I mean, you mentioned it. The Rockets started slow. It was kind of that way. You know, in the first quarter they got down and then closed on a run and had the lead at the end of one. Same thing. The Magic were up 8, I think, with just under 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. They went on a run. The Rockets got a little sloppy, had some turnovers. And then they turned it on and obviously punctuated it with the Fred VanVleet buzzer beater to be up by 4 at halftime. And then at that point it was pretty much all Rockets other than falling asleep a little bit late, make it kind of interesting.
That's where I'm going.
With about 2 minutes to go, and I can't remember who scored for the Magic, but he had the and one chance, got it to 7 with like 2 minutes to go. It was a little interesting then. The Rockets fell because the Rockets fell asleep for a little bit, but that 12-0 run in the third quarter pretty much ended the game. Şengün was good. Jalen was good. You mentioned Tari Eason. I thought Tari Eason and Dylan Brooks were really big pieces of the turnaround the the second quarter when they were down by 8. Tari Eason had a couple buckets, nice assists, offensive rebounds. It felt like he had his hands in a lot of the big moments of that comeback. So overall, obviously the Magic aren't great. They're, I believe, the 8th seed in the East.
Yeah, I think they're underachieving. I think that team has more talent.
I would agree. Obviously, Paulo was great. He led all players in the game with I think 30 points. So overall impressive win, but we still see the up and down moments that I think is natural for a young team.
Sean?
Yeah, it is the up and down kind of. They haven't played a clean 48 in a while, and a lot of that is just because of look who they're playing. They're in this stretch of a bunch of below 500 teams that they're playing. A lot of them Eastern Conference teams. And I remember for the stretch, we're setting our expectations for they're gonna have to rack up some wins here. And I thought, I think it was 13 games. I was like 9-4. I'd be happy 10-3 because they had scuffled a little bit recently in February. And so to rip off these wins is impressive in itself. It's just I can't really draw a ton out of it as far as looking ahead to their ultimate goals, which they did do a part in clinching that, clinching a postseason appearance. They have clinched a play-in spot at the very least with the win last
First
night.
of all, on that note, let's
Postseason.
let's
Not
yeah. Let's stop with the whole clinch to playoff spot BS
They
that everybody's trying to hang their hat on. It's going to happen, and when it does, then you should really
got
you can
45
celebrate
wins.
it. But
They're
we're
gonna
not
be in.
celebrating it right now because getting into the play-in round is not technically the playoffs. Hate to break it to you. So you qualified for at least one more game, but let's get one of the top 6 seeds. That's something to celebrate.
They could lose every game for the rest of the season, and it would be a success because they made the play. No, obviously joking there. But the level of competition that they're playing just isn't something where I feel like, they can get away with this in playoff basketball when they're going to have to play the Grizzlies or the Lakers or Nuggets or Warriors or whoever they play.
The schedule, by the way, coming up is going to test them a little bit.
That's like their last 5 games are all Western Conference contenders. So it is kind of the opposite of this stretch where, they've been kind of playing with their food a lot lately. I mean, that Sixers game was just 5 different times during that game. I'm like, all right, well, they 100% earned this loss and they ended up winning. So I think this is another example of them. And some of it's a good thing that they are so talented that they can kind of, goof off and still win a game relatively cleanly. But ultimately, like, I just need to see them do it against a Western Conference team that I actually think is playoff caliber.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, from my standpoint, watching the game last night, the issues that I've had continue to be issues for me, which is at the end of the game, when you're supposed to just put your foot down on their neck one last time and end the thing, you kept giving them hope. You kept breathing life into almost lifeless team and kept them within shouting distance of screwing up another game.
7 points with 2 minutes to go.
It's not,
they went to the line and could have made it 6. So, I mean, that's not a game.
Like
that was
Sean
over.
said, the Philly game is the perfect example. If that's
They're
not
down
insurmountable,
25.
it
You
can.
should've
No,
lost
but I'm
that,
saying when you're only when the Rockets are down 7 with 2 minutes to play, you can make that up.
Oh,
so
sure.
Tari Eason, as good as he plays, as much as I harp on Jalen for the same thing, the final quarter and the final 5 minutes of a game, he finds a way to do not so intelligent things. That has got to change, because the biggest thing that you need this team to do is figure out how to close games. They do it for 45. I mean, for 3.5 quarters.
45 minutes.
They do it for 45 minutes of a 48-minute game. They do all the things that make you say this team is close to being a contender, and then in the final 3 minutes, they go, this is why this team is billed as a bunch of young kids, inexperienced, that need to taste the playoffs. So good that they're still winning. But I'm really looking forward to this next stretch of about 5 to 7 games where you go, okay, now let's see what you're made of. Because I think as much as you've been kind of riding high on your horse after you get by Miami, as Sean mentioned, the schedule is going to really put them to the test. And it might be the best thing for them getting ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, because we can't forget where the Rockets were before this win streak happened. Like, we were, I think, all wringing our hands a little bit for how poorly they were playing. Before last night, I don't believe they'd won a road game since January 28th. And this win streak started with 2 wins over the Pelicans. You had a bad 76ers team with no one in it other than Quentin Grimes, who went out for 46. Obviously, the Magic are a team that's been disappointing. You get to face Miami next, who I believe's lost 9 in a row at this point. So it hasn't been filled with, the best of the best teams. So, I mean, while it's great because it puts you in a spot where now with 45 wins, you're almost assuredly going to get to 50. You're almost assuredly going to have a top 6 seed to where you guarantee yourself a playoff spot. I don't think we can forget what happened right before it, because I don't think all those problems have necessarily gone away. They just played lesser teams.
There you go. Okay, so they're going to be on the road again for a game against Miami coming up. We'll have that to look forward to. But coming up next, we'll get into some of our Texans talk, because DJ Bieniemy is going to be joining us in the next hour as we break down the extension for Danielle Hunter, and yet what might that lead to if you're a Houston Texans fan. 1 hour in the books, 2 hours still to go. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, coming to you live from the Texas Tailgate. Jeremy is obviously out of pocket because
Our
of
beloved Cougs.
Cougar basketball. And the Cougs already getting a blowout victory in round 1 of the tournament. Now watching, as we are, this Gonzaga-Georgia game, because they will play the winner of that with two formidable opponents. And right now Gonzaga's up 30-11. So expect a barn burner in the round of 32 if the Cougs have to take on the Zags. That will be one to watch no matter what. Lots of other games going on, but we are down here at Texas Tailgate. We'd love to see you right here, kitty corner from the Dynamo Stadium, right here in the heart of Edo and downtown. You guys should join us. Happy hours going on until 7 o'clock. All the games, all the screens, inside, outside. You'll love it down here. So come on and say hi to us and hang out. Promo team's been giving out T-shirts and goodies. But we were talking about the tournament for the first hour, but let's get into some Texans talk because there's some interesting things going on yet again down on Kirby with Nick Caserio. A day after they went out and signed a one-year deal with free agent offensive tackle Cam Robinson, now sources are reporting that Danielle Hunter and the Texans have reached a one-year $35.6 million extension, which will keep him in a Texans uniform for yet another year. It makes him about $12.5 million, I believe, richer for this season.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is, the one, it makes him richer because it ups his overall money and it ups his money this year. But the way they were able to structure it with the way that Nick Caserio wrote this out is it also adds to their cap room this season. So it was beneficial for both sides. So what I find interesting about this, because I have no problem with Danielle Hunter getting an extra year. He was their top pass rusher last year.
Top 4 in the league. And
he was. I mean, all the sort of, like, whether you look at pressure rate or sacks, I mean, he's near the top of all that. I don't think he's got 2 years left on this contract. I don't think he's 2 years from falling off a cliff. So I have no problems with how long he's going to be here for. The interesting thing to me is this is a offseason where the Texans started it, like right before we had the news about the Tunsil trade and all that. The Texans were at a point in the offseason where they were like $550,000 over the cap. Now, after this Danielle Hunter move and lots of restructures we've seen with the Nico Autry and others, the Texans now, according to Texans Cap on Twitter, are at a spot where they're $28 million under the salary cap, which is interesting. I mean, obviously beneficial, but at this point in the free agency process, obviously, the biggest names, the guys you would assume you're making that salary cap space for, are signed.
Mm-hmm.
So what is Nick Caserio? I think the interesting question going forward is, what is Nick Caserio making the salary cap room for? Because it's not for the remaining guys in the free agents list. And the hole that you have to put on for the rookies is like $4 or $5 million. It's not anywhere near the amount of cap space they have. So it makes me wonder if they're already thinking about doing an extension for Will Anderson Jr. or C.J. Stroud. That's kind of, I don't know what else it would be, but that's kind of the thought process where I'm at.
Well, and the fact that you brought that up, what I found most interesting, beside the fact that Laramie Tunsil finally took ownership of his penalties when he did an interview after getting to Washington and talking about how he needs to do better and he works on something every year and he knows that it's a huge point of emphasis that he's got to work on, is the fact that he had no hard feelings towards the Texans. And he said the reason why is because I understand that they need to free up the money to lock down some of their young players that are so hyper talented, like C.J. Stroud, like Sting, like Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
So it's interesting in the fact that all that's being mentioned and circulated. And then, oh, by the way, one of the guys that I said from the jump was a guy that was ripe for an extension and also freeing up money when they were only $500,000 over the under the cap, was Danielle Hunter. Now he gets his deal, and maybe that sets up two things. I think a lot of people see that and say, oh my God, they're going to go out and get even more help for the offensive line.
I mean, who?
Yeah, I think that, to your point, Brian, a lot of those guys are gone already. I think any more help for this offensive line is going to come through the draft or through a trade. And I think that they still have to have about 11 or 12, I think I saw, in terms of money freed up to be able to take care of all their draft picks.
Yeah,
assuming that they take all their picks.
Yeah, I'll have to look up the exact number on
but
that.
It's close to that. Regardless,
it's certainly well under the 28 number that they currently have.
That's what I was going to say. Regardless, if you want to start looking at that money and then saying, hey, we're in a really good spot now to do exactly what everybody's been talking about that Tunsil mentioned, and wrap up your cornerstones, wrap up your pieces not named C.J. Stroud, and get these guys done now so that you have less to worry about when you do have to deal with Stroud and you do have more coming down the pike to make sure that you're still competitive. So if that is indeed their thinking in the way Nick's doing this, I credit everything that Nick Caserio has done so far this offseason.
I'm kind of leaning towards this is Will Anderson Jr. Like, I mean, obviously both he and CJ have only played 2 years in the league, so it's the timeline for them is kind of the same, although it's different, I think, because of the position. I don't think CJ gets his deal here, and I wonder if this is a way to kind of like what they did with Stingley, to give him a big deal that feels like it's really big, but when you factor in the years of team control, like it takes Stingley from the $30 million, per year that is what the selling point that the agent's going to put out there, to when you factor in the 4th year and the 5th year option and all that, comes down to about 22 AAV. I wonder if they do something like that with Will Anderson Jr. to where they can structure the money maybe up front, to where his biggest part of his money gets paid out before they
here's
pay
what I was saying.
CJ Stroud.
I was saying
Like some
everybody not
flexibility
named
there.
CJ Stroud for a reason, because I think that, and granted, there's also probably a small fraction of percentage points to where they want to continue to see CJ develop because he didn't have a great year last year.
They're going to pay him.
But I understand that. I understand that they're going to. But again, because you look at the Chiefs model and say, hey, look, depending on the other guys on our roster and the way we do things now can dictate and fluctuate what we do with CJ when it's time to wrap him up. He seems like a team guy. You don't know if he's going to do a Mahomes contract with roller coaster, different numbers, different years, depending on the contracts on the rest of the roster that were going to be important players.
Right.
But the fact that he's kind of centered, Nick is centered right now on kind of upfront money, taking care of guys now before they get to CJ, it gives you a good feeling that when it's CJ's time and it's his turn, that they're not going to be in cap hell and they're not going to be, handcuffed by a bunch of bad deals. So I like everything that he's doing to this point.
Yeah, this could be, I think, a number of situations. It could be, and it all does relate back to CJ at some point. This could be, like, I don't know what the percentage is, but you can roll some of your cap space over year to year. So maybe some of this saving gets applied to 2026 when they might be doing a CJ Stroud deal, because I do think CJ Stroud gets a deal after the season's over. I don't think they go into year 4.
I don't think it's going to get done as soon as the season's over.
Well, I'm not saying like
no, but I'm saying
the day after.
Why rush it that much?
It's not rushed. I mean, when you look at, basically name any quarterback. I mean, unless a guy is, Daniel Jones or somebody that the team clearly doesn't view as a top level guy, they're getting their deal going into year 4. I think CJ Stroud going into year 4, now, again, not necessarily the day after the season ends, but sometime before the 2026 season starts, he will have a new deal. So I think this could be a way to roll over some money, to put that aside as a part of what you're going to have to pay CJ Stroud, because we know that's going to be a huge number. That could be a number that's over $400 million, maybe even $500 million if he has a big year. And it could be also something to set aside for money. Other guys you want to pay, like a Will Anderson Jr., give yourself some money to maybe front load some of that deal. So when then CJ does come up for his new deal, you've now created kind of like what Patrick Mahomes did for Kansas City. You've created some flexibility that you pay the other guys up front. That way, then there is room for CJ Stroud after that.
Yeah, I just think that I'm not going to go rush too quickly to CJ. But again,
you think that's rushing?
No, but I just don't, because of the fact that you don't have the Mahomes trajectory of a guy that looks like he's just going to be the guy for, a decade. I think that there's enough concern with what happened last year that they're not going to jump. Now, if he has a year more like year 1, then you're probably right. At the end of the season, they're going to say, why wait? Let's get it done. Mulget is the kind of guy that likes to put his name on.
Yeah, he's going to be proactive.
Yes, being proactive, for lack of a better term, and changing the narrative of we got to wait until we get to the point where his contract comes up. So it'll be interesting to see. But there's going to be a guy we can ask about this and so much more. That's DJ Bieneme, who covers the Texans for ESPN and also for our station. We love him. We're going to have him join the show next. Stay tuned. Much more of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 925 FM.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the Bees with a friend of the Bees, family member, if you had any idea what our text messages are like. But my son is joining us right now, DJ Bieneme, who is the beat writer for Your Houston Texans on ESPN. He's our special guest throughout the football season. DJ, appreciate you always having a few minutes for us. First of all, condolences on the Cardinals. I know Louisville going down with a Wisconsin transfer wasn't what you wanted to see today.
Yeah, I was really passionate about the team that I've only watched for 30 minutes the entire season to go down. It really hurt me today.
I'm sensing some sarcasm, Joel.
Yes, I am too. But I did see him tweeting that he thought they were going to come back, so I had to mention it.
Well,
DJ,
I was like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to back your peoples, right? I mean, you went there. You want your school to do well. I completely understand it. Couple things that we need to touch base with you that have happened since we talked to you last. One, the signing of Cam Robinson. I know that's had mixed reviews. I know that he came into the league as a very highly touted tackle. Not great from anything other than a financial perspective as you look at his split season last year between Jacksonville and Minnesota. But from the standpoint of the Texans, after eliminating 3 linemen from last year, it looks like they got someone at least with some kind of a name and some clout that they can add to the mix in the offensive line.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, they replaced, they got rid of 3 guys, and they replaced them with 3 guys that are either benched, traded, or, they decided not to bring back, and they all have very, very bad advanced metrics, all towards the top amongst anybody that had at least 300 pass blocking reps, towards the top in terms of pressure rate, sacks allowed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You brought in 2 guys who have been benched. So you basically replaced Kenyon Green, who was benched, with a guy that's been benched, or Lakem Tomlinson, who, I mean, is a pressure machine, which also so is Kenyon Green. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. Like, I don't want to condemn any of the moves right now. I think being pessimistic is fine, and more on wait and see mode. But we'll see how it goes. Like, I'm not gonna say none of these guys are gonna be able to play or things of that nature. I'm gonna
But
give them a fair
do you think
shake.
that they're done? Is the draft the last ditch effort, or is this the line that we're going to have to be expected to deal with for next season?
I think the draft is where they will. The sign of Cam Robinson no longer pigeonholes them into having to take a tackle or guard with that first round pick. I'll say that. And now you've allowed open competition across the board. I also think that you can now, draft somebody. If you want to draft somebody early, you just continue to add more and more depth or just high-end competition. So I think you'll still see more moves made, but now it's not forced to be done early in the draft. Because, I mean, any free agent signing right now, I mean, that's not going to move the needle because if it was, they would have been signed already. You know what I mean?
DJ Bieneme joining us here on the Killer Bees. DJ, fair or not, it feels like obviously Nick Caserio has hit home runs at wide receiver. He's hit home runs at defensive back, but offensive line has been a little bit of a blind spot. We've talked about Kenyon Green. We are all kind of questioning these moves to bring in Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and now Cam Robinson, who, as you mentioned, all have terrible advanced metrics as far as one-on-one pressure rates. Do you think Nick Caserio, and I know this is a guess at this point because they're not even to the point of OTAs, but do you think Nick Caserio views these guys as just depth pieces, improvement to the offensive line, or does he actually see these as guys he can maybe improve, kind of like when Becton went from the Jets to the Eagles? These are guys with untapped potential that can take a step forward.
I would say maybe with Ed Ingram, he kind of falls into that ladder. But I think with Lakem has been in the league for some time now. So Lakem, you can't really say like he has untapped potential that needs to be the man 30 plus. I mean, if you still talking about potential at 30-year-old, then I mean, good luck. And then I would say with Cam has shown he could provide solid tackle play. So I think it's more hoping that he can get back to that. Because if he can give you solid, and then you could kick Titus inside and left guard, he can be solid, obviously. And then you hope that Blake takes a step, Patterson takes a step, Juice takes a step, or, you draft somebody that can, come in there and play immediately that can be a big impact. Now you could be looking at an O-line that can go from, bottom tier in terms of pass blocking coming off the 2024 season towards being a solid overall group. Because I don't think there's no scenario, in my opinion, where they're going to be like a good group or a great group. There's no path to that.
Really?
And oh no. I mean, again, like what's the evidence that says they could be a great group? Because every single great offensive line group in the entire NFL, they have high end talent, right? There's nobody on the O-line that's viewed as high end talent. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even talking about draft status or anything. I'm just talking about it's clear that they could be one of the best players at the position, right? Look at the Eagles; they have people that are best at their position. Whether it was the tackle duo, obviously one of the guards was one of the best in the league. Obviously, you got the extension coming into last season. You look at the Detroit Lions; you had Panay. You look at the Chiefs; you had Trey Smith and Creed. Two of the best interior offensive linemen in the league. Granted, their tackle positions end up doing them in. But point being, though, you need high-end talent to be a great group. It's almost like any position. Like, you can only coach it up so much. You can take great talent and make it a great unit, but you can't necessarily make a great unit without having at least good to very good talent. At the end of the day, coaching can only take you so far. So I think with this unit, it's pretty clear, like, they're going to be limited talent-wise, unless you see unforeseen jumps from Blake, Juice, and Patterson. If you see unforeseen jumps from those three, then we can talk about a very good to great unit.
Well, and, at least from the standpoint of the youth that you're talking about, a 30-year-old guy, probably Tiger's not going to change his stripes. But when you look at it from the perspective of Juice, Patterson, you've got some young guys that, maybe are still moldable, maybe with new OC, new O-line coach, new system maybe, or scheme that it might help. But let's talk about the other news that broke somewhat yesterday into today, which is that Danielle Hunter has signed an extension. We were just talking before you came on the air that it's one thing to say, hey, look, it's interesting that Danielle Hunter gets another year, he gets more money. Nick Caserio's creating more money, but what's he creating it for? Because Tunsil went out in the interview he did after he got to Washington and said, no, look, no hard feelings. I know they're trying to lock down their core group. We saw Sting get done. We know CJ's down the road a ways. What's the extra money with Danielle for? Is it more for free agency, or is it more like Will Anderson Jr. is on the horizon? Let's get that done too.
Yeah, Will Anderson on the horizon. I mean, like, Will's going to be able to command at least 35. So if Will can command 35, I mean, then you got to worry about CJ. If he has a good year, 55 right there. So I think it's preparing everything. I mean, like, he's only going to make, like, his actual base salary is going to be too crazy next year. It's going to be like in the 20s. Like, I know Tom Parcello tweeted it out and it made it kind of wonky, but in reality, it's a 1-year extension. But it's split over 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of the money that was added, it just split over 2 years. So I know this year his base is going to be closer to $32 million, and you have the rest left over from the extension going into 2026. So and then they can always restructure that, whatever, and make that work. So I think again it's about Will, CJ, obviously Sting is getting a pretty penny. And then to give yourself wiggle room for the draft, because obviously they're always limited on cap space. And they kind of need some cap space to even sign the draft. So I don't necessarily think any crazy big moves on the horizon, but you never know with Nick, right? You know what I'm saying? One thing I give him credit for is he doesn't he'll leak obviously when big news happens, but he doesn't necessarily leak when things are bubbling. And I will tip my cap to that. So you never know what's going to happen in that aspect at times. But for the most part, though, I think because Cam Robinson's deal is like $14 million, so that's a pretty chunk. So I don't necessarily think there's anything more coming down the pipe. That's like a big move that can help take the team over the top.
DJ Bienemy joining us here on the Killer Bees. DJ, to the CJ Stroud part of that, Joel and I were talking about this last break. My expectation is that as long as CJ doesn't take some, unexpected, major step back, that he's going to be looking at probably getting his contract after this 2025 season. Would you view that as the expectation? And if you had to guess right now, what sort of ballpark are we looking at for CJ Stroud?
Yeah, at least, I would assume that, and I would say at least 55. I think that's where it kind of starts, and kind of go from there. Because I think that's the floor, and then the ceiling is kind of based on how far they go this year on his arm. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of what you have to worry about. Which is kind of why, like, I particularly would have probably tried to keep for one more year, mainly because if you want the best version of CJ, obviously he does have the most talent around him. Because maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like they kind of took this offseason, they kind of took a step, ironically, back into the top end talent on offense. Granted, injuries have factored into that. Because obviously Tank getting hurt. Obviously, you kind of swap out Stephon for Christian Kirk. I want to say that's kind of a wash or like a slight towards, or edge towards Christian Kirk. But, like, who's your number 3 wide receiver now? Obviously, you saw what Dalton did last year. You can't go into next year with another year of Dalton coming out at this point. I mean, you can't expect him to be that much better after what he just put on display last year. So, I mean, that's why I was like, I don't know about trading him 1 year early. Granted, you did get some good assets back. So we'll see what happens in the draft, but I do think that if they can add some talent in the draft and CJ performs a little better than he did in year one, the floor will be at least $55 million.
Is DJ, before I let you go, I just quickly, because of the draft, now we're in agreement. They're not hyper focused on one single position group in offensive line. But I would think offensive line and wide receiver at the top of their list. I've seen some mock drafts get into outside linebacker, and that made me cringe and ask you, aside from, are those the top 2 targeted positions in the draft? But if they're looking at outside linebacker, is there anything to be concerned about with Christian Harris?
I think that obviously I think O-line receiver are the 2 top spots, but I think defensive tackle is more the defensive spot that they would go now outside linebacker. Because outside linebacker, man, you can get any round. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get outside linebacker, especially I guess not a stand-up offensive linebacker, but like a non-edge outside linebacker. So basically another middle linebacker, right? You can get that outside of route 1. So
I just have real concerns about the way Harris finished the season, how long it took to get him on the field, and then if there's long-term possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're that worried about Christian Harris. I mean, last year obviously he was hurt for a while, unfortunately, but I wouldn't be too concerned about Christian Harris. In my opinion, I wouldn't be too concerned about Christian Harris. But again, like, obviously Christian Harris is a make or break. How good the defense could be. I mean, they were a top 14 scoring unit without Christian Harris. They're top 5 in sacks, second in interceptions, top 5 in takeaways. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're pretty good without Christian Harris. So, I wouldn't necessarily worry about Christian Harris' future, whether he's going to play a lot or not. Like, he doesn't necessarily, like there's not going to be that much of a drop-off. Because Harry Toa stepped in and played pretty good ball.
Good point. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on. That means you can have the car keys for the weekend, and I want you to have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. I'll make sure to bring the car back later.
Appreciate you. DJ Bienemy, he is the Texans beat writer for ESPN. We always appreciate him joining us. We're going to take a break, come back with a whole lot more. Let's get into some Astros talk. We got plenty more to get to with your Houston Astros. Lots of topics on the table, lots of guys to discuss. If you guys want to join in, 713-780-3776. You can call, you can text, you can hit us on social media. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo.
All right, let's take a spin in through spring training baseball, fellas, if we will. If you missed it, Jeremy Brand, I'm doing Cougs today. So Brian McDonald is with me here at the Texas Tailgate in Edo, looking at the Dynamo Stadium, having a good old time. If you want to join us, we'll be here till 6 p.m. Other than that, we've got Sean Mapes doing some double duty or some extended duty for us back at the station to have a good-spirited discussion. Haven't hit on the Astros yet, boys, but the Astros have plenty to talk about, and I think instead of all this glass half full, Cam Smith, and all the different things to talk positively about with your Houston Astros, the news coming out of camp that hits hard is Luis Garcia has been shut down with elbow soreness and is going to be seen by team doctors, Joe Espada said. Garcia was scheduled to throw a live BP today. Chandler Rome followed up as well by saying Luis Garcia faced hitters in October, almost all winter, was considered ahead of schedule versus Lance McCullers. Now it's unclear how things have derailed, and the Astros reiterate this week they will not make any member of their medical staff available for interviews on all fronts, boys. Shocker. Not surprised.
Yeah, this is, look, I don't want to make a sweeping career assessment for Luis Garcia, a guy who's, what, like 24, 25, mid-20s, whatever he is. But, I mean, this is a guy that got sent out for, a rehab stint in the minor leagues last year, like before the season even ended. And after like 2 of those got shut down again because he was having some pain. As is mentioned, he was pitching again, considered ahead of Lance McCullers, who actually did face live real hitters from an opposing team and looked effective doing so this last Tuesday, a couple days ago. And Luis Garcia had fallen behind him, and now he's being shut down again for facing elbow soreness. I don't know what to make of it other than Luis Garcia suffered this Tommy John surgery at the beginning of, or went down at the beginning of 2023, right? He made just a few starts in 2023, and we're now facing a third setback from the same injury. I don't want to make large sweeping, thoughts and assessments of this, but it feels like his career has been severely derailed at this point.
But I have so many questions. Like, this is Lance McCullers part 2. This is everything that happened with Lance McCullers. After you have the surgery, now you're going through more medical complications. Now you're getting very little to nothing from the Astros. Now he's being shut down for the second time since he had the surgery, as you mentioned. With McCullers, it ended up being a massive delay of like over a year or 2 before they finally realized he needs another surgery. And now here we are years later trying to figure out if he's ever going to pitch again. For a guy that had so much high-level, high-bar expectations, that had never really played, above A ball and came in and did so much for you early on, you now have to you ask questions that they're not going to answer, which is, when is he ever going to be ready? Does he need another procedure? And more importantly than anything else, are these Astros doctors doing the surgery? Or are you doing what most major league teams do and find the best damn surgeon that does these type of operations to make sure that we don't have complications? Because this is so screwed up, but it's so Astros that it's like we've had PTSD. We've been through this so many times before that we're not as worked up as maybe even we should be or concerned about what's going on.
Yeah, the only thing missing from this to make it like a true Astro thing is calling it elbow soreness instead of calling it elbow discomfort. Right. I mean, if they called it elbow discomfort, I would assume his head's about to fall off, because that's usually how this things go. Remember, Christian Javier had a sore neck, and all of a sudden that turned into Tommy John. So, you could trust the Astros medical team, what they tell you about as far as you could throw those guys. I almost view this, though, as like, and correct me where I'm wrong on this, if I'm wrong on this, but I almost view this as more alarming than what we went through the last couple of years with Lance. Because at least if my memory serves me correct, again, correct me if I'm wrong, initially with Lance, they tried a non-surgical option. That didn't work, and then he had surgery.
Well, he didn't think he needed that.
Right.
Like,
so,
they thought that.
So that's kind of my point. So, like, the 2-year timeline with Lance can be a little bit explained maybe through, I mean, not that any of this is good, but can be a little bit explained through a misevaluation of what was wrong with him. They tried one option non-surgically. It didn't work. Okay, now we're going to have surgery. So that naturally creates a longer timeline. With Luis, that wasn't the case. He had the surgery, and he's had multiple setbacks from this, to where you have to ask the question, like, did the surgery, because what surgery have you ever heard about that where they say it's not a success, right? The doctors, no matter what, always say, oh, the surgery was a success. It kind of feels like we're getting to the points like, did the surgery go well, or did they misdiagnose it and there was more to it than just the what he had surgery for? Like, something in this evaluation process of what was wrong with them and what they did to fix it clearly went haywire.
I think tongue in cheek, we talked about in the past, like the Astros should fire their medical staff because we don't know what we don't know. But like with all these things continually piling up, with all these things that continue to point to, it's like all of a sudden we don't even think that Luis Garcia was going to be a part of the big picture this year. And no one
I'm writing him off for this year.
and no one even bats an eye because it's like been there, done that with so many different guys and so many different examples, some of which you gave, that you're like, okay, so what are we doing here? And why isn't more being done or said about the fact that this is a catastrophe from a medical standpoint for multiple pitchers within this organization? And that's why I said it even goes to the point of who's doing the actual surgeries. It used to be like Frank Jobe and Dr. Andrews were the guys that every sports team went to
Andrews,
for all the things that they needed done with rotator cuffs, knees, ACLs, everything. We don't know what we don't know, but what I do know is every time a pitcher gets hurt, it's going to be a 2.5-year process.
Yeah, so watch out, Christian Javier. We'll see you in 2027.
Jeez.
But yeah, look, I'm not going to try to break down who a doctor is, how qualified he is, because I have no freaking idea. But what I do know is that this pattern extends even beyond pitchers. I mean, we've obviously talked about Lance and Luis Garcia, the timelines for both guys that went far longer than it should have. I joked about the Christian Javier thing where they told us it was his neck, and all of a sudden he turned into Tommy John.
Verlander, it wasn't till it was.
But it extends beyond the pitchers. I mean, what do we talk about for all of last summer with Kyle Tucker, where it's just a shin bruise and he's out 3 months because
Jordan, we don't know which hand it is.
Yeah, Dusty
we don't
didn't know what hand it was.
Fireworks smoke from Atlanta causes things. So pillows.
I'm not really I think it's on the table that the doctor that operated on Luis Garcia didn't do a good job, and that's causing the setback. But I'm not even putting it on the doctors because I'm not really qualified to make that assessment. I'm more, I don't know what the word would be, if it's upset, disappointed, whatever. But I'm more concerned about what the Astros are telling us because clearly we're getting, at best, incomplete information each time, and at worst, and probably the more likely case, just completely blatant lies when they're telling us about where these guys are at.
Like, that's the thing too. Like, we don't know what we don't know, but at the same time, what we do know is every time somebody says something about it's a minor injury or it's a little thing, it becomes a big thing, becomes a long drawn out thing, becomes a I can't count on this guy anymore thing. And that's what's really disturbing about all of this is it's one thing to say what's going on with the medical procedures themselves, but you're not telling us anything when you do. It's like, I think they probably were the reason why Bed Bath & Beyond went out of business because you can't get any more pillows that have caused more injuries than what they've dealt with. And then they put that out there that's like something everybody goes, oh, okay, yeah, he slept funny. Now every time we hear he slept funny, we're thinking that he either blew out his ACL or he needs Tommy John. Like, this is the kind of stuff that is so frustrating with this franchise because you keep playing these games of discomfort as your number one term for what's going on. But then discomfort turns into 3 months, turns into 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know we were going to put the death of big box stores on the Astros medical staff.
You know, the pillow talk we're talking about ain't ending up where you would like it to.
Yeah, not the pillow talk I'm more interested in. But, yeah, look, I think this really all just comes down to, or at least our reaction to it, I think comes down to, can we trust what they're telling us? Like, things happen. Surgeries, even though I joked earlier, every doctor for every surgery ever tells you a success. But, I mean, one out of 100, whatever the number is, some surgeries are going to go wrong. There are going to be setbacks with guys with multiple injuries like Lance McCullers. Things can happen with the leg that are healing that maybe delay the time. Like, these things happen, but when they continually and obviously get caught in lies, like, I mean, you mentioned Dusty with he didn't know what hand it was. It just creates a level of mistrust to where even things that we might be able to accept, like, okay, things went wrong, it happens, we now turn it into a much bigger thing. We blow out of proportion because we don't trust what they're telling us.
Yeah.
Like, it just turns things like, I mean, I don't know where the Lance and Luis Garcia thing would fall in that. but when you don't believe what they're telling you, you don't believe the people in charge, then it creates a level of mistrust that amplifies all the negative news that comes out.
No doubt about it. All right, so let's spin to some happier news. There's some good stories coming out of camp. There's some things that we need to talk about.
Like Altuve in left field?
No, that would be another one where we spin back to the not so goods, although his attitude seems to be good, regardless of how his play in the field is. Yeah. So we got a lot more to discuss with the Astros. We'll update you on more of the NCAA tournament when we come back from the break. The game that Clemson was losing badly, they made a game of it, and boy, did they. But we'll let you know how that one finished, as well as all the other scores, including who the U of H looks like they're going to play next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are live inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Tailgate Sports Bar Patio in Edo. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the Bees. Jeremy soaking it in after a Cougs victory is on the road. He'll be back tomorrow. Brian McDonald with me right here at the Texas Tailgate. Beautiful venue in Edo, right outside downtown. View of Dynamo Stadium, food trucks outside, sun shining on the deck outside, lots of room, lots of dog-friendly, kid-friendly, fantastic environment, but happy hour till 7 o'clock. Come on down here and enjoy some of the sights, the scenes, the fine beverages, and all the tournament. And then, of course, make it your destination this weekend where they're going to have their own version of the Edo Cook-Off. They're going to have Kobo's Q, J-Bar M, Fat Boy Texas Barbecue, everybody competing. You can buy tickets online on their Facebook and on their Instagram. Tickets get you drink tickets, samples of 3 different plates, and a vote in the actual who wins the barbecue contest as part of live music and all the different market and vendors that they're going to have out here. It's going to be a great time.
So I before we get back into the Astros, I thought it would be my duty to tell you, the barbecue truck's not open right now, but I did try the other one, the Trash
Panda's Trash Wagon.
Yeah, the Trash Wagon. Great burger and fries. That's what I had. But I did, because I know you're a connoisseur of said food, I did want to make sure you knew they do have a quesadilla.
I saw that
So-
Chelsea and her friends were over there from our staff, and they were eating some of the fine eats, and they did look very delicious.
So, yeah, before you get out of here, there might be a quesadilla in your future.
Quite possible. But we're going to be here till 6, so you can come on down and join us. We're watching all the tournament games. We were talking Astros before the break, and the bad news of the fact that Luis Garcia is being shut down. Good news is that not only has Zach DeCenzo returned to the Astros lineup after taking a unfortunate ball off the side of the face at first base, but I had brought him up before spring training started as a guy that to keep an eye on that might make this roster and might be a guy that could possibly play outfield and other positions. And at the time, I think that Jeremy poo-pooed it because he said there's no place to put him. But right now, Brian McTaggart pointed out he's 2 for 3, 2 doubles, and he's probably played his way onto the team, a 400 average and a 1.104 OPS. I suggested at the time when we had mentioned maybe it's time to put Altuve back at second base based on what's happened recently until we had everybody tell us he ain't going anywhere, but that he should be in the outfield. Maybe not left field, but maybe now right field, depending on what you do or don't do with Cam Smith. Now, for as much as that outfield looked bad to start training camp, I got 2 guys right now that I'm really curious how they would be in the lineup playing corner outfield or somewhere on this roster come opening day, DeCenzo and Cam Smith.
Yeah, I'm mostly with you, but because of what Joe Espada said about Altuve and reiterating, despite the blunders that everyone's seen or not seen, because some of these games are televised, if he's taken up the left field spot, and Espada has said that he'll be the primary left fielder, and I think we're left to assume that Jake Myers will be the primary center fielder because Chaz has had a terrible spring, so he hasn't done himself any favors as far as reclaiming that spot for himself. Then we're talking about one spot. So if DeCenzo and Cam Smith are going to be outfielders, because there's really not room for them in the infield, obviously neither one can play second base to replace Dubon there, and the other three infield spots are accounted for, then it's kind of, it's a roster crunch, and I wouldn't necessarily want any, especially Cam Smith, but even with DeCenzo, I wouldn't want either one, sitting on the bench a lot and not getting regular at-bats. Like Cam Smith is more the case because he's the higher level prospect. You cannot have him sitting on the bench not getting regular bats, so he's probably a higher candidate to send down to either double or triple A.
So let me ask you this,
okay?
Because I'm with you. What is DeCenzo's natural position?
I mean, he's played so many places. I don't even know at this point.
Exactly. So another option that we haven't considered yet. But if he's played so many places, and I believe that one of the main places he came up was an infielder. Yeah, and maybe he's destined to be a corner infielder. But the same way that they considered Paredes to play second base, what if DeCenzo played second base?
I mean, I'll admit that I don't know the scouting report of that as far as his, how much he's ever played that if he has at all. But for everything I've seen and read on him, doesn't suggest that he's anything more than obviously corner infielder or possibly
outfield.
Could do outfield.
But here's the thing.
Second base feels like a reach.
The reason why I said that is if you're willing to put a second baseman in left field and that's never played left field before and take chances. DeCenzo, I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe last year he had some work at second base for the Astros when he was up. But regardless, if they're going to do this experimental defense the way they've been doing it so far with Altuve and left, and you don't now want to move Altuve back to second, which we know he's played his whole career, you're looking for a place to keep another bat in the lineup, and you're trying to get the best offensive lineup possible. then why wouldn't you even consider that? Because we've seen DeCenzo at third base, and I'm a little cringeworthy at that he's not great.
Yeah, didn't he have like a 3-4 error game?
Paredes has played second base in the past, but I don't think he's rangy, to say the least, either. But you have options even from the standpoint of McTaggart says that DeCenzo's going to make this team.
Yeah.
And you know that he's another young guy that they're not going to have him on the team just to sit. Then I'm curious if there's a place in the infield and maybe Paredes does go to play second base and DeCenzo plays third, or vice versa, as a way to get another bat in this lineup while you see what Chaz and Jake are going to do in the outfield.
Yeah, so I'm looking at his baseball reference page, or at least back to, what he's done with the Astros organization. And I do see that now it's limited, but he does have a little bit of experience at second base. Both in 2023 with both Corpus and the Single A Asheville, he did have a little bit of time at second base. I mean, it's limited. It looks like the highest level he's ever played second base is Double A, mostly in Single A, not with Triple A or with his brief call up with the Astros last year. But I guess, I don't know. Like, I think if they thought they saw something with him at second base in Single A and with Corpus, then we might have seen some of that at Triple A and the major league level. And maybe that would create some more of a spot for him as far as being involved as like a super utility player as well. I don't view just because they're willing, though. I don't review just because they're willing to move Altuve out to left field as well. They could put DeCenzo at second because they're doing it to improve a more crucial defensive position.
Okay, but DeCenzo could play third and Paredes could play second, but at least then
Paredes, everything I've looked at, Paredes is not a second. Like the things I've read, the metrics, all these scouting reports don't suggest that Paredes would be up. Like the whole reason for the move was we got ground ball pitchers like Fromber, like Hunter Brown. Jose Altuve's taken this big step back as far as second baseman is in his defense. So if the whole goal is to improve second base defense, then Dubon's that guy. Like, I don't think DeCenzo improves your second base defense. I don't think Paredes does.
I think it comes down to offense versus defense, right? Because I think that they're so limited with the offensive possible production in the outfield with Chaz and Jake that was part of the reason why also, aside from his defense, that Altuve, because the bat travels, you can put him in left field. And like you said, with ground ball pitchers in the top of your rotation, that you can have a better defense. You added a three-time Gold Glove winner in Christian Walker at first. But I'm just throwing it out there because I'm worried about the bats at the end of the lineup as well. Terry wants to get in here on this Altuve and left field thing before we get to the top of the hour. Terry, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I know you're short on time. I'm honored to speak to you here. So I called in about a month ago when you all were talking about this, and I'm not a deep analytic baseball guy. I didn't realize his play at second base had come down, and you guys, convinced me that, hey, his second base is not very good. It's time to move to the left field. But, my dad told me there's usually 15 things you can do to solve a problem when you're looking at it, but there's always like one thing you shouldn't do. And my point is, why would you take a Hall of Fame second baseman out of second base? Work with him. Try to get him to get it better at second base. Don't move to left field. I hope they stop this, and that's all I got to say.
Appreciate it, Terry. Look, I think the easy answer to that is some of the things you can't fix are he's not as rangy as he once was at his age, no matter what he's still doing offensively. And two, his arm has gone to absolute crap. I mean, his arm was never great to begin with, but his arm has declined every single year that he's been in the big leagues, and significantly in the last couple of years, to the point where they felt like, for defensive purposes alone probably, that they needed to do something else, and he's not going to be a designated hitter, and he's a good enough athlete that they thought, much like Craig Biggio and other guys, they eventually moved to the outfield, and they can make it work. So far, we knew it was going to be scrutinized from the jump, every play he made or didn't make. But at the same time, I don't think we expected that, for all the good of some of the plays he's made running into the gap, that two routine fly balls
we thought he could make the routine,
turned into drops and runs scored. That it's one thing that you can just shake off and say, oh, that's just spring training. But when the regular season comes and it's still happening, or it happens, it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, I think the answer to Terry's question, like he mentioned, why would you move a Hall of Fame second baseman? Jose Altuve will be in the Hall of Fame not because of his glove. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame because of his bat and because of the titles that they've won. And
his clutch performance.
Sure, but like the offensive side of the ball. Like, he did win a Gold Glove. I believe it was 2015. But you look at his defensive metrics, like run saved, all those sort of advanced things, and it's slipped every year to the point where he's one of the worst second basemen in baseball on the defensive side. So, yes, he's a Hall of Famer, but he's not in the Hall of Fame for his defense. And the other part of that is, I mean, and Terry said at the end, like, why don't you work with him to improve? I mean, Altuve's what, 34? Like, there's
that's what I'm saying. At a certain point, you're on the backside of your career that you're not going to get better at second base.
Right. There's nothing to work with to improve. The decline has happened because of his age, and breaking news, you can't reverse the aging process. So there's really nothing to work with Altuve to improve that problem other than fixing it by putting him at DH or a different position.
Terry, we appreciate the call as always and always listening to us. If you guys want to get in on the conversation, you can reach us at 713-780-3776. Call, text. Otherwise, hit us up on social media. Plenty more to get to, including more Astros talk, because yet more bad news. We mentioned some of it with the way Altuve's playing left field, but we had some news on Ronel Blanco that wasn't great. We'll get you to that as well, and we have plenty more. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. It's the Killer Bees live from Texas Tailgate in Edo, where you should be. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. .2401 Texas Avenue, right outside the Dynamo Stadium, kitty corner, if you will, is the Texas Tailgate, where we will be till 6 p.m., and you should be tonight, tomorrow, and all weekend long, as it is a spot and destination for everything from the March Madness that is currently going on, that we will update you on with all the scores, including the Cougars' big win today, but also the fact that they've got the Edo Cook-Off this weekend. They've got places like J-Bar M and Cobos Q competing to try and win your palate over, while you guys get to sample live music, lots of beverages, $4 bills, $4 beers and well drinks today till 7 o'clock, $5 margaritas, shots as well for $5. The game sounds on the games that you want to watch. And then, like I said, with the cook-off this weekend, all of that, like merchants are going to be out here with a market selling things. It's going to be a great environment. You need to be out here. It's a really cool spot with a great view of downtown.
Yeah, I mean, and not only today, and not only through March Madness. I was talking to Juan, who owns the place, before Paul's show started, and this is a good spot before Astros games too, because you're right down Texas Avenue, about half a mile, easy walk to Dyken Park, and it's a place where you can come in and get a drink. And oh, by the way, you can park here without spending $40 for parking. Get a good drink, get some food here at the food trucks, and then walk half a mile or less over.
Well,
to
you
Dyken
said
Park.
it's for Astros, it's for
the
Dynamo.
well,
it's not even that far out of the reach for
it's
Toyota Center.
Even closer to Shell Energy Stadium for the Dynamo.
Yeah, so you got no reason not to get here. It's a cool environment, lots of great people watching, and of course, screens galore. The massive screen outside, tons of screens inside. So come and join us, and if you will, join us over the weekend as we continue to be here in spirit, and they have the cook-off. We were talking Astros before the break. The other news that we kind of touched on was Jose Altuve and the experiment that is. He had back-to-back dropped fly balls that were routine at worst. They were, at best, they were easy catches that he did not make. Runs scored both times. A lot of eyebrows raised, to which Joe Espada came out and said he is going to play predominantly in left field, to which Altuve said, I'm going to get better. I'm going to become a good out left fielder. And that he's going to work hard at it. All fine and dandy. But when we get to the regular season, if we have even one episode like we had 2 nights in a row with routine fly balls being dropped and runs being scored, people are going to lose their mind, and this is going to be a massive story.
Yeah, and those weren't the only two. Like, he had, about a week before that, had another case where he was trying to back up and feel for the wall and wasn't successful and let a ball drop. So, like, I think a lot of us were – I think, or at least I'll speak for myself. I talked myself into a point where I was okay with the Altuve and left field experiment because 81 of their games, half, were going to be at Dyken Park with the short porch because of the Crawford boxes. Doesn't have to cover as much ground. He's not having to make plays over the wall because it's obviously a super tall wall. And we were kind of like, well, if you got the short, outfield, the small outfield to work with, maybe it could be okay as long as he can make the routine plays. He'll be fine because it's not a super big outfield for a 34-year-old not used to playing the outfield to roam. But unfortunately, we've seen on at least 3 occasions he's not making the routine. And it really does beg the question, like Altuve said, I'm going to get better. Joe Espada said he's going to be the primary left fielder. Well, how long, and this will be the question Espada will have to answer, but how long are you going to give Altuve to get better? Because if he's at the point where he's costing you runs and maybe costing you game, I don't think this is a team, or at least it doesn't profile as one, that's going to be able to run out to such a margin because of how good they are to where they can afford a few losses from defense. So I don't know how long the leash can actually be.
So this is what I'm talking about, Brian. Like, we're talking about Altuve, right? And that's been the main focal point about what are they going to do.
Right.
But I think that those same leashes are going to be applied to how long and how patient are you going to be with Jake in center if he's not hitting at all, with Chaz if he's hitting more like last year than the year before, and the fact that the entire outfield still seems to be, as much as we talk about problem 1A and the number one biggest problem for the Texans being O-line, from an Astros perspective, no matter whether you get McCullers back, Garcia back, or who your 5th starter is, the pitching's fine. That the offensive lineup is pretty good, but the outfield is terrible. And now we're talking about all 3 guys under scrutiny. And if he plays this way in the regular season, the leashes are going to be short on Chaz and Jake and on Altuve. And what you're going to do, because you've got young talent that you're kind of hesitant about when to start the clock on Cam Smith,
right?
Or if DeCenzo's got a place to play in the outfield when he's not really a quote-unquote outfielder, but they're hitting the ball too, and you need to worry about defense at some point in the outfield.
Yeah, I think the leashes for and I know you're not going to like this first part, but I think the leashes for Jake Myers and Jose Altuve are going to be longer than Chaz. Like, of the guys you bring up, because of just how absolutely horrible Chaz was at the plate last year, you add into that his bad spring training so far, I don't think the leash with him is going to be very long.
And on top of that, Cam Smith is ripping the cover off of it.
Smith is
and
giving
people
you the
are
option.
are like clamoring, chomping at the bit to get him in the lineup.
And that's part of it. Like, the leash can be as long as what your other options are, right? Like, if there's no other option, then the leash might be long. But because Cam Smith, who's now actually getting some starts in right field as well in spring training, where it started off as only third base, if he continues to hit let's say he gets sent down to AA or AAA and he continues to hit like this, the leash is going to be pretty short with Chaz
Right.
because of how poor he was in spring and how poor he was last year. I don't know that they certainly don't really have the other options in center field, because if Chaz is playing poorly, what is the other option?
Well,
to Jake?
what it really comes down to is who's hitting worse between Jake and Chaz. Because if Chaz is hitting better than Jake, Chaz can play center, and then you still have an option to put Cam Smith in right field or DeCenzo. Because, like I said, I've been huge on DeCenzo before camp even started as a bat. I didn't know where he was going to play. I didn't know because of that if it would translate to him making the roster. But if he's hitting to the point where McTaggart says there's no way you can't keep him on this major league roster, he's got to break camp with this team. Then it becomes, where's he going to play? I don't want him sitting and rotting away. And is he an option because of the fact that the outfield
I don't think he will be
so
to start the
vulnerable.
season. Like I hear what McTaggart's saying, but obviously that's an opinion. And I honestly, if like the way this breaks down right now to what I think the Astros are going to do, I don't see DeCenzo as having a spot other than a guy off the bench, and I don't really want that for him. Like, I mean, it's different when they had, some of the names they've had in the past where you knew they were. I'm trying to remember that super tall shortstop's name that they had. The guy that was like 6'4". He was on. Anyway, they've had guys in the past that didn't. David something. I'm trying. It doesn't matter. Not important. But they've had guys in the past where, okay, if he's coming off the bench, he doesn't really profile as a top prospect, as a guy that's going to be a great offensive player, but he provides you pretty good defense. So it's okay if he's not, not getting regular at bats. I don't want that for DeCenzo because he could become someone that's a pretty good offensive. David Hensley. That was the name I was thinking of.
I wonder what year you're talking about.
And then same thing with Cam Smith. So I think we're going to start the season with Altuve in left.
I'll
Jake
tell you
in
what
center.
this really is going to be predicated on, Brian.
Okay.
It's going to be predicated on the fact that if they get off to a slow start that like they did a year ago and start digging themselves a hole, there's going to be more desperate times, desperate measures, and there's going to be a quicker hook on everybody to try and find bats and hits and offense, regardless of anything else. If they get off to a good start.
Field, I agree with right field. I don't agree with the other spots because I just don't know what the other options are. Like they seem dead set to prove a point with Altuve in left, and I don't see another option than center.
I'll tell you what happens,
other than
but
Jake.
Again, it doesn't translate to them getting off to a good start. If they get off to a bad start and Altuve's misplaying balls in left field, now everything's on the table from him going back to second base to try and figure things out.
Or it could mean Jordan has to play left field while Altuve DHs.
And that's something we haven't even brought up yet because we don't want to talk about his ability to get hurt out in the outfield. But you have to put your best foot forward, especially if you start digging a hole early or you get off to a slow start. And right now, I have zero confidence in Jake in center field offensively, no matter how much I know Jeremy loves to sing his praises. Defensively, I think his arm sucks. I think he still looks like a deer in the headlights, and he takes bad routes to ball sometimes. But I understand that his metrics said he's a better than average center fielder. He can't hit. And then with Chaz is still Chaz from last year when he eventually had to get sent down, I don't have a very long leash, and I don't have a lot of patience for a guy that no matter what good of a guy he is, that I need someone in right field that not only can hit, but also can play a little bit of defense.
Yeah, again, I think it just goes to the leash is as long as what their other options are. And I think in right field, because of how Cam Smith is hit, that leash will be very short for Chas McCormick. Because if you're assuming the starting outfield to start the season is Altuve in left, Jake in center, Chaz in right, Chaz didn't, because of what happened last year and because of what's happened in the spring, it hasn't afforded himself much of a leash with the way Cam Smith has been hitting. So I think that leash is short, but we'll see. I mean, I'd love to be wrong on Jake and Altuve. I just don't see the other options that would have them sprinting away from trying out Jake and Altuve as your left and center combo.
And so for the time being, so be it, and we'll see. But again, I think as much as the hype has been around Cam Smith and how great of a spring he's had, we have to be realistic, and whether they don't want to start this clock or not, the fact that he's barely seen a lot of experience in the minor leagues means that you have a very tough decision to make in terms of when you feel like he's ready from a professional, mental, and emotional standpoint as well, because he's probably going to struggle early on facing all major league pitching.
Yeah.
To understand, is it worth it? And then if DeCenzo is hitting it and he's been at the major league level hitting it, is he a guy in the short term that becomes your first option to replace Chaz if Chaz doesn't hit?
Yeah, that's the other part we can't forget about with Cam Smith, and we've talked about it on this show, but he's played 5 games other than spring training. He's played 5 games above the single A level. I mean, this is a guy that was drafted like literally less than a year ago. I mean, last year. So his path to the bigs has already, been excelled. I don't know if it's fair to expect him to be on the opening day roster and to hit right away. Maybe that is his his future, and he's different than the normal prospect. But I think it's a timeline that is a little unreasonable, especially when like he started off and he's obviously hitting well in spring. I think it was Chandler Rome or maybe it was Metager that pointed this out. Like the average pitcher he's facing that he's hitting off of is below a Double-A level from what he's facing in spring. Now, the last home run, or the third home run, the one he hit off McGill, that is a major league pitcher. That is legit.
Yep.
But overall, the level of pitching he's faced in spring is at about a Double-A level, so you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt.
All right, we got one segment to go in the show. We got the car wreck of the day coming up next. We got to get off a little early today because we've got pregame for Texas A&M basketball as they get ready for their first tournament game on what we hope is a long and spirited run in the NCAA tournament, some more than others.
All the way to the national title,
Todd. Media and ESPN 97.5. Todd is here with his Aggie gear on, ready for the game. You should be too. We'll have it all here for you right here on the flagship. Take a break, get back to the car wreck of the day. But before we do that, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at so many things. He's located right here in the Med Center. He does a great job with plastic surgery and Botox and spa treatments and a lot of different things for you and your significant other. Where I have personal experiences, the NeoGraft procedure, PRP treatments, and getting your hair back. And I'm telling you, it is a true game changer. It's not like all the gimmicks you see on late night television. This is stuff that really works because it's your own hair. And the first secret I'll tell you that I learned by having a consultation with Doc and his staff is you really get the best benefit because you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He's able to take some of that, put it where you need it most. Maybe it's because your forehead has become an 8-head, or maybe because you got a baboon's butt on the back of your dome. Either way, you get hair. It's your own hair, and because it's coming from a place where you're never going to lose it. It's going to be with you for the long haul, and you're going to love what they do for you. Because you're listening to me now and you want to talk to him like I did, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. You'll go in, they'll explain to you what PRP treatments are and what the NeoGraft does and how it works. You can ask questions, they'll give you answers, and then you can make the decision. There's nothing that says you have to do it right away. There's nothing that says you got to have money out of pocket or signing on the dotted line. It's just options for you to consider if you are experiencing hair loss. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. I'm telling you, you can see the results instantaneously with the follicles that are visible. In 6 to 9 months, you see the full results, and you will be as happy as I am with the procedure itself. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com. You know how we do it. Car wreck of the day, each and every day, to tell you things that didn't go somebody's way. I'll start.
Don't you dare.
Yes, I will.
No.
Because I'm working with two Longhorns today. The car wreck of the day is those Texas Longhorns who had every chance and ability to win, and then literally they got kicked in the grapes, and then they got kicked in the grapes.
See, I'm going to turn this on you, Joel. It's not a car wreck because we're going to get rid of Rodney Terry. It's a win for Texas.
But who you get and how you do is as important as what you just did in the tournament, and you were one and done. And I actually thought you had a chance.
Actually, really,
you
less than one and done. We weren't
game.
even in the tournament. Like I view the playing game in the college basketball tournament the same way you view the play in the NBA. Like if you lose the play-in, you weren't actually in the tournament. So on that aspect, definitely a car wreck. I've got two car wrecks. I'll go to one quickly, and the second one has some audio. I don't know if you saw this, but obviously every year Barack Obama has put out his own
brackets.
I was just looking at it before the show, and it already caught my eye because he had a certain team knocking out the Houston Cougars in the Sweet 16, which, how dare you, Barack? But that team, Joel, was Clemson.
That's right. I remember that. He had Clemson playing Alabama, I think.
He did. He had Clemson to the Elite Eight, knocking out the Cougars in the Sweet 16. What happened to Clemson? They lost to McNeese. Yeah, they lost to McNeese State. So Obama's bracket not off to a good start. The other one, if we could get to this audio here, I don't know if you saw the game last night, the 16 versus 16 game before the Texas game with Xavier, but the coach for American ended up losing. Had a bit of a hissy fit. American coach Dwayne Simpkins, down 9 at the time, 2 minutes to go, didn't like a foul call and threw himself to the floor.
We did have one to give, Jim, with 2:29 left. It's on Jones. Obviously, Dwayne Simpkins did not want that in that situation. Now the officials are having a little bit of a conversation here, especially with the shot clock winding down. A technical foul has been assessed to Dwayne Simpkins. Huge call.
What you can't see there is the man literally throws himself to the floor on his back and rolls around, gets himself a technical. Look, the game was probably over. They're down 9 with 2 minutes to go, but he gave the team another free throw with a technical foul when they still had an outside chance of a comeback, and he acts like a child, throws himself on the floor as a temper tantrum, and costs his team a point.
Tough night, too, because your best player in his pretty much last game as a college basketball player and their leading scorer goes down with a knee injury. And then he does that, and then they end up losing the game. But, not a good look if you're a head coach of college basketball to go that route. So plenty there to discuss in terms of, the NCAA tournament was not on the floor. On the floor, upsets are already happening. McNeese State has already upset Clemson, as Brian mentioned. Lots of other close calls and games that are going on. If you're a Cougs fan, they won handily today. They played the winner of Georgia and Gonzaga. Right now, that game currently 80-58 in favor of the Zags. The Zags, a team to be reckoned with. If you're a Rockets fan, you know that they went to the double big recently with Steven Adams and Şengün, and it's worked. So is the Zags. And since they've done that, they have been on a tear. So the Cougs big men are going to have to be on red alert.
Yeah, certainly so. And look, I think sometimes height is overvalued because people look at UH's roster. Oh, they don't have a guy over 6'8", but you look at the wingspan and they've got guys that are basically over 7'2", especially with Tugler and with Jawan Roberts. So I don't really fear the size of Gonzaga for the Cougs, but it is certainly something to watch out for.
No doubt about it. And lots more games to come to. That's why we're going to get out a little bit early today. You got Texas Aggies basketball coming on with the pregame show at 5:30. So you got the Ags to look forward to tonight. And then we're going to be back tomorrow. Jeremy will be back with us, and we'll have plenty to discuss from the first round of the tournament.
From Carbach.
We'll get his thoughts. We're going to be live from Carbach Brewing, as Brian just mentioned. You guys could join us all day. You should come out there, just like you should come out here tonight and see everybody here in Edo. Come out tomorrow to Carbach Brewing. We're going to be there all day. The station's going to be there, the promo team. Lots of March Madness specials going on. Great screens to watch the games, but we'll have a good time. We'd love to see you out there, and Jeremy will be back to give us all the insights on the Cougs and what looks like a matchup with the Zags in round 2.
Yeah, so what wins our car wreck of the day here?
I think it pretty much has to be your Longhorns.
Oh, come on. It's got to be Obama's bracket, right? He had Clemson beating the Cougs.
But everybody has a team that, when you try to be creative.
They lost to McNeese State.
You're just trying to
go to the Elite Eight.
You're trying to cover up from the absolute debacle that is Texas basketball.
But I absolutely am. You saw right through it, but I'm still right. He had big things.
Sean can break the tie.
Okay, Sean, what is the car wreck of
What's
the day?
the car wreck of the day, Sean?
I think it's Texas basketball.
Spoken like an honest Longhorn.
As a whole.
That's
Damn you, Sean.
Thank you,
Hey,
Sean.
that's what they
Mapes.
taught me at the journalism school. Had to be unbiased.
You're not a journalist, Sean.
Never work for a flagship station, Sean, where you can't be unbiased and honest. But I appreciate your honesty in this case. That was fantastic. Ags basketball is coming up next. For Brian McDonald and Sean Mapes, I'm Joel Blank. Have yourself a great night, everybody. Stay tuned for the Ags, and we'll talk to you tomorrow on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.